Greetings and salutations, my friends. Welcome to another glorious day here at the Tango Hotel. And today, my friends, we return with more Diablo IV. I gotta admit, my friends, I am very much waiting with bated breath for this game to officially come out. And if you've been paying attention to the Discord, then you may well know that I got my ass handed to me last night by a level 35 mob that killed my necromancer. Yep, I was on my way to here, in fact, to get that, and that's what happened. So let's grab us in celebration, in memory of Tagno, the necromancer of doom. Let us join together, my friends, for the most auspicious and amazing thing in the entire galaxy. It's called the simultaneous sip, and all you gotta do, my dudes, is grab that cup of murder glass. Perhaps you have a tankard, chalice, or a stein, maybe a canteen, jug, a flask, a vessel of any kind. You fill it with your favorite fluid. I like the morning coffee, technically afternoon coffee, waifu made. And join me now, friends, for the gloriousness. That's right, the stupendosity, the absolute awesome sauceness that is the simultaneous sip. Brothers of the waffle, citizens of the Tango Hotel. It's happening right freaking now. Go! Oh, that's the good stuff, boys. We're hopping right in. So, you might be wondering why I'm on my sorcerer. Well, vengeance is why. So, technically, my necro did kill the mob and all the mobs around it. I actually killed it without taking hardly any damage at all. The problem is that I had a giant undead army surrounding my necromancer, so I did not see the big explosion thing that happens after they die. Yeah. And so, I did not actually see it going off, and I didn't realize it was happening until I was already dead. So this is definitely one of the biggest criticisms I have for this game, is the fact that, God, I love playing my soldier. I was basically just AFK farming while I was chilling and stuff, trying to figure out something to do on my necros, finishing out all the stuff. Yeah, there he is, level 35. We're gonna clear out all the mobs around him. Oh wait, we've engaged. We've engaged. Nope. Not gonna happen, bro. Not gonna happen. Whoa, no sir. What? What? I think not. I think not. Nah, I don't think so. Yeah, so this is the guy. Now watch this. When he dies, he's gonna leave a giant explosive. Look at those fools. See that? That killed my dude. From 100 to 0. What? It's a level 35 weapon? Are you insane? What? Damn. Critical strike chance, 10 strength. Okay. So yeah, I wanted to come over here and lay down the law, as it were. And we did a pretty good job. 10 levels higher than me, and he could barely break my barrier. He did a little bit of damage. So yeah, that explosion killed my necro. Yep. I wonder if there's another one over here.
What is this?
Hungering bone cache. What is this? I'm sorry, what did you say? Sir? Sir. Sir. Thank you. Oh, did you want some too, buddy? Apparently there's more. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. All right, well, we're doing another anima quest. That's awesome. Let's do it. This is one I haven't done. I still got quite a few quests to do on this dude. You know what? I might just do it for the lulz. I was thinking about making a rogue. I do not want to play this rogue. I redid a couple of builds last night off stream to test out the efficacy, and everybody was pretty much in agreement that the druid kind of sucks. You know, I think Diablo might be a little bit loud here. Let me turn this bad boy down. It happens, bro. It happens. Wow, look at that. Tough luck there, bud. Tough luck. Tough luck. So there was not another one on here.
It is done.
Wait. Hungering Bone Cache. Very nice. So that is... yeah. What is that? I've also got this entire area over here. So yeah, basically I was just running dungeons last night that I hadn't done on my necro. For the lulz, just to see if I could find some cool legendaries or whatever. And I was just having a bunch of fun, and like I said, he died, and I didn't realize that I was going to die next to him. So, yeah, it just kind of did the thing, you know what I'm saying? This is the way it went. So is that the only area where that dude exists? Do I need to, like, reload? Exit the game or something? I imagine that continuing down this route is probably not going to net me anything. Yeah, I was running dungeons last night, and I gotta admit, the Necro is definitely faster at killing things. Especially with the stuff that I had. But the Sorcerer is just heads and above on survival, man. Yeah, straight up. So here's an interesting question. Does it reset when you go back to town? Let's find out. Yeah, I was on my way here to do this stronghold when I found level 35 guy. I'm so mad too because I didn't even get it on video. I wasn't recording. I was like, oh man, I should be recording. I was like, I'm probably not gonna be on for very much longer. It'll be okay. And I already had footage of the sorcerer doing it. The stronghold, that is. Yeah. So I'm not the only one. What happens if we leave game? Are we going to be farming the level 35 guy for a while? Probably. Always online. It's like so next level. It's like, yay. Bro. Hang on a second. It keeps switching profiles when I go to... What the hell? Okay, yeah. It keeps switching stuff. It's not supposed to be doing that. Apparently he has a respawn I mean, I've definitely tried a couple other builds with the sorcerer where I went back to using what was it, Frozen Orb, and it's just not nearly as good, man. The fact that you can use Blizzard and it just, you don't have to recast it, you just basically blow all of your mana doing this. And just cover the land in Blizzard, and then you just pop all your cooldowns while it regens. It's just, it's insane. It's insane. That's what it is. Yeah. They really need to fix that, though. That sucks so bad. So does this work? I'm assuming that doesn't work, right? That just reset the dungeons, right? I need to go check on the family. There's some yelling going on. I need to check them out. Holy shit, sorry dudes. I really hate when that happens. Not just because it interrupts the stream or anything, but like it sucks for my wife, dude. That when I come in here, the kids immediately start acting like assholes. I did this dungeon, and it's not a normal dungeon. It's not. It doesn't have like a boss at the end. It's just kind of weird. The only one I have left is this one. But I've already done a dungeon on my druid, and I'm not interested. Glitch Sensei, greetings and salutations, friend. How goes it? Raise the Necros? I wish, buddy. He has entered the Hall of Memories, and shall forever be remembered as the strongest among us. Not the toughest, but the strongest. I was so pissed, dude. I was so mad I literally just logged off the game. I mean, that's the point of having frickin', you know, hardcore characters, but still, it just made me so goddamn mad. Because I didn't see it because I had the army, I had the entire Necro army surrounding me. Oh my god, it made me so angry. So how do you reset the map? I mean, these guys have respawned. Right? Huh. Is that it? Oh, yeah, look, there it is. Ooh.
I'm not ready yet.
I didn't hit him with it. I haven't used any of my mana on him, though. Nope. For a second, I didn't think it was gonna last long enough. So, I guess we just wait for the respawn? Is that what it is? Huh.
Hello.
So it did show up on the map. Well, that's interesting. I did not know this was the thing. So we're all just out here farming? Is that what we're doing? Level 8. Good luck, buddy. 20. Is it 23? Yep, 23. I wonder how long it takes. There he is. Oh, wait, no, it's not. It's the freaking wizards, man. I love that my HP is at 420. I gotta admit, I find that hilariously stupid. Does anybody want any of this crap? Anybody? I don't even know if they can see it. You're welcome to it. He spawns right here, so. Oh, that's interesting. You can't click on the map. I'm assuming they have to be in my party to be able to see that. So. Bro is level 8, dude. He's gonna get one shot. Alright. That's what we're gonna do. Yeah, I wonder, how long does it take? Let me see. Keep an eye on the mini-map. Five to 10-minute respawn. 5 to 10-minute respawn timer. Huh. Yeah, so he should be up any moment. 5 to 10 minutes, eh? I mean, it blinks when it blinks on the mini map, so it looks like that blink right there. Yep, level 8. 2 level 8s. Are they doing some kind of weird, stupid streaming challenge? That'd be hilarious if that were the case. Laugh my ass off,
man. You are courting pain and death.
I'm low on precious metal.
Burn the mana! Burn it! That's kind of weird. I wonder why it's just doing little flames there. I don't remember... Wow, that's crazy. Like, I really like my build. I'm not gonna lie. I want to do other things with it, but it just feels like they're not really worth it. Like, I tried to put lightning spear. Like, I tried to, instead of using deep freeze, I used like lightning spear as another conjuration thing for the ice blades, and it's pretty good. It does a decent amount of damage, but I mean, it's not that great, right? My full buff standing still is only 87 max. So wasn't really that great. I went more barriers for survival though. Maximum blizzard, because look at that damage, dude. 836, 863. Without my movement thing, it's 663, so it's not too bad. But yeah, man, the survivability is just way too good, dude. Way too good. Especially with Frost Nova, making them vulnerable, which does more damage. More damagios. And I tried thinking of like, what could I do with another thing that wasn't that? I mean, I could potentially go without this, but it's really good to have a mana regener. So when I'm out and I just want to spam it. Not only that, it's really good against lots of frozen mobs, which I run into quite often, because I did take away the snap freeze, which honestly I'm gonna let you know right now, I would absolutely get back if I thought it was worthwhile. I mean, the funny thing is I could take one out of this and one out of this, and that would be able to get snap freeze. It might be worth it. He's up, boys.
Out of mana. I need time.
I'm not ready yet.
I lack the needed mana.
I'm literally doing it for the barriers.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, shit! Oh, dude, that almost killed me again. Oh my god. I'm probably not going to be playing the druid anymore, my man. So, sorry about that. New Lingo Burr, what's this do? Hey, Amazing Burr, how you doing, buddy? Thank you for checking out Kick for me. I appreciate that. I need to turn on the timestamps. I gotta admit, the one thing that's getting me about Kick is that it doesn't have the features, and I missed that like freaking 10 minutes ago. Sorry about that, buddy. But I can't get it restreamed to bot to work on it. I mean, if you want to, I'm thinking about making a, what was I gonna say? I was thinking about making a rogue. So if you wanna do some dungeons and level with me on while I will level a rogue, I'd be more than happy to do so.
I'm not ready yet.
Is this the one? Yeah. So this dungeon is very interesting. I can't believe I almost died again, dude. I had full shields too. What was I thinking? Jesus Christ, dude. I had like 100 HP left. Oh, kill me now, boys. Kill me now. So, am I going to go hardcore characters? I don't know. Well, more than likely what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the very beginning of the quests, and then I'm literally just going to go run dungeons and level it up. Because apparently that's the fastest way to level, is just go to a dungeon, rinse, repeat. Continue doing dungeon over and over and over and over again. So, slay all the enemies in the Hall of Assembly. Okay. So yeah, one of the funniest things about the game is the way the itemization works. This is why I keep the beginning skill. If they're frozen, it just, or excuse me, on chilled enemies, 100% gets frozen. So yeah, it's pretty crazy, man. Come on, boys, let's go. By the way, they leash in dungeons. Did you guys know that? That's crazy. Watch this. Oh, look, they did damage. Oh, no. My HP diminished. Oh, for me. For me. Die, you son of a bitch. Alright, why are you still alive over there? Why? Eat him alive, come on, boy. Go on now. It's ridiculous. So apparently, some dude, I watched this video on YouTube, and this dude got his Necro to max level in 2.5 hours. So obviously he was straight up just running dungeons. Like that's exactly what he was doing. Look at this. AOE spam, baby.
It's locked.
So yeah, I loved my Necro build. I really did. It was great. No users other than the curse. And that asshole killed me. So mad. And apparently he drops this mace every time. And has a random chance to drop relatively good loot. The problem is the way the game works is that you never get loot of your level unless you're running some like ultra mega hard shit. All right, I just picked that up. Look at that, level 12. Nice, the level requirement. 12 left. Oh, it's so much fun. Come on. Okay, so we got a shrine conduit. Word. Go get him, Dano. Hello, boyo. Where you at? Where'd you go? Cannot escape my awesomeness. Yeah, I gotta admit, the fact that his fireball can basically one-shot everybody is kind of dumb, I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of dumb. This staff? Staff, okay. Found a legendary staff on my freaking Necro yesterday. It was pretty crazy. But yeah, one of the main reasons why I'm thinking about making a rogue is because I was watching Cripplin's video or whatever the hell his name is. I don't know. He's been playing freaking AARPGs like, you know, mainline it like they were fucking coke since he was like for like 10 years at this point. So I was like, okay, so I'll listen to bro. And he was like, if you want to like do the barbarian fantasy, the melee rogue is where it's at. I'm like, okay then. That sounds like my speed. That's what we're doing. Okay, standing in the thing is probably not the best idea ever.
I'm not ready yet.
Here we go. We be done now? Can I be done? Are we good? Excellent. Excellent. Let us be done. Well, that was unnecessarily long. The inner sanctum. You know, I might actually do that. Considering I just spam Blizzard all the time anyway, it might actually be a good idea to... hang on. It might actually be a good idea to take one here. I definitely want to do enhanced damage to frozen enemies. So... I can't take it out of that one because they're required to get this nonsense. Do I take one out of Blizzard, or I guess we take one out of that and just do that? 3% chance? I mean, it's not too bad. I don't want to get rid of that one. I can't get rid of that one. That's like mine. This right here hinges my entire build, so I can't get rid of it. So yeah, it's either I get rid of my ult or, you know, I lower the actual damage. So I think we'll just leave it there. What up, boyo? How you doing? Enjoy your blizzard, asshole. Yes. More mana. More mana. Is that challenge shrine? Yep. Infinite blizzard. Infinite blizzard. It feels like it does have diminishing returns after a minute, after a hot minute, doesn't it? Just a bit, right?
Out of mana.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, here's one.
I'm not ready.
Like, it's too good, man. Too good. Oh, wait, another one like spawns right on top of me. Look at that. Good for you, buddy.
I'm low on precious mana.
Can we be done now? I got some pants. 12 intelligence. It's got an empty socket too. It's cool. Potion restores 30 resource. That's okay. I mean, it is pretty good, but I actually like the one I have better. Well, I can move the imprint over. Damn, it does. Wow, it actually has damage reduction. It's got a lot of healing received, though. It's got more damage reduction, healing received, dodge chance, and when I'm injured, It gives me 30% of my maximum life as a barrier. So yeah, even though it does give 12 intelligence and 7 willpower, it's and it has a lot more armor, and it is a higher level. Well, actually, no, it's not. It's not a higher level, but I think that's because of the socket. So pretty good though. Pretty good. Not bad at all. That's nice, bro. You an elite? No. You an elite. Base tanking, baby.
I'm out of mana.
Yeah. It just really sucks that this doesn't actually count towards the enhancement thing. It really sucks, man. Yeah. That it's bugged. Can I have my chest now? Thank you. And oh look, it's Boss Man. Boys. Hello, boys.
I'm not ready.
I'm sorry. Did you think this was optional? I don't think so, sir. I don't think so. And there it is, dungeon complete. No final boss, just that's it. It's kind of cool, actually. I don't necessarily like it, but it is kind of nice that not every single one is like a cookie cutter. You know what I mean? Boots. So, strength gives an extra evade charge. Strength, lightning resist, willpower, dodge. So, all in all, not much better. So, get the gold, man. Oh, it's too good, buddy. Too good. Okay. It's an elite mob. Interesting. And that's it. You know, I think my cat's out. I don't have it. Alright, I think we're gonna go make a road, dude. We're gonna make a road. I'll tell you what, we'll, let's just teleport back, and I'll be right back. I think my cat's stuck in here. Kitty? Is that you? Swore I heard her meow. Swore I heard her meow. So, yeah. An interesting dungeon. Like I said, I was pleasantly surprised that it wasn't just another...
What will it be?
You know, cookie cutter dungeon. Doing the same damn shit over and over and over again. Oh, look at that. You can't... It only sells for 2 gold. You cannot salvage. Interesting. Interesting. Okay.
I'll
Cool.
take it.
Roger, Roger, good sir. Is there anything else I want to do before we go? No, I don't think so. Maximum essence. Yeah, this is all the stuff. Yeah, those are the escape scrolls. Okay. So, yeah. Here's... Where's the, I'm not gonna lie, I would do it if I could. I would absolutely do it if I could. So you gotta unlock by completing the Cathedral of Light capstone dungeon in Kulsevlad on Veteran. I thought there was a way to look at your other characters that had been defeated. Am I wrong on that? You know what's really funny is I have this thing on OBS and I can't even type into Kick's frickin' what you call it? Tells me to log in. It's like, shut up. Is it on social? Game, clan, social, locals, collections, fallen characters. Here we go. Tango, the level 15 barbarian, and here he is, the level 25 necromancer, slain by an unknown killer.
Mistake. I apologize.
No, I hopped on the druid to talk about why I feel like it's bullshit. So I was trying to do like the full werebear playthrough, and it just, dude, like melee in this game sucks. And I hate to say this, but in most of the Diablo games, melee kind of sucks. And one of the big reasons is because mobs are programmed to run away. So if you are playing the druid and you are using the straight melee skills, it feels bad. It feels bad. Like I went full on maul and all this other shit. And I have a legendary, specifically this one. That's not the right one. Is it this one? No, it's this one. No, this one. Yeah, pulverize creates a shockwave that travels forward, dealing 122% of its damage to targets its path. You know what, Flaming Cam? Yeah, if you wanna group up, buddy, we can. I will play with you for a little bit. Because I don't mind. We can run some dungeons and shit. It'd be cool. It was just, yeah. So if you're using, what am I using here? Let's get that out of the way. And then what we'll do is we'll grab Wind Shear back. I mean, I even tried using a Storm Strike, which was pretty good, but it has the same issue that it has the same issue that that the other melee ones do. I don't like Earth Spike. It doesn't do enough damage, and it doesn't give enough spirits. And while Landslide does decent damage, it's not that great. Pulverize is really good, but only because of the overpower every 10 seconds while you remain healthy. And so with the ability that I have that creates that turns it into a shockwave instead of an AoE around me, it makes it super castable in that way, but only every really 10 seconds. And then you have to spam your generator to actually be able to do it. The pets suck. They're okay, but compared to like the Necro, they just suck. They really just feel like they suck. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know what to tell you. They just... And like Trample just feels, it doesn't feel much better. Like I tried Hurricane. I was literally doing 17 damage a second. I don't see how it could be 202 damage when I'm doing 17 damage a second. Like over 8 seconds, right? Come on now. Come on. It's like less than 100. Let's go. I mean, if you want to play, buddy, come on. Let's go. We can do the thing. I mean, I could always go Elemental Exposure. Hurricane and Cataclysm. Every 18 seconds, a lightning strike hits a nearby enemy, dealing damage. What is this? This is a Storm skill. Storm. Okay, so it is Storm. I did try Lightning Storm at the very beginning, but it not only does it suck your mana dry, it doesn't do that much damage, realistically. So, while Pulverize does quite a bit of damage, even without the overpower. So, I mean, I could always use Blood Howl as a buff. Kills reduce Blood Howl, 20 Spirit. That might actually be really good. Attack speed. Yeah, maybe that's what we do. Instead of getting pulverized, yeah, because pulverized is just kind of meh. We'll grab Bloodhowl. Well, we'll use Bloodhowl. No. Put that bad boy right there. And then we'll do this and this. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty good, man. That's pretty good. We could go for some legends, but you know, I'm not too interested in all that. Let's just sell all this bullshit. I don't care. Spirit cost reduction, 11 strength. Strength is just armor, right? Yeah, strength is just armor. So I still have a blue chest piece. Okay, well that's an obvious thing to look for. And one of the things you got to remember, man, is that they've turned up the legendary acquirements by like 3 times.
Better.
So.
Oh, battle. It seems your prayers have been answered.
Oh, magic bubble summon around you while you're standing in the bubble. You are immune. Damage reduction, rank of debilitating roar, 12 strength. It's not the greatest, but it's pretty good. Yeah, debilitating roar is reduces damage of nearby enemies. Yeah, whatever. Alrighty. So that was all my obolds. Lovely. So I'm honestly wondering if this one isn't better. Give me an extra rank of Bloodhowl. What is Bloodhowl going to give me if I get an extra rank? 1% more HP. Really, game? Really? Really? Well, I mean, I could get rid of... Get rid of the Ravens. And we'll grab Enhanced Bloodhowl. And then I'll use Debilitating Roar. Right there, yeah. Yeah, it doesn't cost any stuff. It just, yeah. We'll do this. Bada bing. I'm coming to you, baby. Teleporting to the flames. Oh, you're and you're standing right there. That's lovely. That's just lovely. Okay. So, what are we going? You want to just run some dungeons? What do you want to do? We can do the things.
Not while I'm in town.
Do the things. Yeah, the funniest bit was watching Asmongold shit all over the people who were making ultimate druid guide builds, and several of them were killing elites and bosses while they had like buffs from towers and stuff. So it was just hilariously stupid. What was I gonna do? Let's see. We need to go here and boom. Okay. Can you hear me, good sir?
Yep, I hear you.
Wunderbar, wunderbar. All right, now, but yeah, so watching Asmongold sit all over him because, like, one dude literally had a freaking artillery shrine when he was killing a boss as his like outro for the video. It's just like, bro, and almost all the videos were just killing trash mobs. It's like, damn, son, damn. All right, so yeah. So you want to run some dungeons, bro? Or you want to do the main quest?
Yeah, as soon as I just want to like get rid of some of my crap, you know.
Roger, roger. Yeah, the easiest and fastest way is just to go to the armor and go all items. Bam, they're all gone.
I'll get rid of what kind are blue?
Hang on, can I do this? I wonder if I could do this.
Oh, hold on.
No, you're fine. Can I? I can. There you go. That way you can just dismantle your shit and not have to worry about gold. Bam. There you go. I have like 200,000, dude. So.
Oh, okay.
Farming machine.
There we go. Got rid of all my crap.
Yeah, because very early on, one of the problems that I had was the not having enough money to like augment all the gear that I wanted. 15% overpower damage. That looks pretty good. I'm gonna throw that.
I cannot use that.
What?
Yet.
Heresy! We're gonna be 20. Heresy. All right.
I just got rid of everything blue and below, which is most of the stuff, so I was like, okay, whatever.
Well, most of the crafting does require that stuff. The one thing you're gonna have to worry about is veiled crystals. So at a certain point, when I had enough mats, especially because I was wandering around the world and doing so many quests and stuff, I was getting so many resources. I stopped dismantling all the stuff below yellow, and I just dismantled the yellow for the veiled crystals.
Wait a second, didn't you... What was it that you gave me yesterday? I might have... Was that a magic item? Because if so, I might have accidentally...
It was a yellow shield.
Oh,
I
okay.
gave you yesterday.
No.
Yeah, don't worry about it. It's all good. I gave it to you. Whatever you choose to do with it is acceptable.
Okay.
Yeah, I am. Like I said, I'm quite disappointed in the druid. I don't know. I don't know, man. It feels lackluster AF.
Totally fair.
Yeah, dude. 6 spirit for three freaking points. That is so. Ugh. That is so. Blah, blah, blah. The boulder looks dumb too. 83 damage at this level on a 9-second cooldown. I think if they ever fix the pathing of the tornadoes, they might change the druid into one of the better classes. I legitimately think that, because one of the reasons why the druid sucks so bad is because the tornadoes are absolute garbage when they're doing their ult shit. But during the times when I was able to use the Vine Creeper to strangle them and immobilize people, and then I literally threw a tornado directly on their face, it just ate them alive, dude. Like 2 or 3 tornadoes on one character, it just eats them. But it has the same problem that tornadoes had in Diablo 3, is they're just so random you cannot depend on them.
Wear this. Yeah.
I really wanted to do a werewolf build, but like I was getting my ass handed to me.
Sorry.
Rabies looks really good though.
Rabies?
Yeah. It's an ability. It's a rare werewolf ability. Shapeshift to werewolf, perform an infectious bite on target, doing 70 damage and applying an additional 126 poison over 6 seconds. And then it has infected enemies spread rabies to other surrounding targets. So it looks pretty cool.
We can start if you want.
Okay. Just any random dungeon's fine?
Sure.
Okay, let's go to the Lost Archives. It's down in Nivix. I don't have much of the world map open, so I can't like do all the cool ones. This is one of the better ones.
I'm waiting until it says you teleported.
Yep.
It says travel unavailable for the moment.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
there we go.
Get wrecked, bitch.
So this game takes a lot of RAM normally? Or something?
Yes. If you're playing... Oh, Loot Goblin. Loot Goblin. Where is he? Where is he? Where is he?
I'm low on spirit.
Come here, you little bastard. No, I missed.
Oh, crap.
Got his ass.
There we go. Got an orange.
Hell yeah, son. I really do think it is awesome that
It offers a lot of good stats, but I don't get the blood surge double. But it's probably worth it that I don't even, you know, have the blood surge double Nova.
what is it? What is the other? What is the thing that it gives you? The legendary thing.
Distant enemies have a 15% chance to be stunned for 2 seconds when they hit you.
Yeah, that's really good. That's really good, especially if you have
deals
something
70
that can already stun because of the damage bonus that it gives you.
Deals 76% increased damage to stunned enemies. It also has plus 12 to all stats rather than the other one, which I don't get any blood.
That's really
plus,
good.
And then 32 intelligence.
Willpower is your, or I think intel is your main stat. So
Yep. I'm wondering how much it's gonna affect my damage.
I'm not gonna lie. One of the main reasons that killed me with the druid as well is that I couldn't do their quest. Just like the barbarian, it just kind of like ruined it for me.
Give a check. Oh wow, yeah. That does a lot of more. It does a lot more damage.
Yep.
It's a 2, but
Well, it's not only that. The 12 to all stats means that you got 12 of your main stat that's giving you extra damage.
yeah,
As well as if you have anything that stuns, it will increase your damage as well. Like the barbarian was
just
really
trying-
good because if you got it on the barbarian, you could get a thing that would stun people that are bleeding when you do melee damage to them, which was ridiculous. About as ridiculous as it sounds. All right, this is the one where we got to stand on the things.
okay.
See, with the shockwave, it's not so bad. It actually kind of works. The only problem with it is to make the damage really good, you have to use the overpower thing. Which sucks. Every 10 seconds, you get a free overpower if you're above 80% health. That was cool. Oh, yes.
Oh, there we go.
Did I just pick up an uncommon bow? Holy shit, dude. I'm gonna give that to my rogue. Got a totem. That's sexy right there. Crit chance. Dex. Lucky hit with a socket. Is that better than... Is that better than 11 intelligence? Yeah, it kind of is. What does Dex give me? Dex gives me crit chance. Oh, yeah, we're... Yep. Yep, that's a no-brainer. All right, let's do it, boys. Hey, like my axe. Pretty cool, ain't it? Found it last night fucking around. Because I was playing around and debating on whether or not today I was gonna play, but I'm not gonna lie, man. You being on and wanting to play, it's like I'm down for that.
Oh, okay. I mean,
yeah.
I kind of did. I figured that, you know, I was hoping you also wanted to play, but, you know, I kind of also wanted to do Long War of the Chosen, so, you know, it wasn't too... wouldn't have been too bad if you said you didn't want to do this character. Is that okay?
Oh yeah, man. Like playing with friends always makes things that I'm not necessarily having fun with a little bit better. And to be fair, I'm being a little hard on the druid because everybody else is, so I'm a little bit biased in that way. But it really does feel lackluster. Did you just ding? You just did.
Yep.
Look at that, though, dude. Every 10 seconds. So good. Goodbye. Yeah, I think the druid definitely needs a little bit of a buff on some of his abilities. Because right now it just feels kind of meh. Super duper meh. Especially compared to shit like the Necro. The real, I think, problem comes from the fact that the Necro and the Sorcerer feel good to play. Whereas the druid does not.
Yeah, I think you were right about like me wanting to get a skill that does something from a distance.
Yeah, because the problem, one of the problems that Necros have is they're 10 out of 10 damage. Stay in the bubble. If you see that bubble pop up, stay in it. Yeah,
I need
it's
more.
it's an immunity bubble / makes you unstoppable. But yeah, one of the big problems with Necros is that you don't have as much survivability as, say, the Sorcerer, because you don't have movement abilities or a lot of abilities that give you shields. So if you get caught out trying to do damage, it could potentially be bad.
Yeah. I am feeling it. I think it's partly like one of my abilities just I need to do damage at range.
Mm-hmm. And that's why Corpse Explosion with the that was weird.
I need it.
That's why I literally on my build I literally didn't have a something that used my main resource because Corpse Explosion is so goddamn good. Especially with the blood.
I'm not ready yet.
Absolute insanity. Another one is Bone Spear is a good one. Because you can use Bone Spear. You can basically blow all your mana using Bone Spear, like in corridors like this, stay in the back, use it as a way to generate corpses.
Yeah, but I wasn't really feeling it with Bone Spear.
But yeah, if you, what I'm saying is that if you blow all your spirit generating corpses, then you use the corpse explosions to get all your mana back. It's a great little cycle if you can keep it up. Bitch, you're done. Ooh, epic rain. Yeah, make him evaporate. Why don't you? I see how it is. Hang on a second. I got a really good legendary. I need to read this thing. Grizzly Rage now shapeshifts you into a dire wolf. As a dire wolf, you gain 18% movement speed instead of damage reduction at a 36% cost reduction. In addition, kills heal you for 10% of your maximum HP. What the fuck? What? Life on kill? I'm taking that. Okay, dire wolf. What is that? Grizzly Rage. What is that? Is that this? No? No? What is that? Grizzly Rage. Grizzly Rage. Is that an ult? Oh yeah, it's the ult. Shapeshift into a dire wolf for 10 seconds, gaining 20% bonus damage. Damage reduction. Kills extend the duration. Oh, that's cool. 60-second cooldown. You are unstoppable. Oh, that's insane. Okay, yeah, that's gonna be really good. I need 5 more levels to get that online. Thank you for your patience. I very much appreciate that. And it's ridiculous, man. So yeah, and like I said, one of the big detractors for me with
I must wait a moment.
a lot of the classes, but mostly the druid, is the fact that But the only thing that feels like that makes the druid even viable in this moment is because I got a couple legendaries that augment my abilities so much that it actually makes it worthwhile. But like we get 3 times the legendaries that you're supposed to get in the actual game.
I must wait a moment.
Who?
Yeah, 3 times. That's what the legendary drop is for the beta.
For what? Oh, for the beta.
Yes.
Yeah, I kind of had a feeling that they were sort of doing it.
Yeah, they're testing. All right, I got the box. We can go back.
Okay.
But yeah, if you want to level up fast and not worry about the quests, the main quest, yeah, resetting dungeons is the way to do it. Whoa! I am lagging the fluff out. Now I've got this freaking towel that gives me. It heals me, plus it gives me spirit. On top of the fact that kills recharge the damn thing. Pretty cool. Alright. Oh, that was bad. That's bad. That's bad.
What happened?
Freaking, I got like shut down there. I walked into the room right into a trap that froze me. Oh shit. Yeah. As soon as I walked into that little room right there, I got frozen. Because the elite had put like one of those little ice trap thingies.
I need more.
Oh shit. I love watching you do your corpse explosions because I know you're getting mana. It's kind of fun.
Yeah, I kind of have to do it.
You got an elite back here. Okay. Yeah, no, it's because it's just funny the way it works. Like I was blown away by how much damage I could do as a necro, not having any core abilities or anything, just using one of the basic abilities and all the cooldown stuff. It's kind of crazy how you.
You seem to be doing a decent amount of damage, but maybe that's just from range?
Yeah, a lot of it is, like I said, the fact that I have a specific legendary on top of the fact that I have I have it spec'd so that every 10 seconds I do an overpower on the pulverize, which is the big wave thing. And overpower is like the massive crit thing. So it does like 500% damage or some shit. Let me see. Overpower damage is 72%. Base down capped at 150. Oh, okay. So it's actually okay. Anyway, ooh, event! Yay!
Oh.
Kill the shaman. Yeah, for every 10 seconds.
Holy crap! I already leveled up again.
Yeah, every 10 seconds that I remain above 80%, I get a free overpower. For my,
Whoa! Crap! Crap!
Wait a moment.
Don't die.
I need more stuff.
I'm not. I just accidentally pressed tab.
Uh-oh, that's not good.
I'm not ready yet.
Whoa.
Oh shit, I'm stuck. Oh god.
I'm not ready yet.
I actually don't even know what's going on, man. Oh, it's because the elite is one of the shamans. Okay, I was like, what the hell is going on? Nice.
Did you
But yeah,
drop
it's not-
an art?
Say again?
No. Did you drop a sword, or was that
I
someone
did not.
else?
I did not. Dodge chance, spirit cost reduction, trample. That's interesting. Willpower. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, I'm grabbing that. Okay. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah,
All right.
I'm gonna probably level up for a second.
Yep. Go for it. I need like 1 kill to level up, so I'm gonna go grab that. I will be right back, sir.
I'm out of spirits.
Ding. I have trample. Do I want trample or debilitating roar? Not really sure. What else does debilitating roar do? Fortifies, slows, heals. I really wish this game had more like UI elements. Like, there's a push to talk, but there's no push to mute or toggle talk. It's so asinine. Like, this is Blizzard we're talking about. And they are dropping the fluffing ball. While in werebear form, you receive 5% healing from all sources. That means you have to stay in werebear form. When you remain in werebear form for at least 25 seconds, your next skill will overpower. That's interesting. Oh, buddy. So, I guess we go Vine Creeper? Yeah, I don't know, man. It's kind of weird. Could get Ravens back, but I mean, I'd have to have it on the thing.
I don't know about long range damage that I got.
What do you mean, man?
I might have to just increase my bone spear.
Keller, what's up, buddy? Greetings and salutations, friend. Well, I mean, it really depends on how you wanna roll with it. The what are you looking at? I don't know what your tree looks like right now, so I can't really give you too much advice. The one thing I can tell you is that Bone Spear is probably, if you want to be long range, Bone Spear is your best bet, unless you want to fully lean into the corpse explosion mechanic.
I did a bit of both, which is probably not a good idea.
It depends on how you roll with it, honestly. So, I mean, I'm just gonna. We still need to find the box, so we need to keep looking. But
Oh, hold on.
did you get rid of your skeletons? Oh no, there they are.
Well, I just changed them up, so
Yeah. Yeah, but if you lean into the corpse mechanic like real hard, it will. It works really freaking well. Like I said, I didn't even have bone spear.
Oh, okay.
I just had the basic ability and then the curse, and then I had the skeletons with the mages, and then I had the golem, and the curse, corpse explosion, and blood mist. But the reason I had blood mist was because of the legendary that made blood mist trigger corpse explosion every second, or multiple times a second, I guess. Which made it.
Maybe that's what I should have just done. Like, seen if my skeletal mages could give me the long range.
I mean, they're okay, but you have to be.
Yeah.
If you're not close enough. Like you can shoot a lot further than they'll target. Let's just put it like that. So if you're all the way over here and you're shooting at shit that's all the way over there, more than likely they won't actually do anything. I had that happen during the big boss. What you call it? During the world boss fight. Where they weren't, I was so far away from it. Even though I was able to hit him, they weren't able to track it. So.
Well, I got something. I got a box, I guess.
Did you get it or did I?
Yep, I got it.
Okay.
Just let me know when you want to come back.
Sweet. All right, let's go. But what was I gonna say? Yeah, like one of your best options is bone spear, unless you want to go shadow. I really wanted to try shadow, and I was gonna give it a go probably today, but you know my necro died, so I guess we'll just move on from that. I could level up another necro and just run dungeons for a couple hours. I basically have all night, so I might do that after I level up a rogue. Oh shit. Yeah, the corpse explosion mechanic definitely lets you go from ranged. And once you get the golem, you have to have the golem and your skeletons on your bar, otherwise it will not let them. You won't have them if it's not on your bar. So.
Maybe you did grab it.
I did. Are you ready? See, it's on my back.
Yeah, go ahead.
See it?
Or maybe it just gives it to the party leader.
That's entirely possible. Or it may be that you just thought you clicked it before I did because of lag or something.
No, it showed me like.
Oof.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, this build seems pretty good, dude. Quite like it.
Oh, yours?
Yeah.
Oh. There
I
we
have
go.
enough spirit.
Sweet. All right. That's not the greatest loot, but we can just teleport out of this bad boy right now. Bam. You can teleport out of the dungeon by going to the map and clicking on the entrance to the dungeon. You don't have to go back to town or anything.
Oh, sorry.
Oh no, you're good.
Oh.
But that way you can
go
do
to
the
the
whole
map?
thing where you leave the dungeon and then create a town portal at the entrance, or you could just go back into your town portal and then teleport to the entrance, or just teleport to me. It's up to you. It's really up to you. I'm in town right now to get rid of all the dumbass gear that I got.
Okay.
And then
So
I'm gonna reset the dungeon, then we're gonna roll back in if that's what you're down.
Oh, same dungeon?
Yeah, we can. You can reset them.
Oh.
Do you want to do a different dungeon? We can do a different dungeon if you want.
Yeah, I want to do a different dungeon.
Different dungeon? Okay. How about the defiled catacombs? We could go do Light's Watch. Ooh, that would be nice. Yeah, we'll do this one. It's down there. I'll go ahead and go, and you do your thing in town, and you can just teleport to me. This was one of the cool ones. We could, if you wanted, we could try to do the. I'm not sure we can actually do them though. What the fuck are they called? The places that you have to liberate, and then you get like a town out of it. I forget what they're called. But they're like level. The one over here is like level 20. So after this dungeon, we'll probably be high enough level we can go do it. And it'll open up like 2 dungeons that we can go do. I'm sorry, what did you say, bitches? What did you say? Oh, you want to die? Okay, we can do that. I opened up just a random blue chest out here, and a bunch of bandits came at me. It's like, okay. Apparently somebody wanted to die today. That's how we wanted to do that. Ooh, an event. Ooh, this is one of the good events, too.
Yeah, just give me a second.
I don't think there's anybody over here. Yeah, if you wanna join me.
I already jumped in. It's just loading. Part of the problem with having a cracked.
Yeah, I've been thinking about getting a new computer soon. Mine's like 7 years old. It's doing pretty good, but I'm with all the streaming and shit that I've been doing. I think I need to do that.
Oh, I think I've done this.
Oh, the Call of the Wicked. Yeah, I love these big ass events. They're so cool. Just gotta keep killing more enemies. There's another bro over here. Bitch! Hit me, will ya? I'll show you, asshole. Jackass. Cool. Alright, big boy in the center. Onward! There we go.
That was fast.
Indeed. Damn, I forgot to freaking give that bow to my freaking. Oh well, it doesn't matter. I picked up a bow in the last dungeon. I was like, oh, I'll give it to my rogue. And I'm gonna make it a little bit. And then
Oh, you trash it?
Yeah, I just trashed it, yeah. Oh well.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
One of the things that I hope they have in this game that they don't at the moment is the ability to actually craft new items. In Diablo 3, you could use all of your mats to actually craft specific items. So if you wanted to make boots, instead of just having to gamble, you could roll the dice on making certain levels of boots and stuff. I thought that was really awesome.
Yeah, I didn't do this dungeon though. I just did the little event thing.
Slay the Watchman.
I was kind of right though about
Smells good. Don't stir too much though.
about my build sort of becoming a little bit obsolete. At least the needing more corpses part.
Hang on a second. You're kind of low. Is there any way I can fix that? Options.
Oh? I mean, like, my voice?
Voice chat volume. Yeah, it's your mouse.
Oh, I could just put it closer to my mouth or something.
Oh, it's just the game sound. I could just turn the game sound down a little bit too. So just give me 1 second. There we go. Cool. Okay. Sweet. Alright, when I open this door, all hell's gonna break loose. Are you ready?
Yep.
Oh, well. Looks like I was wrong. Wrong door! Wrong door. That is so much fun, dude. That's one of the things that they really did get right about this game. It is actually quite fun to play. I still haven't encountered the freaking Butcher since I saw him on my Barbarian last. I was actually disappointed that I couldn't fight him on my Necro. I don't think I could fight him on this guy.
Oh, who'd you fight off?
My Sorcerer and my Barbarian. I killed him on my Sorcerer.
I'm not ready yet.
It was quite fun. It took me like 10 minutes though. As long as you consistently engage him, he won't leave.
I must wait a moment.
There's the Watchman. Oh. Yeah, when you're inside that, you can't cast. It shuts down all of your abilities and poisons you. So if as soon as it hits you, dodge out of it. Ow. Ow. Is that you?
17.
Hi, Hope. How you doing, girl? Love your face. Thank you for being awesome. I can't believe I just sung the freaking tune of freaking Gold. God help me.
Girl, what? Why would you do that?
My mom used to watch it when I was a kid, and I actually enjoyed watching it with her, funnily enough. It was one of the few TV shows we could watch together that wasn't, that I could stand watching. Mainly because Blanche was such a whore. I really liked her character. And Granny reminded me of my grandmother, so.
Oh. Wasn't her daughter the one that had the abortion in that?
Think so? I don't know.
I think I remember hearing that at the time. It was
Low on spirit.
not much thing. Still sort of is, but you know, I guess we should. Well, you talk more.
Well, I'm the streamer. I'm allowed to talk. Oh, dude, he teleported behind me. What a bastard. Oh, God. Get him in the corner. Hold him down. Nice. You got it.
That was a little scary. I think I almost died.
Yeah, you got down to about half HP, I think.
Kind of makes me wonder just how bad it's gonna be for the later acts.
I don't think it's gonna be really bad on the later acts. I think it's gonna be bad on the harder difficulties. Like World Tier 4 and shit is gonna be insane. And that's one of the reasons why, you know, there's only gonna be, especially on hardcore, there's only gonna be certain builds that you're gonna want to go. Because if you don't, you're gonna get annihilated. Click on the link here.
I'm not ready yet.
The attack speed. Wow, dude. I have so much attack speed. We already
I
done
got
this?
that whole. I got that note as soon as. You know that little letter that he writes to his dad?
Yeah.
I got that whole thing on my screen.
Ugh. Yeah, they really need to make it to where you can get rid of that. Because you could turn off the audio, but it doesn't make the actual thing go away.
Yeah.
Which is kind of dumb, honestly. Because I would rather get rid of the thing on the screen and just let the audio play. This is a boss fight, by the way.
Cool.
Maybe I'm wrong. No, this is not. No, this is not the boss fight. Sorry. This is survive the enemy attack for 20 plus seconds.
Sounds too bad.
Sorry, I saw a big room. Boss fight came on.
I'm not ready yet.
Boom. Correct, bitches.
I need.
Yeah, the crazy thing about it is that if you go the build that I went, you don't even need the essence regen for eating corpses. Because like I never used essence except to curse people.
Oh.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Ooh, that's a ding. That's a ding. Ring a ding 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 ding.
Oh, what happened?
Ding a ding 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 ding. What do I want to level up? Everything just seems like garbage. Like I don't want to level anything. I guess we'll keep leveling up my main hand attack. All right, let's go. I'll worry about that bullshit later. Let's just keep going. Oh shit! Yeah. Like, nice.
I'm not ready yet.
Juicy.
You know, I don't know if I like this two-hander. Because I feel like when I got it, it did less damage. Because that's the thing, it's a two-hander, so I had two weapons.
Well, you can definitely tell because your whatever your attack power stat, that's your damage. So if you look at what you're using before, you put that back on, and the attack power number is higher, that means you're doing more damage.
Well, I know the Bone Spear got a lot better, but I don't know if the rest of it did.
Well, one of the things you got to remember is that it lowers your attack speed, so everything you do is a little bit slower. So even corpse explosion, even healing your skeletons, all that shit is just slightly slower. And you know, you might not think 0.3 seconds is that much, but you can feel it, man. So that's one of the reasons I prefer dual-wield weapons in this game, because basically they've made it to where two-handers and... They've basically made it where two-handers and dual-wield are essentially the same damn thing at this point. And so I'd rather have more attack speed. I do believe that two-handers do edge out on damage just a little bit, but I like attacking faster. I also think that one of the things they could... Oh shit, it's the Butcher! Did you just die?
I'm not ready yet.
I'm so dead.
I need more time.
Oh my god, dude, no! He's so much faster. Oh god, no. Yeah, well, luckily you didn't die, so I don't think he killed you. Okay, he fluffed off. Oh, yeah, okay. So that was awesome. So we found the butcher again. Yay. So good job, everybody. Well done. Well done, everybody. Well done. We survived. Oh god, there's no way I could kill him, dude. There's no way, man. There's no way. Dude, I legitimately thought he killed your ass. Flaming Cam, I legitimately thought he killed you. Because as soon as I saw him, he walked up to you and did this. Boom! And then your character just disappeared. I was like, oh no! Oh, but luckily you just DC'd. That's great. Okay, that's great. You wanna, let's see, here, you can, we'll invite you to party. There we go. Okay, you didn't die. Yay. All right, that's great. Yeah, I couldn't. Oh my god, dude. I'm so mad too, because man, maybe we could have both done it because I do believe that your minions would have tanked him a little bit. And the main reason I'm mad is because my freaking sorceress was able to kill his ass. Sorcerer was able to kill his ass, and I'm so mad that. Ugh. All right, let me go grab some coffee real quick. I'll be right back. I'll make it super duper quick. Love your faces. Stand by, boys. Stand by. Oh, boys. Apologies. Apologies. Oh, here we are. The wife was making dinner, so she wanted me to be a guinea pig. All right, where are we at? Did you... Oh, we're not in... There we go. Bam. Lovely. I am now in voice chat. Yay. Holy crap, dude. The Butcher. Damn. Whoa, what was that? Yeah, I think the only thing that saved me is that I have Bloodhound. As crazy as that is. Let me see something. Let me see if I...
Yeah, don't
26%.
fight him without me.
Well, no, he disappeared.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, he disappeared. So... I guess it really doesn't matter on that one. Is there anything else I can level up? Like, what does... Let me just wait on you.
Oh.
Oh, you're good, man. Take your time. I'm still messing with stuff too. So it's 53, 67. Wow, really? Wow, that many points and it only goes up like 10 points of damage. Holy shit, dude, that's garbage.
I'll just go to where you are.
Dude, that is atrocious.
Alright. So, what, does the Butcher not come to where he was before? Or what?
No, what happens is that if you do not actively fight him, then he will eventually disappear.
Oh.
He will say, fluff you, and teleport away. In a pool of blood.
Okay.
And
That's
I couldn't
weird.
fight him by myself. He does way too much damage. I think the only thing that saved me on my sorcerer was the fact that I could snare him. Because I had so much snare, he just couldn't overcome it. Whereas the barbarian and the druid just do not have the amount of snare that's needed. What do I do here? Could have been to pulverize it, lower the cooldown, but that's it. Bloodhound only increases that. Could get rid of the wolves. I don't need them. And I could use this. I mean, I guess that's what we could do. Let's see. Let's go. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. And yeah, that's pretty good damage. All right, I'm ready. Going werebear.
Oh, I got another point. I'll just spend it right now.
It just really sucks. A boss appears, a rando boss, and then you DC. That's crazy, man. How much HP do you have, by the way?
Not a lot. 262.
Yeah, it's a good thing he didn't auto lock on you when you're DC'd. It would only taken like 2 or 3 hits to kill you.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. No, he hit me, and it took like a third of my HP.
Okay. I'm ready.
That is pretty cool. I just wish I had some kind of cooldown reduction.
There we go. It's a little bit better.
What's that?
My, I think I got a little bit better. My, after upgrading my equipment.
I think this is the boss. Yep, this is the boss.
Oh,
Oh, boo, I didn't miss. Yeah, don't let him hit you with that charge. It will be bad for you if you do. That right there. No, that's not the charge. All right, we're going to get ads.
oh.
Ooh, that hurt. Yeah, do not stand in the pools. Oops.
I'm not ready yet.
Ugh.
Oh, did you get downed?
No, no, no.
Oh, nope.
I must
Oh,
wait.
crap. I must have been stunned.
You were? He hit you with his little charge thing. Yeah, he hit you with his little charge thing. Damn, dude. No legends.
Yeah,
Damn
I
it.
need more HP or something.
It would definitely help.
Alright. How much do you have again?
Like 350, I think. Let me tell you. I have 328.
It's not a whole lot more than me.
I have 300 base life, but I gained 28 from other sources. So, on your stats page under defensive, it's the first stat. I'll tell you what, the cool thing that I really like is something that feels like, you know, got lost in the waylay, is that when you start the game, you only have 4 potion charges. I have 5, and it's because you gain renown in this area, right? So what that means is out of 4 acts, you could potentially end up having like 8 or 9 charges on your damn flasks. If you if you get renown with other people, or other areas. Like, I'm so mad that I cannot get the druid thing. Like, how the hell are you even supposed to get that? I guess they want you to just do the quests, do the story straight away and none of the side quests and shit.
Oh, I only just started getting socketed gear.
Yeah.
Is there a way to... Oh, I see now about the stats that you said.
Yeah. So socketed gear is you just got to find the gems randomly. You cannot start upgrading. The jeweler doesn't unlock until you're level 20. So you can't you can't combine you cannot combine gems until you're level 20. And combined gems require you to be level 20 to use, and you cannot upgrade it past the flawed state. So you can only upgrade them once, and that's it. And it requires 3 of a gem to upgrade.
Oh, what's that? Must be a golem.
Yep. I can't remember when you get the golem thing, so it's like 23.
Well,
or
not
something.
yet, apparently.
No, it's like 23, I think. I'm heading to one of the towns near another dungeon, so if you want to...
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you don't have to teleport me out now. I'm not there yet. I'm almost, though. All right, I'm here.
Do you see now, like thing? Enough is enough. Paraffin.
I see. A shame. Death. Yes. Dark night when the night.
So yeah, if you want to teleport something, you can come get the town that's down here. Margrave.
Those were local hunters.
I wonder if any of my skellies died. They probably did.
I mean, you can tell down by your mana.
I will. Oh, they did.
Yeah, down by your mana, it tells you how many you currently have up, and your ability tells you how many you can have max.
Why? To find.
Yeah, some did. I know about the thing near the mana, but
No. I should.
Yeah, it really should
Need to
tell
wait
you
until I get
on that little
courses.
icon by the mana, by your mana. It should tell you that how many are dead, or how many you have out of your total.
That trouble.
Like maybe the number
I was
is red
hoping.
if it's not maxed, or a different color.
Merchants
Then
were
it's not
ambushed
maxed.
at a camp
it's
just before
maxed
the
to
pass.
green.
We should search
Oh
them.
really? Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Do you wanna do the before we go do another dungeon? Do you want to do the frickin' side quest that's here? Because it leads to a dungeon. Bound by Blood is the name of the quest.
Sure.
Do you need to pick it up, or do you have it already?
Let me check.
I believe you get it from this guy over here. I think.
Yeah, I have it. Speak with the priest in Meriden, and then
It's like a guy right here. It's got a quest. Lackfin. You might not because I have him. He's following me, but I'm not sure how that's going to work for you.
oh, maybe I already got it. I don't know.
All right. Well, let's go.
Oh, hold on.
Okay.
Oh,
Not
one
while I'm in
pilgrim.
town.
I've just got all this crap that I
Father
need
bless.
to do.
What
No,
do
I
you
gotta
need?
speak with Alicia. Wait, is that you? Or? Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Mallwood is over there too.
I knew he was
But this leads this quest leads to like a quest, which is pretty cool.
Light. This is horrible. Do you see any clues?
I do.
I didn't want to believe it.
All the
But I've
clues.
seen those
All
scars
the
before.
clues.
On unsavory types who sometimes met with paraffin. It seems he's truly fallen in with them. I have to find him.
Is this the one where it turns out that, you know,
He's gone too far this time. He has strayed so far from the light.
where they were a part of some group and then he didn't know they were going to kill him or something?
Yeah.
Supposedly.
Yeah. So don't forget to raise your skeletons.
Oh, yeah. Jeez.
This is going to be a big ass ambush.
This must be it.
Let's go.
Alright.
Oh, you get them all?
In we go. Yep.
I didn't get the thing where I'm supposed to go in there.
Are you not on the quest? Look at your bound. Look at the quest and tell me what it says. Bound by blood.
Search the area for clues.
Oh, so you didn't actually click all the things. Okay, we can go back.
Yeah, okay.
Yep, it's all good.
We'll just go there. Alright. Yeah, sorry about that.
No, it's all good. All the shiny things, just click them.
Oh, I literally just didn't press one thing.
Yeah. All right, now it's got the highlight over there.
Yep.
The big blue area right here. And then as soon as we get to the cave, he should be like, "Oh, here it is."
Okay, I'll get it as soon as he comes. Okay, there we go.
I guess they absolutely do different instances of every
can
quest.
overlook my brother's
I guess that's a good
foul
thing.
deeds no longer. Light, grant me the strength.
So that
to
means if
bring
you're rolling with
justice
someone in your
upon
group
my
and they're just
life.
running through, you won't miss all the bullshit. Just because
Yeah,
they're...
well, it is a little annoying, though. Like, I mean, if you've gotten it all, then, you know, I don't want to be dragged behind entirely.
What was it? Amnestus? Damage over time? Okay. Yeah, this is, I believe we gotta find the key, which is somewhere over here. Somewhere over here. It's kind of sad that, your druid abilities, there aren't more druid abilities to give you spirit. Like, why does trample not give it? Like, even if you upgrade it, debilitating roar, trample, none of that shit gives spirit. And unlike the necro, it doesn't regen at all. You have to do the generators to make it work.
Oh, there it is. Smuggler's key.
Yep.
Oh,
An arbalist. Look at that. Level 6 rogue. I'm already back up to 170. That's hilarious. Did you grab the key?
yep.
Cool.
I got it. Unless it went to you or something. No, I got it.
Sweet. And I believe we're going to be doing a boss fight against a rogue. You know, how original, right?
That was Diablo 2, right?
What's that?
That was Diablo 2, right?
I mean, yeah. After a fashion.
I don't know if they did that in Diablo 1?
I never actually played Diablo. All I know is the reason I played Diablo 2 is because one of my friends played Diablo 1 and was like, this game is going to be awesome, and he was correct. So.
You remember, well, you played Diablo 2, so...
Played what?
You played Diablo 2 then.
Yes, yes, that's what I say. I didn't play Diablo 1, but my friend who did got me to play Diablo 2, and it was amazing. It was just like a Fallout. I'd never played Fallout 1, and then my dude introduced me to Fallout 2, and I was like, oh, that looks pretty good. It's just like with Baldur's Gate. I didn't play Baldur's Gate 1, I played Baldur's Gate 2 first. And then after I beat Baldur's Gate 2 and the expansion, then I played Baldur's Gate 1. Same with Fallout. I beat Fallout 2, and then I went back and played Fallout 1. And I'm not gonna lie to you, dude. I don't think you could make a. I don't think if they remade Fallout, that it would do very well. Because it would be a lot of nostalgia bait for a lot of people, but for a lot of others, they just wouldn't be able to deal with the game because it's way too hardcore for what kind of game it is. Because even games like Wasteland, like Wasteland 3, was a lot more modern than a lot of people give it credit for.
Perifan, damn it, where are you?
It also was XCOM turn-based, not actual turn-based.
Yeah.
Ah, there he is. With his big ass. Where are you, you bastard? Nope. Yeah, your minions are gonna absolutely destroy this fool. Shit. Bullet Sponge Humanoids. Gotta love him, man. He's not like some super epic necro boss or magic user. No, he's just a regular dude with a million freaking HP. Strength Dex.
So it's just some random human?
Yeah. Essentially, yes. And that's it. Ugh. Gave me 3 gems. Get out of here. Alright, let's teleport. I'm going to teleport back to the beginning, and then we can go do the other dungeon that's near here. If you want. Oh, we can go do some other quests, too. Oh, my goodness. Let me see.
I don't know. How much more do you want to keep going? With, Druid and everything.
Say that again?
How much more do you want to keep going with Druid and everything else?
I mean, it really doesn't matter at this point. I'm basically just playing to have fun with the game. I still don't have very much interest in playing a rogue, but a lot of people that I watched online were like, you know, if you really like the barbarian style gameplay from like Diablo 2 and 3, where you're like super, you know, damage, mobility with lots of like HP regen, the rogue is the way to go. Melee rogue. So I was like, okay, maybe we'll do it. Maybe it'll work. I do not know. Ooh, 10,000 gold. He is. Are you done for now, my man?
I might be.
I mean, no shame. It's all good.
Does this actually go to nighttime? I didn't know that.
What does what?
The game. The game goes to night and day.
Yes, it has a day-night cycle.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I think it's like 20 or 30 minutes or something like that. Maybe an hour or so. I don't actually know if it has any effect other than just it looks cool.
Oh, okay. That's interesting.
And the thing is going to keep going to like tomorrow at like 2 my time. So just, you know, if that's what you want to do, man. That's what you want to do. I'm going to throw that there. Direwolf. I don't really give a damn about that. Pulverize. That's fine. The axe. I don't know. Do rogues get axe? Got another disconnect. Roger that. Companions, gain bestial rage. Level 8 on that one. Debilitative roar. This one was imprinted. I'm gonna throw that there. We're gonna throw that there. Consumables. Throw that there. Throw that there. Alright, sweet. Ooh, we can use the Grizzly Maw. Look at that shit. Boom. Oh yeah, it looks great. 2 sockets too, dude. Alright. Yeah, let's just go ahead and I guess we'll create a rogue. This is what we're gonna do. Oh, let's grab another character. Okay, rogue it is, baby. Rogue it is. First female character? Yeah, let's go for it. It's kind of freaky. She kind of looks like my wife. In the facial features. It's kind of interesting. Ognat. There we go. I mean, at least she's got bigger boobs than the Necro, right? Skadoosh. If your character dies, they dead. Ba-bing. Bada-bing.
Sanctuary was never.
I can't remember. Is it PoE? If you die in hardcore, it goes to like a normal.
Should find better
How it
shelter
go?
before I freeze.
Oh, so you can't have both. Very nice. Blade shift. Quickly stab your victim. And shift, allowing you to move freely through enemies for 3 seconds. Invigorating strike. Melee attack. Which increases regen. Okay. That's cool. Puncture. Throw blades a short distance. Oh, very nice. Every third cast slows. Critical strikes always slow. Heartseeker. Fire an arrow. Seeks an enemy dealing damage. Forceful arrow. Every third cast makes them vulnerable. Okay. So these are all ranged. These are the melee ones. Is it this ability? Twisting blades with your blades? Or is it this one? Flurry. Yeah, that's the one I want. Alright. Doesn't it give you, like, crit? When you critically strike close enemies. That's really good. Okay, so... She increases energy regen. Damaging a crowd-controlled enemy or injured enemy with a big rate of strike increases energy regen bonus to 30. Makes them vulnerable if you're below. Additionally grants 8% lucky chance. Hitting a crowd control or injured enemy increases lucky chance hit by 8. Oh, that's cool. So what is blade shift? Grants movement speed. You gain 15% non-physical resistance and reduce the duration of incoming crowd control effects. Refreshes its duration. Your next blade shift will daze. Hey man, take it easy, buddy. Love your face, man. See you later, buddy. 8% attack speed. Double this amount against vulnerable enemies. Critical strike damage on the enemy takes. What does this one say? Heartseeker does original 30%. Ricochets. Dude. Take it easy, bud. Third cast makes them vulnerable. Forceful arrow knocks back non-elite enemies that are close. If they collide with another enemy, they are knocked down. Ooh, that's cool. Pierces through vulnerable enemies. All right, well, let's do blade shift and see how this works. Let's go, baby. Yes. Yeah, the movement speed feels good. Okay, I mean, that works. I think the real issue is going to be the fact that range is just better, man. 6 to 8, 6 to 7. Double attack speed. Okay. Interesting.
Another abandoned town.
Demons everywhere. Fangs in the dark.
Fangs in the dark.
He bit me.
That's what you get for being a bastard.
He's a wild one.
What's it to you?
Come, I'll explain. There is evil staring in the ruins to the north. That poor monk back there must have gone inside. Even a holy man like him was driven mad by whatever he saw. Could you protect us from whatever is out there?
I'm going to kill.
Seriously doubt it. Ding! That is crazy, dude. Let's... Barrage. Rapid fire. Look at that shit. Does it cost energy? It does. How fast does energy come back? Pretty good. Alright, let's see how well this does. Come after me, buttheads. Let's go. I want all the things. Damn, son.
Road's blocked. Should clear up when the storm has passed.
Huh. Pierces all enemies in a line. Okay. While impaled. Increases damage. Dazed. Turn your active cooldowns reduced by 1 second per enemy they pass through. Up to 3 seconds. Wait, what? Increased when returning. So I actually have to repeat. Okay. Okay, that's interesting. What does this do? Each time flurry damages a crowd control of an enemy, you healed. Oh, but yeah, that's the Make all enemies hit by the cat. Ooh, evading through an enemy will cause your next flurry to stun. That sounds really good. Okay, let's not. Let's just go melee. That's what I want to do. So I guess we'll do blade shift. Invigorating strike. Okay. Well, that certainly is interesting. Bitch. Nice. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Let's grab... What does this one do? 8%. Hitting crowd control. Increases lucky strike. Hitting them with a vigor. 50%. Makes them vulnerable. While you're below 50% energy, makes them vulnerable for 3 seconds. That sounds insane. Okay. Here we go. Let's look at our melee wizard, shall we? Really? Really? She does like a spin? Come on. Come on, game. Okay, I was like, is that really the way it's gonna be every time? No, 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 no. It's just a little fun there. Just a little fun there. Oh yeah, that's cool, man. That's cool. Is there a chest in here? Look at that shit. Oh my god, that's so cool. I couldn't click on him for some reason. Okay. Oh, dude. It's nasty. Yeah, I don't know if the shifting strike is going to be better or not. Evading causes stun. Flurry hits any vulnerable enemy. Will make all enemies vulnerable. Isn't there one hitting an enemy with invigorating strike below 50% make them vulnerable? There we go. So now we're gonna be stacking the vulnerability nonsense.
I need more energy.
Nice. Very nice. Does this thing not heal? Crowd control vulnerable enemy that you're healed for 1%. Okay, so I have to make them vulnerable. Okay. For it to heal me. Alright. So that means I gotta get rid of my energy. Oh, damn! Did you see that? Pure overpowered goodness there. Let's grab this. Hardcore, baby. Hardcore. Let us do it.
I'm not ready yet.
Are you not? That's a shame. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want to go range for the boss. It's like, come on, man, don't be that way. Has to be below
energy.
50 energy. Look at that.
I'm out of energy.
It does eat them alive, you gotta admit. It really does. Let me see something here. So, shift. Damaging an enemy with blade shift grants movement speed. Blade shift is act. Okay. Is it gonna do the thing? Nope. Am I still going to be in the dungeon, or do I have to redo all that bullshit? Thanks, game. You are the best jackass ever. Yeah, I'm really thinking of trying out the... What is this? Gain 2 energy when puncture damages a crowd control enemy. Critical strikes always... will always ricochet. That's cool. Each dealing 35%. Hitting an enemy with 2 blades makes him... Ooh, that's interesting. So, if we were to do this... Okay. Makes them vulnerable. So, yeah, just getting their face into it. And instant vulnerability. That's cool. Third shot makes them vulnerable. Okay. I gotta admit, that's kind of ass, dude. They did that. It's kind of ass. That's kind of ass. Yeah, so I don't have to blow all of my energy to be able to do that. Yeah, that feels really stupid. But hey, man, if it works, it works, right? I still have to get in damn near melee range to be able to hit him with it. So it's kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of cool. Big fan, yes, big fan, big fan. Damages crowd control enemy. Third cast slows enemy for 20% by 2 seconds. Okay, so what that means is that every 3 times I throw this bad boy, it's going to slow enemies, and it'll give me 2 energy when I hit a crowd control. So that's kind of cool, I guess. Damn, that overpower, bitch. Get wrecked. Ho. Does this give energy? No, it doesn't. It is kind of cool, though. I will admit. Yeah, it's pretty baller. Oh, let's tap tap. Tippity tap tap tap. Tippity tap tap. Hope you guys are having a good day. I am having a magnificent one. It's been hella, bros. Okay, that's just weird that works as good as it does. That is just weird. Let's actually. All right, you know, this is the fantasy, but let's just be real. We can't do this. We gotta. What do I want to do? Critical strike damage. Yeah, probably critical strike. Critical strike. And then we're going to go rapid fire. 25 energy cost or barrage. Each arrow has 20% chance to ricochet. Ricochet. I got 2. Ricochet chances increase for vulnerable. What about this? Rapidly fire 5 arrows. Okay, there we go. So, it's a little slow, but, you know, I'll deal. Okay, I missed. Maybe what we do is we actually do this. Considering it's like directly in front of me, right? Yeah. That works. Did you see it bounce? Ooh!
I need more time.
he dead? Did he die? I don't know, man. The other one actually feels better. That was weird. Yeah, the other one actually feels better. What does this one do? Okay, sturdy, gives damage reduction. Siphoning heals for 1% of your maximum when you critical strike. Okay. Yeah. Probably go melee here in just a second, but I wanted to give it a go just for the lulz. There we go. Yeah.
I'm not ready yet.
Still doesn't feel that great. Let's just be real. Pierces through all enemies in a line. Deals 20% increased damage per enemy it pierces. That's cool. Can we ding before we go into the boss fight? Does not appear that that's going to be the case. Okay. So we are going to... And... Puncture and ricochet. Make them vulnerable. It's like, I don't know, man. It's like, do we do invigorating strike or do we do the throw? I feel like the throw is probably good. Yeah. Just because it'll be fun.
I need more time.
I forgot to hit the thing. Every boss fight, you get one of those. It's kind of not so sure how good that is. I guess it's fine. I guess.
I'm not ready yet. Don't have enough energy. I'm not ready yet.
Come on, big boy.
I'm not ready yet. I'm low on energy.
Shit.
I'm not ready yet. I need more energy. I need more time.
Let's go, boy. Ow. Can't move. He's so big. Boom. That's it, boyo. That's it. And there it is. Bam. Get wrecked, ho. See, 1.1, 1.1. Okay, so I'm not using daggers no more, so it's a little bit slower. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know which one I like more. But we are gonna grab evading through an enemy will cause the next flurry to stun. No. Flurry hits any vulnerable enemy, it will make all enemies. Okay, there we go. Yep, that's how you do it, boys. That's how you get her done, you know what I'm saying? Yes, sir. Big swords. All the swords. Let's go.
The old ruins are clear. Your town.
Lost souls!
Look at that, dude. It made them all vulnerable. Ah! See, crit strike, strength damage? No. Willpower, dex. Dex is the main stat. Skill damage, yes. Okay, there you go. Stannis! Traitor! Damn.
Like us.
This does a lot of damage. Ognats!
That
Ognat.
was all of them. Light willing.
Ognat is a madwoman. A madwoman, I say! Can I have the key? Thank you. I love how I get the key and then he unlocks it. It's like, bruh, I didn't give you the key. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. Boy.
Only fire can cleanse the darkness in this place.
Like the ones I was fed.
I need to go do a dungeon like super duper quick, don't I?
Is this real?
Let's see.
You
Collections,
came to thank the
challenges. No, it's not it. I can't look at it yet. Are you kidding me, bro?
You collapsed inside. I thought the darkness had swallowed you. I dragged you here.
There
and
we go.
Put this cursed.
This game is gonna make me lose my fucking mind, dude. That is not the way. That is blocked. We cannot go that way. It really sucks that you can't grab the waypoint while you're here. Yeah, you have to literally fucking walk back, man. He's so stupid. He's so stupid. So we got a necklace, we got some armor, 5 strength, don't do that. Some more armor. Let us go, boys. Let us go.
I'm not ready yet.
We done? Do we literally not get any loot from that at all? For real?
I'm not ready yet.
I guess not. Might be like a mob that I can't see. It's like bugged or some shit. Nah, I mean. You know what we could do? We could watch some more political videos. You know what I mean? There's a really good one. Well, there's fans getting sick of the Mandalorian, and I would agree that's probably the case. Could watch that. What do you guys think? Anybody? Anybody? I don't hear any objections, so I think that's what we're gonna do. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I cannot help myself. I must make React content because it is the thing. It will get me popular. I swear. One of these days. One of these days. Is Tango an asshat? Yes, Tango is an asshat. We could watch that. That's pretty good. We're definitely gonna watch that. Oh yeah, that's a good one. More science stuff. Yes. Yes. Yeah, there's not much going on today because it's Sunday, so you know. So yeah, we'll watch a couple. Yeah. Okay. So let's see. Let's go watch later. And
Poll that asked you.
all right, so YouTube properties, Skadoosh, and Skadoosh. Is that correct? Can you see it? Yes. Are fans getting sick of Baby Yoda? And I believe... Okay, there we go. And...
How are you feeling about Grogu lately? I'll then be reading and responding to some of the comments, and once again, I will be bringing my wife, Sailor Naboo, in from my other channel. Just makes it much easier to talk to someone in a more candid video like this than just staring at a microphone and talking to it. And so if you like this video, do check out that second channel of ours. And now let's get to the results of the poll.
Which of the following statements best describe how you feel about Grogu? 11% said love Grogu and or not get enough of him. 41% I like Grogu well enough and or I'm very cool with getting more.
That's kind of how I feel. Very cool with getting more.
Fine and or I'm kind of neutral or don't care much either way. 16% not a huge fan and or getting tired of him. And 4% can't stand him and or wish he'd go away for good already.
My big thing about Grogu...
Most people are still on board the Grogu train.
My big thing about Grogu is that I think they're doing a disservice to the big man. I think that's what's going on. That they're not doing right by him, and because the writing is, dude, the writing has gotten so much worse in season 3. I mean, to be fair, you know, like EFAP and all of them have basically said it's been shit since the beginning, and I mean they're not wrong, but there was a glimmer of greatness in season 1 and a little bit in season 2, especially with you know, the nostalgia bait that turned out to not be so good, and the Dark Troopers and all that bullshit. I mean, it was okay. It wasn't the worst thing they could have done, but it just felt like they took that opportunity and just shat all over everything. Yeah, that's really what it feels like. Because the writing in season 3 has been atrocious. Like, the main character, the Mandalorian, has basically had to been rescued, what, two to three times by now? You know, he's the, you know, by big strong Whammonses. Two times. And it's not like, and these are situations where it's obvious Mando should have known something stupid or crazy was going to happen. It, you know, like him getting into trouble and needing help is one thing, but him being like completely helpless and having to be saved is a complete another thing. It kills my immersion because he's supposed to be this like highly competent bounty hunter, and it seems like the past couple episodes, every time he gets himself into trouble, he'd be dead if it wasn't for the people around him. Which, to be fair, is one of those things that you can use to make a character feel more grounded and real, but that's not how they introduced him. It's like he's gotten less competent the longer stuff has gone on, and it's not been nice. Let's just put it like that. It feels bad, man. Does that shit do damage? It does. No, it just freezes. Okay. So that's, yeah. And there's just a lot of inconsistency. Like the way they acted in the last episode was just absolutely retarded. I mean, they live on a giant planet they live on a planet with giant megafauna, and they literally take almost no precautions when it concerns the megafauna, and they absolutely do not use tactics appropriate for fighting said megafauna. Because if, you know, their entire religion is about martial prowess and all this other stuff and being like competent fighters and warriors, it's their whole freaking thing. And it's obvious that people who do not know how to fight wrote them. It's obvious. It's just how, like in Star Trek, it's obvious that people who write the battle scenes in Star Trek have never, ever, ever studied any kind of naval or space combat at all, period. It's obvious if you are in the know. It's obvious. Just because of how bad it is. Or unrealistic. Even with the capabilities that they have in the Federation specifically.
I need more time.
Star Wars can make a bit of a different excuse because they have different levels of tech. But, you know, anyway, on to the show.
Right. Though the comments did tend to lean towards a little bit more negative towards him, which is always the case. Usually when people are positive, they tend not to leave comments, and when they're negative, they do. Just how it always works. As for me personally, I think every season I kind of go down a level here. I think the first season I loved Grogu. I don't know that I couldn't get enough of it, but I was fine with getting as much as we did.
Well, he was the plot of the story.
Yeah,
for the first 2 seasons.
You're exactly right. First 2 seasons did kind of revolve around what to do about Grogu, which sometimes is what the show feels like it should be called. But then the second season, I was like, okay, I like Grogu well enough, and I'm cool with getting more. And now this third season, I'm like, he's fine, and you know, I don't really care much either way. But maybe it's getting a little old. So if we do go another season of Grogu, if season 4 is all about Grogu, I'm probably not going to be such a huge fan anymore unless some big changes happen with him.
That's where I'd fall.
Yeah, he
I
needs to start
love
talking.
Grogu.
That's
I like him a lot.
Yeah, I do too.
But he needs to be evolving as a character, and that's what matters more to me in terms of a show. Is I want to see him evolve as a character. You tell me he's a character, I'd like to see him become one.
Agreed. I was kind of okay with him being more, again, plot device in the first 2 seasons because that was just, it worked. I'm not going to deny it. It worked very well, and now it's not working the same way anymore, I think.
Because
all right, and before getting to the comments,
because they're trying to make him a character without developing him.
Comment and watch these videos. Also a huge thing.
Now, to be fair to the writers, they may be doing the slow burn build of him as a character, so you can't really be too critical at the moment because, like I said, if they're doing the slow burn, what they might be, because I mean, he did like in the first episode, I think it was the first episode. Where's the second episode? God, I don't remember. I don't even remember what the first episode was, dude. Oh, that's right, because one of the episodes was basically like bullshit filler. I literally can't believe that people excused what they did in that episode where it's like 40 minutes of 2 characters that I could give a living about, and they just put it right in the middle of the show instead of making it like a 10-minute segment here and a 10-minute segment there broken up against in episodes. That would have been probably a little bit better to do. But anyway, so yeah, it was like the first episode. Grogu is actually the reason that Mando got saved by strong empowered women's, who is the essentially new main character next to Grogu, who is the main character in the Mandalorian series. So it's just one of those deals, you know. But so he has been way more active using his force powers. In the last episode, they had like a little training thing, which was very badly written. Very badly written. Very badly written. Again, it's like people who don't know how to fight writing for people who do and not doing well enough. I mean, it's just like whoever is like doing the copy editing for them needs to be fired. Because it's like are they literally doing the thing where the creators just can't do no wrong? Is that what's going on? Where no one is telling them no? I think that's what it is. I think it's a problem of no one telling them no.
Road's blocked.
I think it's Filoni or whatever his name is. Filoni Baloney? Yeah, that guy. Because he's fine, but seriously, man, if you're writing fight scenes and even layman's can look at that and be like, that was stupid. What is going on? You might have a problem, right? You might have some serious issues. Because I kind of want to bring it up just to show it because it's so atrocious, right? They're playing with the little darts, which is kind of weird anyway. Little handheld darts where you squeeze them and pew 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 pew, and they get 3 darts, and he's literally fighting, you know, one of the like 12-year-olds. Grogu is, and in the first round, and it's like you can fire as many as you want. That's what the dude who's like adjudicating says. And in the first round, the kid fires 1, and then the round is over, and there's like point to big kid, and then they do that again, and then after the Grogu loses the second round, Mando looks at him and goes, "You can do it, kid. Show him what you got. You know, you don't have to hide it anymore." And so Grogu immediately, as soon as the thing starts, he does like Jedi flips all over the place, and he flips behind the dude, and then flips over the dude again, and then shoots all 3 of them. And it's like, why didn't the other kid just shoot all 3 of them to begin with? Why didn't they use oh my god, dude, it's just like, come on, man, come on. The least they could have done is made him jump to other places, and the kid like miss his 3rd shot. You know what I'm saying? That would have been cool. Or have him just lose all 3. You know, in the first round, the kid goes boom, 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 and shoots him 3 times, and he loses, and he's the winner, and he's like, you know, let's do a rematch, and then he tells Grogu to, do the thing, and then Grogu does his 3. You know, that would have made a lot more goddamn sense. But no, they had to make it look as dumb as possible. Oh my god. It's just, oh, and then when they went hunting for the freaking megafauna shit, it's just, like I said, it's people who don't know how to fight and don't know how to hunt and don't know how to do any of these things, who are completely incompetent in these areas, not knowing what they're talking about, trying to write for things that they know nothing about, and not using, like, it's Disney, dude. It's Disney. They wrote Moana. They wrote all these other great Disney movies where they involve competent people hunting, fishing, fighting, all these things, and they don't look half bad. You know, there's a lot of stuff that you could arbitrate about Mulan, right? But the fighting doesn't look half bad. It actually looks really good. And the war and all that, and I'm talking about the old one, not the new one. The new one is atrocious. Whoever wrote the new one deserves to live in China.
I wish it wasn't true.
That's all I gotta say about that.
Why did I have that vision?
God damn, son.
Thank those friendly villagers.
And honestly, I think the whole thing where they're saying that Grogu's too young to talk, that's why he can't put on the mask yet. I think that's
of a demon.
I think what they should roll with that is that they should make that Mando being ignorant
The mother
of Grogu, and Grogu's not talking not because he can't, but because he's traumatized, and so he doesn't. I think that would probably be a better route to go with that, and that they should make him start talking very soon. Now that he's more comfortable, now that he wants to be a Mandalorian, I actually don't mind Grogu becoming a Mandalorian. I really do not, because it's kind of cool, just on the face of it, and to see where they might take it would be pretty cool. I really want to get these siphoning blades. When you crit close enemies. What's my crit chance at the moment? What's my crit chance at the moment? Crit. 5, okay. Okay, what do we get down here? Shadow Step. Become unstoppable, quickly move through the shadows, stab your victim from behind. God damn, that sounds great. Damage an enemy with Shadow Step increases critical strike chance against them. Damn. Oh, stun. Hello. Shadow Step's cooldown is reduced by 3 seconds when it damages an enemy you haven't hit with Shadow Step in the last 4 seconds. What's the cooldown on this? 9 seconds. Is there like extreme cooldown reduction? Daggers, 5% damage against healthy enemies. Swords, 3% damage period. Bows, 4 against vulnerable. Crossbows, increase critical strike damage. Caltrops, leap backwards, throw caltrops. Slowing enemies. Don't I have some crowd control bullshit? What's the cooldown on that? 2 charges, 12 seconds. How's the rogue so far? Doing pretty good. Energy regeneration. Is there like a crowd control thing? Okay, it's just okay. What is this? Okay. This seems really good though. Blade shift seems really good because it will make you really tanky. It looks like once I get something else other than what you call it. The really shitty thing is like the only one that seems to increase energy regen is invigorating strike. And well, I mean, this one does too, but you have to do it to crowd control enemies. So I'm assuming if I throw caltrops down, it would do that, right? 3% increased damage for each second they are in caltrops. Oh, dude. So does that mean it stacks? It doesn't say there's a max. Cold damage and chills enemies. Damn, chill is really good. You have 5% increased critical strike against inside your caltrops. Double this amount against vulnerable. God, that sounds really good. Damage reduction against overtime. Damage reduction while inflicted with crowd control. Dash. Dash forward and slash enemies. Well. That's definitely going to be... Evade cooldown is reduced by when you daze an enemy. What? Damn, critically strike. After knocking back or knocking down an enemy, you gain... Oh, damn, son. Enemies damaged by dash have 20% increased critical strike damage. Okay, I thought that was chance. I was going to lose my damn mind. Dealing damage to crowd control enemies with dash reduces its charge cooldown by 0.5 seconds up to 3 seconds per cast. What's the cooldown? So we got 2 charges, 10 seconds. Okay. And you can reduce the cooldown. Lovely. Slows enemies that are hit for 3 seconds. Any enemy already slowed will be dazed for 2 seconds. That sounds pretty good. Damn, dude. All of these sound really awesome. Let's go for that. Let's go for it. Let's go for the dash. The dash. But yeah, so I really think they're doing Grogu heavy amounts of disservice. Because they need to make him talk, and 2, they're trying to make him into a Mandalorian, which is fine. But like I said, they really need to get people who know how to know how to write fighting better. Right, the whole it's just like one of those things with was it the fight on Mustafar between Obi-Wan and Anakin was really fun, but it wasn't a very competent fight. Because I mean, it definitely could have been better. Let's just put it like that. Just because of some of the stuff they did was wackadoodle. And on top of that, if you fight with lightsabers, like you wouldn't fight the way they fight. Let's just be real. Look at that damage, dude. God damn. 10 decks. I'll take it. I'll take it.
The angel in Arya.
Yeah, so
I'm sure you've heard
the fact that you have people who are writing that are incompetent when it comes to the ability to write fight scenes, and they make them look dumb, really dumb, like so dumb, that it makes me lose faith in how they're going to be able to, move forward with it.
Kiyovershad lies just ahead.
It really does feel that way, man. It really does. So, all right, let's keep going. I kind of lost my train.
Thank you to everyone who supports both my channels over on Patreon. And so let's now begin, as we always do, with the top 50 comment.
Comment comes from Issa Hamilton. Love Grogu. Hate Disney for being so uncontrollably greedy that they can't suppress the urge to maximize their marketing dollars and let it affect their storytelling.
Yeah, it does. There's no way that the popularity of Grogu doesn't affect the direction of the Mandalorian to some degree. I'm not saying you have to believe the conspiracy, quote unquote, that Disney mandated his return to John and Dave. You have to bring him back for season 3. It does, yes, it does seem that way. I tend to lean that way. But one way or another, there's no way the popularity of Grogu has not affected the
story.
It
does feel that way
to some degree.
It's interesting because they marketed The Mandalorian kind of as a mix. It's like a family type show is what they want it to be, I think. If you take Grogu out of the mix, it's not a family show anymore. He's literally in there because they knew that would help bring younger kids or young people into the audience, I think.
Yeah, it's interesting you bring that up because I think one of the comments we'll get to kind of touches on that a little bit. You're right. Without Grogu, the show is kind of dark, or should be. Yes. That's kind of what I expected the show to be, a little more on the darker side going into it before we ever even seen Grogu, seen that first episode and knew he was going to be in the show. It's kind of so...
Oh, yeah. Like for instance, the very first episode where Mando goes back to the town where he was at the very beginning in season 1, and like Dude Bro is like now the mayor and all this bullshit.
So,
the only competent fight scene in the show this season so far was the shootout. Was a straight Western style shootout where Mando is facing off against like 5 freaking pirates, and they're pretending to walk away, and then one of the dudes gets in his jacket and pulls out a blaster, and when he does that, Mando pulls his blaster out and boom, 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 kills 4 of them. Just like that. It was beautiful. Well done, well shot, well executed, all around. The only criticism I have of that scene is I could see it coming from a mile away. Because, it's the straight-up tropey Western style, oh, the bad guys are totally going to walk away, herder, after literally forcing a confrontation that was not needed, that was just retarded on its like face. But, it's whatever, dude. It doesn't fucking matter. But yeah, that was the only competent fight in the entire thing. It's just... But, and even in that same episode, but the problem was that the fight was contrived because of how hard they tried to make it happen without. Damn, I can use this. Are you insane? Crit strike damage, 61. That's 89. It's a level 2, level 6. Vulnerable. None of them. Okay. So this is the one. We're going to go skadoosh. That's going to be a lot of damage. So core skill damage, damage to close enemies. They both have critical strike damage. This one's more because it's damage to close enemies, so we're gonna throw that on there. What about this? Choker of Penance, maximum life. Get that around 15. Strength and intel. Yeah, I mean, why not? Let's just... Strength gives me armor. Intel gives me resistance and crit strike chance. Wait, what? Intelligence gives you critical strike chance on the rogue? That is an interesting thing, to say the least. Is there anything else I can use? We can use this one. 6 intel, 4 strength, and a bunch of armor. I mean, it really doesn't give anything else, though. What can you use this? 13, 17, 15, 16, 15, 13. Can't use shields. 17, 11. Hello. Blood Surge Nova. Critical strike chance of injured enemies. By the way, Flaming Cam, if you're still here and you want these Bone Weave Gauntlets, they give your skeletons increased damage while alive, I will give them to you. 16, 15. That's a Druid Helm. We're going to just throw this away. Or a number of maximum skeletons right here. That's a good one. +2. Also got a wand for level 13. Gives you 18% in critical strikes damage against injured enemies. Those are enemies that are less than 35% HP. And while they're healthy, while you are healthy, you gain 35% increased crowd control duration. So that will help with, if you get that curse that slows people, that'll help with that. And it gives like 22 intelligence. So level 20 for that. Okay, so we can't use any more. It's level 11 for the other Mother's Knife. Can I use both of them? Oh my god, I can't I? Well, that's not ridiculous at all. Nope. That's not ridiculous at all. Nope. Not even a little bit. All right, let's go kill shit. Because we have now maximum damagios. See, this is the making it to where I can't do level 3 world tier is just retarded. Because I remember playing Diablo 3, and once they got Reaper of Souls out, you could literally put it on like damnation difficulty, I think. Maybe not. Maybe there was a limit to how far you could put it up. But I put it on like the maximum difficulty, and you're sitting there at level 1 with a level 1 mob, and you have to auto attack it like 6 or 7 times for it to die. But you got so much experience, man. And then once you hit level 20, you start, or level 10 or 15 or something like that, you start getting items that get sockets. Then you find a weapon, any weapon, it doesn't matter what kind of weapon it is that has sockets, and then you give it high-level gems, like the really, really high-level gems that increase your damage, red gems, I believe it did, rubies. You put those in a socketed weapon, and it's basically, until you're like 30 or 40, it's going to be better damage than any weapon you can find, including legendary weapons. It was ridiculous. Yes. Ridiculous. Okay, so let's go get rid of this stuff.
Sold as, I mean, if you read the description of the show, it's sold as a lone gunfighter making his way across the galaxy. And it's sold as a kind of an old school spaghetti western.
The next comment is from Hellion Soul. I was definitely attached to him the first 2 seasons, and his send-off with Luke was perfection. Distance creates desire. They needed to keep him in the pocket for us to really be happy to see him. It really is a shame they folded immediately and brought him back before season 3 even started.
Absence makes the heart grow fonder.
Yep.
I think that goes it goes for both in the story and out. I think it just feels so quick. And I know Jon Favreau has told us a couple of years have gone by in story, so they've been apart for a while, so it is more dramatic because he tells us it is. But for us, the audience, and yes, time has gone by in between the seasons and in between Book of Boba Fett. But there was no like, oh, we had to miss Grogu in story. We never had to miss him in story. He was just back again.
And the problem with him telling us about how much time went past is it doesn't feel like that's the timetable at all.
It doesn't feel like it.
So even him saying it, I don't believe him.
No, I don't believe him either. I think he's just saying that to try to give it a little more weight and a little more emotion to it. Like, oh, they were apart for years. Well, it doesn't. If you watch the Book of Boba Fett and you see the training with Luke, it doesn't feel like they've been together for 2 years. Maybe a couple weeks. I don't know. I tend to lean more towards a couple days, honestly. But it doesn't feel like they've been there for years.
How long was Mando asleep on that bench?
Rip.
And I will say this. One, they really should let you do this. They just take this away until you're level 50. That's what they should do. I will say this. Like, the fact that the Jedi can understand Grogu because they can read minds is stupid. Very stupid. Grogu should be able to talk. Like, he's not a baby. That's not how it works. He just looks like one because of the way his species works. They should not have made him that way. It's the reason he can't talk should be because he's traumatized.
Can be sought through penitence and faith.
So,
Van Mandalorian, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Maybe he was asleep for a couple of years. I don't know.
Next comment is from Maria Cara. I like the idea of Grogu as a character. I think he was a great addition to the first season, and one that they were able to keep under wraps to give us a really nice surprise. Unfortunately, the decision to have him return to Din during Book of Boba Fett was a huge misstep in my eyes. It basically erases everything that happened in Season 1 and Season 2. Additionally, I feel like they don't have Grogu's movement down yet. It looked downright silly and choppy when he was jumping over Paz's kid in the last episode.
Yes, I know a lot of people find his movements cute, and they are. You know.
His regular movements.
Sure, but every time he's jumped, and he's jumped a couple times this season, it feels like they're just tossing a doll.
Or when Din threw him to Greef Karga in Episode 1.
Yeah, or when he jumped into Ellie's hands or arms.
It's the limitations of...
Look at this. Look at this garbage.
Performed routine
Let's slow it down.
Nothing yet. Sent in tree standing.
His regular movements.
Sure, but every time he's jumped, and he's jumped a couple times this season, it feels like they're just tossing a doll.
Or when Din threw him to Greef Karga in Episode 1.
Yeah, or when he jumped into Ellie's hands or arms.
It's the limitations of practical effects, I think. Because they're trying to use practical effects. If they CGI'd him, it would probably look much smoother.
Yeah.
But we'd all be like, CGI. They're just trying to use practical effects, and unfortunately, this is what we're getting.
I'd much rather have Yoda jumping around Episode 2 with CGI effects over this. Just CGI it. It looks so strange. It really makes him feel like a puppet.
It's not just that. I think what it really boils down to, my dudes, is that it's not that it looks bad necessarily. It's that what he's doing is stupid. If Grogu jumped around and it was like tactically sound, quote unquote, it might not feel so dumb, right? He literally jumps over the kid, then and instead of shooting him in the back like he should have, because that would be the smart thing to do, he then jumps back over in front of him and then shoots him. Like, obviously it's a surprise tactic, sure, but if he had jumped behind him and then like jumped on a rock and then shot him once and then jumped somewhere else and then shot him again and then jumped again, you know, if it was more tactically sound, then it might not be so bad.
Or a prop.
Because the problem is his clothes and his feet aren't moving naturally.
Yeah, he's just like stiff. He gets
he's not. We can't see him like crouching or bending his knees to take off into a jump. He just shoots up like a rocket ship because his robes are so bulky and you don't like ever see his feet, so you can't see the proper movements of his legs and things. So it's just popping up and down.
Yeah, you could explain it as, he he's using the Force to just kind of move. And we saw Luke train him. I'm not saying it's a huge deal. It's jarring when you see it every now and then. It's just like, that looked really out of place.
Mm-hmm.
It is.
Next comment is from Rypask. Grogu is just holding back the story at this point.
I don't think that's fair.
This comment goes along with Sprocket Risk. I'm a
Look at the
50-year-old man
damage,
who
dude.
loved the Ewoks back in 1983. I understand I have to share Star Wars with other types of fans. I decided I could tolerate Baby Yoda if he didn't outstay his welcome. It's reached that point because he's holding the show back. Going off with Luke was the perfect ending.
Yeah, as someone who also liked the Ewoks when he was younger.
That is such a good
I get it. I get
ability, dude.
You want to market some things towards children.
10 seconds,
that he's
dude.
huge, not just among kids, but
They
adults.
need to
There's
make the
tons of adults I know,
barbarians
some personally
charge lower.
who literally watch the show for Grogu. So I get that. I get he's huge. Disney wants to capitalize. I don't begrudge them. Yet at the same time, it did going off of Luke.
They were
felt
just
like
gonna do the
such a
quests.
perfect ending. It was emotional.
It'd be fun.
On screen and off. I can't imagine too many people who had followed that journey for 2 seasons were a little misty-eyed watching the parting of ways.
Well, there's like rules you have to follow, I feel like, with cute type characters that are put in there for that specific reason. And in Andor, they did it perfectly. Bee the droid was adorable.
Agreed.
I loved Bee the droid.
Yeah.
But they didn't put him in every episode just because he was cute.
They didn't put him in every episode, and they made him.
He was important to the plot, but he didn't overshine.
Here's the problem: he had
I
more
didn't watch
character
Andor,
or characterization in the handful of episodes he was in than Grogu's had in 2
I've
seasons.
been basically done with
He did.
new
You could
Star
see
Wars because
all of his emotions, and he was never the star of the show.
No.
He never had to be, but he was a perfect addition on the side.
He was. They did some
actually-
really fantastic things with him. They need to take a few notes, I think,
backstab.
from that show with Grogu, because we do know they're pushing Grogu.
Yes,
there's going to be some comments coming up that talk about his character development, and I agree there is an attempt to be made here, but I mean, just look at P2.
You can have a cute character in the show without
going.
overshadowing
waffle
the
on it.
show.
Let's just kill shit.
Without having to like go to him and seeing him do cute things. That's the big difference. Like Grogu is always like, oh, we're gonna put the camera on him. He's gonna do something cute. He's gonna move on, or we're gonna move on. With others, it's not that they just focus on him as much as he does it within the story.
Again, this is because they marketed this as a family show.
Yeah, and you want to put him on screen so the kids go, ooh, I want that toy, mommy or daddy, right?
Yeah, he's still all over the shelves at stores. You can't find
anything but Grogu.
figures.
No, they don't make anything but Grogu toy. If you go into your average Walmart or Target, it's all pretty much Grogu and rejects from the Black Series and Vintage Collection.
Next comment comes from Hunter Nelson. I think that the mass love and popularity of Grogu transitioned The Mandalorian from a dark, gritty show about bounty hunting to a show that tries too hard to be kid-friendly. Disney had such a solid start to a show that could have garnered an audience outside of the Star Wars community, but they fumbled their opportunity. Just watch the first episode of the show and compare it to what we're getting now. As a wise Jedi Master once said, we are supposed to be moving up, not down.
I agree and disagree, because it did garner an audience outside of your classic Star Wars type fan, but it didn't turn them into Star Wars fans. They're not watching it because they suddenly realize, oh, I like Star Wars. Star Wars is good. Not saying this isn't a Star Wars show or that it doesn't feel like Star Wars, but as I said before, and it's anecdotal, but I'd imagine a lot of you out there have a similar story. I know a lot of people who like the show because of Grogu. That's it. Who said at the end of season 2, well, I guess I'm done watching it. Because while I'm watching it, it's gone.
It reminds me in a way of how they transitioned Rebels. Star Wars Rebels started out really kid-friendly because it was animated and they assumed their target audience were young kids, or just kids in general. Then as the series went on, it got more adult when they probably honed into who's actually watching the show. So I feel like with this, it's sliding the wrong direction. Like, they're like, oh, people really start watching this. Oh, look at all the buzz around Grogu, so they are sliding it that way.
Yeah, I think Clone Wars is the same thing. I think Lucas had the idea of making a very kid-friendly show, and the first 3 seasons are much more kid-friendly. And then he realized, well, I think mostly adults and kids who are now growing up are watching the show. Because there are a lot of people who kind of grew up with the Clone Wars, and the show kind of grows up with you.
Next comment from Mr. Narwhal. I think this most recent episode was a step in the right direction. They need to turn him into an actual character rather than a prop, and I think they began that process in The Foundling.
I'm not so sure about that. The big things Grogu did in this episode was have the dart.
I will say that I'm still on board. Ooh, that's cool. Damaging an elite enemy with a basic skill generates 5 energy. That's really good. I really like the fact that they're making him a Mandalorian and they're not just doing other dumb shit with him. Like, I actually quite like that, and I hope they lean into it hardcore and make it more gritty and less child friendly is the best way I can describe it. Because, like, they can do it. They have the ability. Do they have the will? That's the question.
Duel with Paz's son, at which he just kind of stood there until Mando literally told him what to do. Okay, you can do your thing, Grogu. And then he beats him, okay? Then the armorer takes him in and he has the flashback, which was awesome for Mod Best. I mean, I think it was far cooler for Mod Best than it was for Grogu. It doesn't do anything for Grogu. We now know the person who saved him, or the Jedi who saved him, whereas we always knew a Jedi had saved him. So I would ask, what did we actually learn? How was that growth for Grogu? I mean, I suppose you could say he's now coming to terms with what happened, and that's going to carry forward somehow. But for us, the audience, we didn't learn anything new other than Ahmad Bast, his character, saved.
Even if he doesn't speak common, even if he just speaks frickin' Yoda language or whatever it is, and goo goo gaga shit, that'd be fine. As long as he's talking and the other characters understand him. We don't have to understand him. He could straight up be like frickin' God, what is it? Wookiees. Straight up be a Wookiee. I don't care. I don't care. Like, literally make him a big Wookiee, gotta be fine.
And agree a little bit more with Mr. Narwhal here. I think this season in general, he's done more to grow his character. For example, in episode 2, we saw that he must have been listening when Mando was teaching him. He's been paying attention. He was able to get in the ship and direct the droid to go to Bo-Katan and seek help. He was able to guide Bo-Katan back because he listened and he's been obviously training and understanding what Mando's been trying to tell him. He knew how to find his way because Mandalorians don't get lost.
Well, here's the issue I had with that. They made it way too obvious.
Yeah.
Literally, they enter the system and Mando gives him, and Bo-Katan's world is right over here.
Well, but they did the same thing when he was leaving Navarro and flying. He was showing him, how the ship works, all the things that he's just pointing things out to keep it fresh. And
yeah, it's a bit on the nose, but you kind of got to.
Yeah, I agree. I just think it's a little too overt. It was like the episode was literally, hey, we entered the system. I'm going to tell you where Bo-Katan is. 5 minutes later, I get captured and tell you to go find Bo-Katan.
He also showed him what his world was. He was showing him this is their home system.
Well, they masked it very well, right? They made it seem like he talks about how Mandalorians don't lose their way. He shows them around. I'm not saying it doesn't make sense. I'm simply saying it comes across very in your face. Like, oh, he knew that because 5 minutes ago in story here, or not in story.
They didn't lead it very well.
He's literally telling him how to find Bo-Katan.
But it's important for us as an audience to see that he is being trained and taught, and he's learning, which means he can evolve.
No, I'm not saying I don't think he can evolve. I'm saying I don't know that episode or what they've done with him this season is really like, it may be laying some foundation, but we're halfway through the season and I don't feel like he's any more of a character than he was at the beginning.
Is there only 8 episodes? Are you kidding me? Really?
Maybe they're kind of nudging him down the path, but he needs to do something in the back half of the season. And not just, oh, we're going to continue the flashback and show you what happened. No, he needs to, the biggest choice he made, pretty much the only choice he made, happened in the Book of Boba Fett. And that needs to change. Something needs to happen.
Our last comment today comes from Vanquish. They should have handled Grogu like Groot. Guardians of the Galaxy didn't leave Groot as a baby, despite him being more popular and marketable. He grew each film. Same could be for Grogu in each season.
He did, and his personality kind of shifted too. He became teenager Groot, and then what I like about Groot is he did something. He does something hugely important in Infinity War. So they managed to actually have him, he made that decision. He went out and took some initiative, which is what Grogu is lacking. Initiative. He does everything as a reaction. Like I said before, the only decision we have seen, the only big decision he has personally made was one that was thrust upon him by another character. That was a Luke. You have to pick this or that, A or B. Which one is it, Grogu?
You're not exactly wrong, no. Groot was handled very well. He was kind of a background character. You kind of see him as like comedic, just like Grogu. But he makes these important decisions that affect everything. In the first movie, he sacrificed himself to save everybody.
Yeah, I also forgot about that, yeah.
Yeah, and in the second movie, Teenage Groot, he sacrificed himself again.
Yeah,
or, that was
Infinity War, yeah.
Infinity War.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's all blurs together at this point with the MCU.
Even in the second movie, as Baby Groot, he had a job to do. He did go and he got the...
Oh, the key.
He went and he got the key. Yes, he failed a bunch of times for the laughs, but he did some important things along the way.
Yeah.
And they didn't keep him like that forever.
No, he was one movie, he was Baby Groot. After being Big Groot, and then he was Baby Groot, and then he was Teenage Groot. Constantly...
Now he's burly, muscle.
Oh, that's right.
I missed the original Groot design. I was hoping he'd grow back up into that. Instead, he worked out a little too hard and he's bulky.
Yeah, and in comparison, 3 seasons of Grogu, and he is Grogu, just Baby Grogu, every season.
We'll probably never
definitely needs more to show who cares about.
Yeah. And I think part of the problem is you did kind of put yourself into this corner of, oh, he's been alive for 50 years and he's still a baby. Well, it's going to be really weird if tomorrow he's not a baby, because what kind of weird growth cycle do they have for 50 years they're infantile and then all?
Like I said, I think what they should do is they should make that a thing where everybody was ignorant about how Yoda's species actually evolves and grows, and that he should, and the reason that he was infantile is because he was traumatized, not because he's not because of the life cycle of Yoda's, right? Yeah, because he acts and looks like a baby because people treat him like one because it's a defense mechanism. What am I watching? I'm watching a video by Thor Skywalker. Here, if you want to check it out, I'll throw the link in the description about Baby Yoda. Or Grogu, as it is. But yeah, one of the things that I think they should, if they're gonna make him evolve to the point, they need to make it to where everybody in the galaxy is essentially ignorant, because Yoda's species is so like reclusive that Yoda and like the other female Yoda species person, I forget her name, in the extended universe, are the only ones that the Empire and everybody really knows about. So they don't really know much about them in themselves or their life cycle. And so they should make it more like us, where it just takes them longer to sexually mature. Like maybe he's still technically a teenager according to them, but having him be a baby for 50 years is kind of dumb. Yeah, what's up, man? How you doing, O'Clappy? Good to see you, man. Sorry I am delayed on that, and I appreciate the host, my dude. Thank you very much. I'm very distracted by what's going on, so love your face. Thank you very much. But what was I gonna say? Yeah, I think they need to make it to where everybody was ignorant, and so they took it at face value because he was acting like a baby, so they treated him like a baby. But it was more of a defense mechanism, because even really evil people have a hard time doing horrible things to babies, right? And so like it's especially evil when someone does something to an innocent baby. And so you could extrapolate that out into other species and make it like a thing that almost every species does in the galaxy and whatnot. So it's one of those dealios where maybe, just maybe, that's how they do it. And I think the only way they're going to be able to do it and make it make sense is if they do it like that. Like, oh yeah, nobody really knows about this life cycle, so of course, he's going to start talking. He's going to confess to Mando, maybe next episode or the episode after that, and he's literally going to start talking, right? And the reason he didn't do it, he could just be like, well, everybody was treating me like a baby because I look like one, so I acted like one, and it was just a defense mechanism that I did because I didn't feel safe because of what happened to me at the Jedi Council, at the Jedi temple. And he could just explain it like that, and it would probably be good. Or maybe instead of talking, he learns to because the other Jedi can read his mind, right, with the Force. Maybe he can project his thoughts to others via the Force. So instead of speaking, he can use the Force to speak to others, where you wouldn't be like, it'd be like one of those things where when he was talking to Luke or he was talking to Ahsoka, we couldn't hear him because they were doing the mind thing, and you would just hear Ahsoka or Luke's side of the conversation. And they could do something like that where he's projecting his thoughts into others. They could do that instead of the thing that I was talking about. I still think it's really dumb that they've made the life cycle of Yoda's essentially 50 years as a baby, goo goo gaga. That is just really stupid, and they shouldn't have done that. And they really should retcon the shit out of that.
All of a sudden, they start talking and making huge decisions. Like, I understand why they're having problems with Grogu, but you need to do something already.
Yeah.
And hopefully, the back half of the season 3 of The Mandalorian here is what they're going to do. That it will be a progression of this character.
Yeah, I'm sorry I missed that.
All right, well, that is all we got for this time. So now it's your turn to take to the comments below and tell me what you think about Grogu. Is he getting a little annoying, or do you still love him and can't get enough? Whatever the case may be, leave those comments below. Let's talk some Star Wars. Do check out our second channel if you enjoyed this video, which I'm assuming if you made it this far.
I guess maybe it reduces damage.
Because we do a lot more videos just like this one over there.
It doesn't slow.
Either way, leave the comments below. Let's talk some Star Wars. And until next time, thanks for watching.
One of the biggest questions within astrophysics is the question of antimatter, that mysterious substance used so often in science fiction stories, powering the warp drives of Star Trek.
Is John Michael
The
Godier,
idea of
anti-world,
antimatter
anti-gravity
was
planets
first
in
proposed
Star
by Paul
Trek.
Dirac in 1928.
This guy's awesome.
But no one had ever seen it. It was a
Science
prediction
fiction
rather
writer.
than a discovery. And it just seemed to some like flipping mathematical signs on numbers. But then it was subsequently experimentally proven. Dirac should be a household name, up there with Einstein. But due to a rather shy nature and an avoidance of attention, he's mostly just remembered within science. The idea of antimatter is really simple, elegantly so. The particles that make up atoms have a charge. If you flip that charge, you get an antiparticle with the same properties. One side is plus, the other minus, but that's the only difference. But what you can't do is get two particles of opposite values together, or they annihilate in a 100% conversion of matter to energy. The highest expression of Einstein's famous E=mc², the most famous and recognized equation in physics. And it does it far more powerfully than the equation's applications in nuclear energy and bombs, to the tune of 143 times more than anything we can do in nuclear reactions. And we can make antimatter. It would be one of the most useful substances on Earth, but only if it was easy to make. We'd never again face any energy production problems. Fusion would pale in comparison and go obsolete, and we'd never need a Dyson swarm, and aliens with knowledge of the universe wouldn't either. Maybe that's why we never see them. Their energy production is discrete in the form of antimatter reactors. But antimatter is one of, if not the most, expensive materials to synthesize on Earth.
It's one of those things, if we ever actually figure out how to synthesize it if we ever figured out how to synthesize it and or produce it and or capture it, because there may be places within our own solar system that actually produce massive amounts of antimatter. We don't know because we haven't explored our solar system very well. If that were the case, then it might be the fact that if we can get more energy out of antimatter than we'd use in its production or capture, then we wouldn't need fusion. And he's right. He's absolutely 100% right. Like fusion, it pales in comparison. Oh, it's why in Star Trek they use fusion reactors as like backup reactors to the starships. Like for instance, the impulse drives for starships in Star Trek, at least for the Federation, are powered by fusion. And they use deuterium for that. So, which it's one of those things.
Depending on the particle. But we can do it. There are tricks. And we can flip charges and watch the interaction on a small scale. This is particularly evident with anti-electrons, better known as positrons, that can annihilate on contact with normal matter so energetically that we can detect it easily. Indeed, we make use of this already in medicine. We have antimatter technology that already saves lives.
Yes.
The P in PET scan stands for positron.
Yep.
PET stands for positron emission tomography, where you inject a radioactive substance into someone. It decays in the body and produces positrons. They annihilate and produce gamma rays. And from that you can make a map that shows cancer, blood flow problems, coronary artery disease, etc. And it happens in nature at large scales as well. Positrons are part of our universe right now, and there are mysteries regarding them. Near the heart of the Milky Way galaxy, there exists a mysterious positron antimatter fountain, and we don't know why. This is strange, but before we get into it, it's worth noting here that given that antimatter behaves identically to normal matter, there actually isn't a basic way to tell the difference between a regular star and an anti-star if it's not interacting with anything. and producing gamma rays.
That's a very good point.
It has been suggested that some galaxies we see could, in principle, actually be anti-galaxies that simply have no normal matter within them to annihilate with. The reason this was advanced is that...
I mean, it's one of those things, right? One of the postulations that comes with the Big Bang is that there was more matter than there was antimatter, and that all the antimatter was annihilated at the beginning of the universe. But we know there are things that create antimatter within our universe, so it is entirely possible that there are areas of the universe where antimatter has coalesced into essentially what looks like normal matter stuff. As far as we understand it, you know, anti-hydrogen would function exactly the same and interact exactly the same as it would with anti-everything else. So if, you know, it would interact with anti-helium and it would burn inside stars and do all this other bullshit that, you know... We as far as we understand it, it essentially has the same properties, just its internal poles are shifted now. So,
Big Bang should have produced just as much antimatter as it did regular matter, and all of it should have been annihilated, and no matter should exist. There's simply no reason for the process to have had a preference that we can see, but it apparently did. So the modern consensus is that there was an unexplained asymmetry of some sort, and that there was just slightly more matter produced as opposed to antimatter. And the result after the Great Annihilation was the small amount of leftover matter that we have today and are indeed made out of. Carl Sagan once famously said, "We are made of star stuff, the product of nuclear reactions in stars and supernovae." But the story of what makes us up, the particles themselves, goes back to the very beginning. We are Big Bang stuff, and those protons in your body, 10 to the 28th power of them, started being created just 3 minutes after the Big Bang in the nucleosynthesis period. This generation of what would become matter would not have happened without an asymmetry of matter and antimatter production. But where that gets more complicated is that nature still
but that again entails that the Big Bang is true, and that even if the Big Bang was true, that there was equal amounts or unequal amounts of matter and antimatter. Maybe there wasn't. Maybe there, you know, the thing that kind of got to me is like, why does the implicit bias that there should have been an equal amount of each, right? Because we know nothing actually about the Big Bang itself, and whether the only thing we know is what we can postulate based on the fact that, you know, galaxies, based on things like redshift, and we know that if we wind the clock back based on what we understand about redshift, that it would basically crunch the entire universe down to a singular point, and we go from there. And so yeah, again, it's one of those things. It's one of those things where it's like a lot of science people that talk to laymen's say these things as if they are known, like the what are they called in Game of Thrones? God, it was Khal Drogo's people. I forget what they're called. The Dothraki. Yeah, it is known. It is known. It is known that the Big Bang happened. It is known that there should have been equal amounts of antimatter and regular matter. It is known that these things are true, but that's not true. It's based on assumptions, stacked on assumptions, stacked on assumptions, stacked on assumptions, stacked on postulations, stacked on, you know, hypotheses.
Produces antimatter.
Level
center
to
of the
theory
Milky Way,
because it
the
seems
antimatter
like it
fountain
works.
spews out enormous amounts of positrons, which then go out to annihilate in the interstellar medium, to the tune of stretching 3,500 light years. And there have been several more such fountains detected since, because the matter and antimatter annihilation emits a very distinctive gamma ray signature at the energy of 511,000 electron volts. This is one of the reasons why scientists think that antimatter is fairly rare, though existent in the universe, because that signature isn't much more prevalent, especially if anti-galaxies exist. But there's no current way to tell for sure. One oddity about antimatter fountains is that they are really productive. They aren't just pouring out positrons, but on an unbelievably massive scale, beyond trillions per second.
I did not
And here's
see
the
that.
kicker. We have no idea what causes antimatter fountains. You can look for sources for them, but you see nothing. So the first place to wonder is if situations can happen with black hole accretion disks or colliding neutron stars, but nothing quite fits. It's one of those things scientists just don't have a good answer for. Even an alien technosignature wouldn't fit really well because the positrons would be a byproduct of whatever they're doing. So why wouldn't you use all the free energy from them? Whatever they might be doing, it also seems profoundly wasteful. But there are always things we don't know. For example, we have no idea what dark matter is, thus we don't know what it can do other than interact gravitationally with normal matter. Perhaps there is some mechanism in a situational position dark matter might sit in that can create an antimatter fountain. but the other interpretation of antimatter being that
It's one of those things I love when people bring up dark matter, because it's like, it's been postulated for how long? And we found, like, literally no evidence that it actually exists, other than the fact that there is something going on. Now, to be fair, some of the more honest people that talk about dark matter, like Neil deGrasse Tyson, will literally say dark matter. The reason it's called dark matter is because it shows our ignorance. We have no idea what it is, or what it's made of, or how it works, or any of this other stuff. All we know is that the motions of galaxies are erroneous compared to how they should work based on our understanding of gravity. And so this was created to essentially solve that problem. And so we've been searching for dark matter ever since. Essentially, every galaxy is surrounded by a dark matter halo, because what it looks like is, like, unlike normal planetary systems where the planets, the further out the planet is, the slower it orbits the star. The galaxies should be the same way, and they are to a certain point. The closer you are to the center of the galaxy, the faster you orbit the center of the galaxy, until you get to a certain point, a certain radius of the galaxy, and then it starts to mimic what a record would look like, where the certain points at the far end are rotating at about the same speed, or excuse me, are orbiting at about the same rotational. Are orbiting at the same rotational, I can't say it right, orbiting at the same orbital period as closer in stars. That's what it means. Okay, so that they're moving quite a bit faster. And the only way that we've been able to come up with, well, there's several theorems. Dark matter hypothesis. Dark matter is the most prevalent one, and the one that has been thrown out into the ether the most, right? That we've seen. So you have like they even deal with it in Star Trek, which blows my mind, but it is what it is. So yeah, it's one of those things, and we have other than that, and I believe one of the hypotheses is that it's one of the reasons why we have such hardcore gravitational lensing around some galaxies is because of the dark matter halo that's around them. But again, we found no evidence that dark matter, or we found no evidence of what dark matter could actually be. One of the postulates was that it was machos, massively. I can't remember what the thing stands for. It's an acronym. Massively something halo objects. Essentially, like brown dwarves or stuff like that. That are just there's so many out there, and they're like super dark that we can't see them, and they're affecting the gravity. And then there's WIMPs, weakly interacting something particles, and it's essentially like weakly interacting but highly massive particles that can pass through, like neutrinos. They can pass through entire solar systems, and like only one or two of them will interact with any matter in the entire solar system. Or more to the point, you could put an entire beam on the Earth, and only one or two of them will interact with the entirety of the Earth because they're so weakly interacting that they don't do anything. Neutrinos are similar to that. I think this is one of the reasons why they postulated that WIMPs would be the thing, but they found neither hide nor hair of any of that nonsense. So yeah, it's whatever.
It might exist and whole galaxies might be made out of it is interesting at least. It opens up the possibility of not only anti-planets, but anti-life, where life could arise on such a world that we could never interact with without total annihilation. Don't shake hands, and God forbid, don't hug an alien, or boom. But all of this does offer a far future energy supply. Harvesting massive amounts of positrons in deep space for energy production is on the table. For weapons, a directed positron fountain weapon would certainly have an effect to the point that you probably would not want to be on a planet within the beam of a nearby positron fountain. And with no known source, what happens if they just turn on randomly? And the gamma rays created from them are extinction events.
They are.
But antimatter still has another unsolved mystery.
It would kill the fluff out of us.
It's actually never been experimentally shown what its interaction with gravity is. It's overwhelmingly likely, based on what we know, that it should be expected to have the same interaction as normal matter. It should be attracted at the same rate. It would fall. And when it encounters normal matter, it goes boom. We could call it an anti-feather. If you drop one, it falls just like normal matter until it hits the atmosphere and then it annihilates. But we don't actually know that from experimentation. And there are some hypotheses, very old ones in fact, that it might be anti-gravity, in which case it might be subject to a repulsive force. Ooh. This is unlikely, but hasn't yet been ruled out. But there is another form of matter that's in a completely different boat, and would very likely be anti-gravity and may be able to exist. It's a negative mass and would be among the most important game-changing materials we could ever come across.
Oh, yeah.
In the 1957,
which, by the way, is hyper theoretical and not at all realistic in our current understanding of the world. So, just FYI.
Paper by Herman Bondi, links to all papers in the description below. He details that something with negative mass should be anti-gravity. This is different from negative charge. Think of it as flipping a positive to a negative in a number, so mass and anti-mass. As we know from antimatter, the universe lets you do this sometimes, so it's more than just a mathematical exercise of exchanging opposite symbols in front of numbers. But here's the odd thing.
Oh my
God. If you have two
God.
objects of positive and negative mass, and
So
they were
much
equal,
damage.
the negative mass would repel the other, but the positive mass would attract the other. This results in the two masses accelerating but remaining together, yet separate. Give it enough time and they will accelerate to the speed of light, relatively quickly, so long as the acceleration is constant. Assuming we can factor in all the things that might disrupt that. That's strange. If you did that with equal-sized planets, you'd accelerate them to light speed or near it, causing extremely severe time dilation, meaning you could cross most, if not all, of the observable universe in a lifetime, in the frame of reference of standing and living on one of those worlds. The rest of the universe would pass by fast forward in time, however, and if you could ever stop, you'd find that massive amounts of time had passed. What would it matter to you? Well, in our position, not much. If we were able to build a negative Earth and get this planetary star drive going, you just lived out your life on Earth as you normally would have. Your perception of the passage of time would remain the same in your frame of reference. If you could get rid of negative Earth and somehow slow down without destroying the planet, you'd find yourself across the universe and in the far future, all within a single lifetime. If, as it were, we were early in the game of life in the universe and rare, we might not be so rare coming out of relativistic speed. We might pop out to find a galaxy teeming with intelligent life, all discovering the same technology and sending themselves careening across the universe. Don't go too far, however. The expansion of the universe and the passage of time eventually doesn't let you do this if you want to get anywhere meaningful. But there's more. Moving to 1990 and science fiction author and physicist Robert Ford. His ideas and subsequent ones have been floated as an alternative to dark matter and dark energy. The overall structure of the universe as we see it often includes voids, where very few galaxies seem to inhabit. Ford's idea was that the repulsive force of negative matter might be causing this by pushing normal matter around.
How do you
The problem is you
daze
should
enemies?
still see evidence of the negative matter. It's unlikely to not have more interaction than just anti-gravity should it exist, and we simply don't see anything. But the strangeness doesn't end there. Negative mass as we've envisioned it is something that physics doesn't prohibit, but that doesn't mean it exists or can exist. That's not the whole story now. Indeed, the universe may be hinting at some form of negative mass. In 2017, a team at Washington State University did an experiment with atoms of rubidium, where they reduced the temperature of those atoms to near absolute zero. This is not 0 degrees in how we normally think of it, but rather the coldest temperature possible at about negative 273 Celsius or negative 459 Fahrenheit. Strange things happen when you do this. What you get is known as a Bose-Einstein condensate. These conditions cause a large amount of particles to occupy the lowest quantum state to the point that quantum effects that would only normally be seen below the level of the atom suddenly become apparent at the atomic level. Using lasers, what happened with the rubidium atoms is that they began to show traits of having achieved some sort of negative mass when they accelerated towards a pushing force, instead of being repelled by it.
Wait, what?
Other oddities in this grain is that under certain conditions, electrons can do something like this, and there's even a hypothesis of some unknown semiconductor composites that might exhibit signs of negative mass in some form. If that's the case, then it may ultimately hint that the universe does indeed allow for negative mass, and even create it in nature. This changes everything we know, however, about the universe, and creates some huge headaches along with it for the physicists.
Oh yeah.
The reason is that if you could have negative mass, a bunch of highly speculative technologies come on the table. Think
Like
backwards
warp
time travel, Alcubierre warp drives, and stable wormholes. And that's a problem. If time travel and wormholes were truly possible, and we see hints of materials that could make them possible, then we have to ask a question. Where are the aliens and time travelers and various mixes of both? One explanation is that our understanding of physics is incomplete.
Or we are the original race. We are the first. That honestly, I think that's more and more likely the longer time goes on, is that we are the you know, like in Star Trek, the preservers and all these other races that existed before us that did all kinds of crazy shit. We're them. I think that might be the case, because I legitimately think that the universe might be younger than we think it is, or it might be eternal, one or the other. Because I don't necessarily buy the Big Bang bullshit, but that's just me.
Complete. Thus, we don't yet know about any other potential brick walls
So we
that
don't
may
know.
prevent those things. Or it could be so unbelievably difficult and resource intensive, no one ever does it across the entire timeline of the far future universe. But there is another option, and it's spooky. It could simply be that there is, and never will be, anyone else out there. And in the future, perhaps the not too distant one, we are no longer there to develop the technology.
That's cool.
Thanks for listening. I am futurist and science fiction author John Michael Godier, currently...
Alrighty. Throw this one in there too. Throw that bad boy on there. Oh my goodness. Okay, and is there anything else we can watch? I don't think there is. I mean, we could watch some super nerd shit, but I wouldn't have too much comment on that. So let's. Yeah, the super nerd shit, unfortunately, is stuff I would watch and just listen and not actually do anything with. Yeah. That's a game I'm thinking about playing next, is Solista, but I need to do some other stuff. Alright, yeah, maybe we're done with YouTube today for now. So we'll hold that off, and now we're going to get back into that Diablo. Let's get it. There's not really much going on today, so we're just gonna do the damn thing. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. All right, let's do it. Yeah, it's loud, super duper loud, buddy. All right, there we go. Yeah, that's okay. Okay, that's like, yeah, I don't know what to tell you, man. I mean, I could go for the invigorating strike, but I really don't see the point, or not invigorating, blade shift, because it gives me the movement speed, right? Allow you to move freely for 3 seconds. Damage gives you 5% movement to 20. Gain resistances. Will daze the next enemy for 2 seconds. Okay, that sounds pretty good. It doesn't do vulnerable damage, though, which kind of sucks. But we could try that. Right? Get rid of caltrops. Resistance or daze. There we go. Just we'll go for it. This does mean this one isn't going to heal me as much, so. But it's not like it's been healing me anyway, so it's not like it matters. Okay, let's get it going. Yeah, I kind of don't like it. I have to move through the enemies, which kind of sucks. See, daze. That's not gonna happen. Yeah, it's not gonna do it. No. That's Garbaggio. We're gonna nope, put it back here. Could do the third cast of puncture will always ricochet. Yeah, we're just gonna boom. Yeah, I like the thrown daggers. They make it to where I don't have to chase dudes, which is really nice. But it uses my melee weapons to do it, which is really cool. At least I think. Actually, it doesn't, does it? It uses my bow. It says cutthroat. Does it? Does it? Does it not? I mean, it feels like it does. Right? Because my, I mean, like, the damage is insane.
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, the damage feels like it's insane.
Blocked again. Does Lilith know we're coming?
Maybe. Boom. Let me see if we go wrong one. Yeah, see, look. How do you know which it uses? Because, yeah, it says marksman, but you're throwing knives. Yeah, requires dual-wielded weapons. Okay, there you go. And these says requires bow. Okay, requires ranged weapons. There you go. I thought so. I thought so, that it would use your knives. Which is great. Dude, the roll, like, the dodges for the rogue are so cool. Whoever designed them did a good job. They did a great job. Like, the funny thing is, dude, I'm doing so much damage, I don't need to use hardly any of my other abilities. It's kind of crazy. Unless I'm using my bosses. You know? Slicing his ass up, dude. Come down this corridor, bitches. Yeah, it's about ridiculous, honestly. And that dash is insane, by the way. Like, the distance is crazy. Look at that. Pour that elite apart. What was he gonna do to me? I mean, yeah, it's because I'm using, like, really good weapons, but still, man. It's like, this is why I was saying you should be able to turn up the difficulty. Significantly. Turn up the difficulty. Look at that. Yep, they're all good. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Yeah, I'm leaving gold everywhere. It's not worth my time, dude. I don't care. Like, I can't even make these dudes vulnerable without them just dying. Unless they're the big boys that's got a lot of HP. Yeah, I mean, elites.
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah. Rip that butthole in half, baby. It's probably better than 4-dex. Yeah, it's probably better than 4-dex. Just, butthole. Nom, 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 nom. Like, I'm honestly thinking about just getting rid of the caltrops, man. I don't need it. No. And getting rid of that. Dash, damage, 20% increased damage. I mean, we'll probably do that too. I mean, Shadow Step is kind of cool. We could grab Shadow Step for the lulls, but... And then grab this and this. Heal when I crit. Why not? Another dash that just sends me across the frickin'... Yeah, that's crazy, man. 9-second cooldown on that bad boy. So... Keep hitting the wrong button. I keep dashing. Yeah, we'll just keep going. No big deal.
This barrier. It looks like the same kind of magic as before.
Magic.
I think I can dispel it.
Is that right? Big boy didn't know what hit him.
I need more time.
Nice. Word. Let's go. Ognat doing that work, baby. Doing that work. Ognat. Yeah, I mean, we're getting there, man. We're getting there.
Not enough blood. Never enough blood.
Never
I will
enough.
follow you to the ends of Sanctuary, Mother.
Yeah, but you left your bitch ass here, didn't you?
There she is.
Sad panda. Super sad panda. I love his I got your back. It's like, I don't even know you, girl. What are you doing? Like, get her done.
Mira,
He's doing that bullshit
you're
again.
just in time.
Where it won't let me
Beyond-
skip?
You must
Okay.
Stop this. Look at the gifts she's given me. Damn! Mother, no! You won't take what's mine.
Wonder why it knocked her down. Ugh. The vulnerable dude just annihilated. Ooh.
Please.
That did a number on me.
I don't want you to
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Whoa, hello. Oh, no, 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 no. Boom!
No!
Yep. Yep. Heals me for 16. Damn.
You, so my
Why
mother
the-
Harad, maybe.
Ah, we're done. All right, let's go. Level 10, baby! That's pretty good levels, though. Do we do the crit? I've almost got enough for that. Like, I don't even know if I want on. I don't even know if I want. I mean, it's pretty good. It's pretty good damage, right? Increases your critical chance against them for 8. Oh, yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. That'll give me, every time I crit, 1% of my maximum life. So, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. What does this give? Shadow Step. Cooldowns for about 3 seconds when it damages an enemy you haven't hit with Shadow Step. Okay, so it'll be 6 seconds on the first time I do it. Interesting. I guess you get really good cooldown. Stunned. Stunned. Does stunned give me anything? Crowd controlled or vulnerable enemies are healed for 1%. Okay, so yeah, if I get the stun off, this thing will heal me. That's cool. Okay, we'll roll with that. I'll be fine. We need to... What is this? Ah, we need to go back to town. Okay, I guess we'll get our upgrades and then we'll move on. I'm gonna go grab some coffee, boys. I will be right back. Stand by. It's the standby to stand by. We shall return with more Diablo 4. Be right back. Stay tuned. Are you kidding, bro? Are you even for real? Are you even for real? Bruh. 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 The fluff is wrong with you? The solution to life, the universe, and everything is the simultaneous sip. That's right, boys! And we got it right here. Exclusively, not really, at the Tango Hotel. And all you gotta do is grab that cover mug or glass. Perhaps you have a tankard, chalice, or a stein. Maybe you have a canteen, a jug, or a flask. A vessel of any kind. You fill it with your favorite fluid. I like my morning coffee. Wifey made. And join me now, friends, for the gloriousness. That's right, the stupendosity. The absolute awesome sauceness, and the thing that you would give your life to the Imperium for. That's right, the simultaneous sip, and it's happening right frickin' now. For a sec. For a second, it looked like we weren't gonna be able to get it. It might whiff completely. This is gonna be bad. Oh, I think we get all of them. Booyah! Booyah! The magic pixel exists. And zip. Life bars are blinking. Here we go, baby. Blaze! Lay it down, home slizzle.
Let all that legion suffer your wrath. Mega kill!
Okay, so, I say we move and poke the medic in the butt. What do you think? I don't care that it breaks stealth. I really don't. What are they gonna do? Hamper?
I don't like being shot.
I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have said that. That was pretty bad. I did not realize he had that ability. He's got a freaking shotgun.
Oh, no. That one. Yep, that one.
Oh, in the face, Traycon! Or not Traycon, it's not Traycon, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. It's Vapor! Vapor, my bad, Traycon, my bad. I don't mean to insult, sir, please don't hurt me. Don't hurt me, man, I didn't mean it. I swear to God, I didn't mean it. Don't hurt me. All right, we're just...
Oh, just a wee bit. Nada. 2 towers. 2 freaking towers. Look at that shit. This game is so freaking cheating.
Here are rats.
What kind of bullshit is that, man? 2 of them.
Move.
Right next to one another. Oh no, you shall not pass. That's right, you heard me. Did I stutter? Did I stutter? No, you shall not pass.
My knowledge is at your disposal.
Shall not. Unfair. We took explosive charges from salvaged alien grenades and strapped them to a solid fueled rocket engine. Humans, man. Freaking humans. If we thought a rock strapped to a rocket engine would give us an advantage, we'd take it. Ash Destroyer, that's what it is. Ash Destroyer, yeah. Let me give you a rewind here.
Get your Ash Destroyer here, boys. Get your Ash Destroyer here.
There we go. So, Warcraft. I'm actually kind of scared because this is why I saved it. It's like, this is a lot of dudes. This is a lot of... Well, requires 2 actions, yes? Ends turn. Goodbye. Nuclear launch detected! He is disoriented, so you know what that means? That means we do bonus damage. And aim! And crit!
Destroyed!
See you on the other side, bitch. God. Every time. Every time. He's... Oh. So we're gonna move you.
I will guide you now.
Lovely. Long watch. He's right there, isn't he? Yeah, he is.
I'm going.
Get it! Also build another thingamabob as well. Scrapper. What I mean by thingamabob? What is a thingamabob? Well, you see, boys, when a man and a woman love one another very, very much, they do this thing called thingamabob. Wait. You sang?
I'm sorry, I know that was important, but you performed Gilbert and Sullivan?
I am the very model of a scientist Solarian. I've studied species Turian, Asari, and Batarian. I'm quite good at genetics as a subset of biology because I am an expert, which I know is a tautology. My xenoscience studies range from urban to agrarian. I am the very model of a scientist.
Finally, some of that ring-a-ding-ding Overwatch. Give me some of that Joker! Boom! No! Really? Your first shot, you fucking miss! What? Joker! Joker! Do. Crack.
Oh, you son of a!
He died.
You lost the scripture. Oh wait, he didn't have one. Never mind. My bad. Good call. Good call.
Chance to run again one day.
Good call.
You are not together.
That was hilariously stupid.
That was perfect.
Yeah, that was hilariously stupid.
Come on, Ed, dude. What are you doing?
And of course, we did the tropiest thing we could possibly do, and I called him New York City, and he called me Nashville, Tennessee. It was great. Because I talk like this. And he thought it was funny. That dude ended up serving his term in the Navy on the USS Enterprise, I believe. Pretty sure that's where he went. What are you doing, Gabos? How dare you on my mountain? How dare you? Yeah, like I said, it was partially the reason for me being the way I am. Not the reason, but partially. Nope. Sorry, bud. Boom. And he hit me first. The little bastard. How's my armor holding up? Yeah, my armor's good. But yeah, it just led to a series of events. Because then, what was it? I had to have surgery on my collarbone to fix it because when I was in the military, they wouldn't let me. They didn't let me heal properly. Or both the United States Navy and I did not let it heal properly. I guess is the best way to put that. Because I mean, I'm not like completely not at fault there. But yeah, and then that led me to have surgery twice to put a plate on my collarbone, which sucked. It was fun for the 9 months that I had the damn thing. The plate, I mean, where I could set off metal detectors. I had to go through metal detectors all the time in the military. I worked on a nuclear submarine. They trust no one. They trust no one. So that's just how that works. And so every time I'd go through the metal detector, it'd set the damn thing off. Yeah, this is one I want right here. Come at me, bro.
Yes!
Boom.
Fucking own it!
Ooh, yes, good stuff. Woo-wee. Sweet pick. Most of the time, it's only 5 crates anyway. Sometimes it's 4, and sometimes it's 6. Not much I can do about that.
I'm going
that,
to
my friend.
from now.
Wait.
Secure. All XCOM operatives are secure. Firebrand is returning to base.
Status confirmed. Mission accomplished.
Or more to the point. More to the point.
A flawless victory.
Oh, we got him! The 2 two-shot, baby, the two-shot. Golden seed. Hail to the year. So let's say I'm here.
Sure.
How is this rocket gonna look? Not very good. Yeah, I mean, it stretches. It stretches. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. We got it. Come on, baby. You got this. Oh, it hit all of this. Alrighty, boys, we have returned. Hope you're doing alrighty. I know I am. It is a glorious day.
Arms for the light.
To be here, my friends. A glorious, glorious day indeed. So, oh, what's up, man? Your stream going? Dropping a little follow. I have a feeling you do the same for me. It would be super nice. Thank you. Oh, cool, dude. Sure. Let me see. Can I click your thing? Hey, there we go. I think I can do this. Of course I'm not logged in. Because of course I'm not. Give me 1 second. Absolutely, bro. Let me see here. Bada bing. Bada bing. I also need to change. I should have done this while the break screen was up. I probably should have done the whole. Bam, there you go, bud. Appreciate you. And bam, there you go, bud. Hey, you shut up, asshole. I don't know why you talking. I don't know why you're talking. Need to make sure we do this hardcore. More levels, more levels. And do we save? Can we save it? Is that a thing we can do? I think we can save it. Thanks, bud. I appreciate you, man. Hope you're having a good one. We should probably do that on here too. Oh, it's still Rise of the Necromancer? Are you wait, there's no way that's right. There's no way that's right. Oh, thank you, buddy, for the follow. Very much appreciate that. And is that what it does? It still say Rise of the Necromancer? Did Tango not change it? Tango didn't change it. Yeah, there we go. This needs to be in the title. There we go. Boom. Okay. Always the good stuff. Always the good stuff. Skadoosh. Yeah, it just sucks I can't interact with Kick through OBS, man. It blows, dude.
Be ready on the road.
Just do this.
Let's have a look at you.
Upgrade. Yes. Skips
Need
all the
something
conversations.
In the past, nicely.
We go for the upgrades. I mean, I guess we could upgrade this thing. Why not? 10K. Sure. Just max it the fuck out. 29. No, we're not gonna do that. All right, sweet. Let's go upgrade our health potion. So, you know, since we've got several Mother's Knives, let's just
Very
sell
well.
them.
And
It's not like I'm gonna be leveling anybody else up, right? I don't even know if I'm gonna end up maxing out the Druid. Probably not, dude. Probably not. I might need to go back and.
Well, you certainly have.
Blech. What happens if I just upgrade it? Does that do anything? Does that do anything at all? I don't know. I don't know at all. Also, I would like to point out that we have the ability to watch some more YouTube. Arch just dropped a video about Warhammer, and there's a Destiny one I want to watch too. So we're gonna be doing that. Why are there 2 of them? Oh, he dropped it on both of his channels. That's why. Okay, I was like, what the fluff? Just give me 1 second here, boys. I'm gonna prop that right there, and here we go.
Let's talk about 40k and 10th edition, about story progression, the return of the lion, about power creep, and about whether or not making 40k grim dark somehow makes it less appealing to Nazis. Tourists.
Retards.
But we'll get back to that later. For now, let us start
Retards.
this double channel video, as the topic is relevant to both my lore channel and my cultural commentary channel as well. So, without further ado, let's get on with it. To begin with, I certainly do have some mixed emotions about the overall direction.
Oh, and by the way, if you're wondering why I'm watching Arch, or you have a problem with Arch, I don't care if you have a problem with Arch. You can have a problem with anybody you want. I don't have a problem with Arch because I don't think there's anything wrong with Arch. He's just himself, and I don't really give a damn. Yeah, we're gonna be using that right there. And he's a pretty cool dude. It's another mother's knife. Oh my god, and it's 70. What the fuck? Oh my god, it's even more damage. And he's, like I said, he's a pretty cool dude. I quite like him. I love his lore, his Warhammer lore, and all of his political takes are his own. And yeah, he's not a Nazi nor a fascist, as far as I'm concerned. So get over it.
The lore at large, which we'll return to and expand upon a bit later. But let us start with a positive note. The return of Lionel Johnson.
Did I not?
Because this is a good thing. Largely due to the fact that the explanation that Lion was just sleeping, for some reason, in the depths of the rock was always a really bad one. And even the Horus Heresy's attempts to justify it, that he had been severely wounded in his duel with Luther, and that the Watchers had taken him away to one day return, was really only marginally better, as all it really changed was that now the Lion was sleeping with a bunch of Star Wars Jawas, rather than having a good old-fashioned solo snooze. It was
lovely.
It was a dumb part of old fluff, and rightfully so roundly mocked, which is why we're going to use this icon in the background here today, because it's a damn good one. But now with the...
No, I really love the lore stuff that he puts out. Like, he is, like, single-handedly invigorated me when it comes to... God damn it. When it comes to the lore of 40k, and one of the reasons I like it so goddamn much, so... Apparently, we need to exit the game because it's doing that fucking thing again. Grrr. Arrgh. Alright, well, let's just keep going.
The return of a second Primarch. The setting really has changed quite drastically, hasn't it?
Yep.
And unlike the opinions from our tourist friends from PC Gamer, I do not think it has changed to the grimmer or the darker. If anything, 40k is a lighter setting than ever, and let me expand upon that note for a moment here, because the 10th edition trailer is full of woe and horror, right? Girly Man himself is saying the Imperium is losing after all. Surely that means that the setting is still grim and dark, correct? Well, does it? Or are we simply being told that that is the case, and by the narrator going, oh, okay, so this is the story? But is that actually the case if you take a step back and look at 40k as it exists today, and not as what it was, but what it is right now? The Imperium is operating 9 Indomitus Crusades battle groups. Each and every single solitary one of these is comparable to the power and scope of a Space Marine Legion from the Great Crusade. And the only one of these fleets to have been successfully engaged and destroyed was the recent one, the number 10, who was only taken down after Khorne himself personally materialized in the universe and hit it with his sword. In other words, these new legions, described as being even larger, or at least at the size of the Macarian Crusade, a crusade that conquered 1,000 worlds in 7 years, can only be stopped by the manifestation of a chaos god. And even that is not a surefire win, as the Emperor is getting more and more active as well, and has even proven able to invade the realms of chaos. Who is to say that he isn't going to be able to pull the same nonsense given enough time?
Yeah.
Or at least be able to defend against it. Furthermore, these legions are now led by not one, that was bad enough, but
awesome,
two Primarchs.
It's pretty good.
And the return of the Lion has far-reaching potential consequences, as it could also see the return of Luther to the side.
Maybe I should put it above
of the
my head.
Imperium.
Maybe I should do that.
As part of his prophecy of the Lion's return was also that he would come back to forgive Luther, meaning that the Fallen might also come back into the Fall in some way, including perhaps even Cypher. Maybe they've even been working towards this goal all along.
Yeah.
There is also, of course, the obvious martial ramifications in that the reason why Khorne was able to pull his plot device entrance was because no one could stop Angron's rampage. And so the anger and the blood, etc., summoned Khorne into existence. Well, if anyone could stop an angry Angron, it probably would be the Lion and Luther together again. And let us not forget the Warp Squirrel himself, Cole, and the fact that the current Astartes' strength of the Indomitus Crusade is nowhere near the full force of Primaris Marines he has squirreled away over the millennia, with
Damn,
some
that's a lot
of
of
the book
damage.
sources suggesting he might have millions more of the damned things stashed away in secret stasis storage chambers across the galaxy. And that is not even the Chaos God of Plot Contrivance's only contribution. Cole can also terraform planets harvested by the Tyranids. He can and has invented new...
Oh my god, really? Dude, I didn't know it was that bad, man. Like, I don't really read the books because I really don't have time. Let's just be real. Especially with all the other bullshit that I do and how much I stream. Like, I really don't have time to read all this nonsense. And
new weapons by the boatload, and is rapidly bringing the Imperium back towards at least a Great Crusade level of technology, and probably beyond even that. And seeing as the Imperium is operating in strengths not seen since the Great Crusade, its industrial production base too must be roaring, with the amount of ships, ammunition, weapons, vehicles, supply parts, oil, everything that these enormous war fleets would be requiring. Like, no matter how you slice this, the Imperium is stronger than it has ever been since Big E planted his ass on the Golden Throne. And this is after Chaos won their supposedly greatest ever victory with the destruction of Cadia. It's kind of like, how do I put it? The limbo of old 40k was, in my opinion, good, because none of the sides were truly in ascendance. But each one of it has its own flavor of threat. The Tyranids were always out there in the darkness lurking. Chaos was ever plotting and scheming on the next Black Crusade.
yeah, I'm kind of sympathetic to this because the static nature of the universe meant that you could have all kinds of crazy stories and it not really be a big deal, right? And the universe, no matter how much you really changed it in any one place that you were looking, it still stayed relatively the same. So yeah, I don't know. Man. I don't know. Seems kind of weird.
Not bad. Anything breaks, the forge
What is this? Druid only with the roar. I can't re-roll that, so it's not really going to be much. Can we can't do that until we hit level 25, or I find the dungeon that's around here. Actually, let's do that. Let's go back to the sorcerer, and we're going to see which dungeon we have left. Because I think he's explored everything. It's either that or the barbarian. All right. But yeah, I'm very sympathetic to this, because it's one of those things where it's like, they're advancing the power creep storyline where the big boys are moving. And it's like, did you really run out of stories that you could tell in the entirety of the galaxy? Did you really run out of those stories? You know what I mean? 16. Okay, we're gonna... What's this one? Injured while unstoppable. Okay. Nova, damaging enemy elites. These are all level 20-ish, right? Yeah. That one's level... Oh, that one's level 11. But it's Frost Nova, 9 dex, 10 intelligence. That's pretty good. And increased fire damage, willpower, strength, lightning. A dodge chance, max evade charge. It's not bad. We'll throw that on there. This is level 20, all right. I came here for this. So it's that one. And is that the only one that I haven't done? Yeah, it is. Damn, that sucks, dude. It's the only one I haven't done. And it's the one that's inside this bullshit. So I'm probably going to have to wait till I'm 25 anyway. This is... What zone is this? There's the bear tribe. So it's the one directly below the bear tribe. All right, we'll go do that. Yeah, that's cool. All right.
And even the Imperium had several sleeper factors, like the hints that Gilliman might be slowly healing, or the presence of Imperial saints suggesting the Emperor's true power. And yet they were also very precariously placed. The Nids have had their asses creamed every invasion. Chaos has tried 12 times and failed to take a single world, Cadia. And the Imperium, too, was crumbling under 1,000 assaults all at once. It was a precariously balanced tower of porcelain dishes, stacked on the back of a sleeping bull. There was tension there, but when the story advanced and the inevitable happened, the bull woke up, the Eye of Chaos expanded, and Chaos won its great victory. For about 5 seconds. As you swiftly realize, as you look around the porcelain china shop and go, hold on, all of the porcelain plates are perfectly intact. As now the Imperium is stronger than ever before. And so equally inevitably, in turn, for anyone else to survive, they too must be stronger than ever before. The Tyranids are invading and encircling the entire galaxy again. And Chaos totally has even more Chaos Space Marines, despite not having access to the Warp Squirrel. And oh look, Khorne can just kind of pop into existence now too. It is the inevitable power creep of responding to one faction's increase in power by simply buffing every other faction too. And this is not a very healthy path, because it leads inevitably towards the Age of Sigmar style setting, where armies of billions take on 1,000 fortresses across 100 planes every day, even as Sigmar is just resurrecting his armies of space marines non-stop. Is on such an absurd scale that nothing actually matters anymore. What does...
I mean, he's not wrong. If they hadn't buffed the Imperium so bad and instead given them just a little bit of a buff instead, it might have been a little bit easier to not buff the others, and therefore the Imperium had a slight advantage over everybody else. And just that it would allow, instead of the Imperium to slowly lose over time to attrition, it would have, basically pushed it back the other way so they could slowly build up through attrition, which would have probably, which they could have dragged out for another 20 fucking years,
The destruction of Cadia matter when the new fleets are conquering 1,000 worlds a decade? What does the loss of one crusading fleet mean when there are 9 others? And in turn, what do those other 9 mean when Khorne can just one-shot them? And what does Khorne even mean if the gods can now manifest in reality?
Yep.
When you reach the level of God, reaching down and flicking your dudes over, there really isn't a whole lot more to add, really. GW has basically done a speedrun of the endless Japanese anime-style story advancement, where as soon as the heroes defeat a big bad, an even bigger bad reveals itself, and then an even bigger
As always.
bad, and then an even bigger bad,
Yep.
etc. And this really is next to inevitable when you are dealing with storytelling on the galactic scale. When one faction scores a huge victory, the opposition must either do something equally insane or perish. And since GW would never let a faction as profitable as the Space Marines disappear, the answer is a 1,000-year time skip and the Indomitus Crusade, which in turn necessitates Chaos doing something equally insane or getting wiped out, and so on and so on.
And so on and
This
so
too
on.
is precisely why I much prefer the old style of storytelling, where you look at individual conflicts, like Vrax or the Taros campaign, where the stakes were still significant but regional and identifiable. This allowed both sides to have stakes, as you were immediately rooted in the consequences of success or failure, as you built relationships with the formations and planets and characters engaged in battle. But it also meant that a win or a loss wouldn't drastically change the overall setting and the balance of power, and so you could just make another battle in the same setting. This, too, of course, has its drawbacks, as if nothing ever truly changes, then you could easily argue none of those battles ever even mattered. But can the same not be said for the big galaxy changes as well? Even after all these enormous battles and titanic fleet clashes, etc., no faction has been destroyed. In fact, we have received a new faction, and a new Imperial ally, incidentally, in the form of the Not At All Squats. Because, well, if your setting has no end, no finish line or a goal, with the only objective being to keep it going in perpetuity to earn more money, which, cynically though it might sound, is the goal of 40k, well, all you have then is a perpetual motion machine that will just swing and swing and swing and swing. And if that is all it will ever do anyways,
What
which
was
it
that?
is, then I prefer at least for the swinging to be somewhere where I can see it and be easily amused by it.
Okay,
Oh,
we'll go up here real quick.
And on a more
I'll grab the
granular
waypoint,
level,
just in case.
rather than over there somewhere, over the horizon, wiping out entire star clusters. And actually, that's an excellent example. When the original Death Star wiped out that one planet in Star Wars, it was a big deal. Like, oh my god, that shit blows up entire planets. It's a terror weapon of unmatched strength, and the rebellion must destroy it or all is lost. And then in Disney Wars, the First Order, with 1 billion of the resources and manpower, builds an even bigger one and wipes out like 5 planets in one shot.
Yep.
And despite being literally 5 times larger, its impact on the audience is 5 times smaller. Because there is a scale at which we just don't care anymore.
Yep.
And it
It's so
tends
big,
to
it's
be
like
what we
multiverse.
can care on a level that we understand and can relate to. One planet is a big deal because we know how much stuff is on one planet. Vrax was a big deal because we know how awful trench warfare is. Cadia withstanding the Black Crusade was a big deal because we understood biblical references at the gates of heaven standing against the hordes of hell, etc. And even then, most people mocked that plotline relentlessly for the 13 failed attempts, dubbing them Abaddon's 13 temper tantrums. But now, 40k2 has reached the realms of Disney Wars, where it's not just the destruction of a fleet by a demon Primarch, but the destruction of a legion by a god. Which also, of course, raises the question that I briefly aired previously: if you are at the point in the game where God is reaching down from heaven to flick the little toy soldiers aside, where do you go from here? Also known as the Saints Row problem, where you went from gang wars to alien invasions to invading hell, and finally to full-on workified disaster in the recent reboot. Option 1 in this case is to just sort of pretend that nothing really actually ever happened, and just go on with business as usual, because the more things change, the more they stay the same.
Yep.
And you prepare to sell the miniatures of the next Primarch to return. Or start moving towards maybe some sort of a soft reboot instead. Option 2. an apocalyptical final confrontation that wipes several major players off the map. Less profitable ones, of course, like Slanesh, for example.
Yeah.
Getting killed by the Eldar, cause tits and violence is just not quite the safe sell that it once was.
It's actually not a bad idea.
And maybe wipe out the Tau as well, because they too are genuinely loathed. Or kill a founding chapter or two, like you did in the War of the Beast. And then move into a different overall setting, like Age of Sigmar sort of did to Warhammer. And if that is to be the case, it would almost certainly be a far brighter setting. As again, despite the lip service, 40k is becoming a far more hopeful setting overall. It is still dark, no doubt, but it is far less grim dark. Which again makes this article so very amusing, as its take is that those damn Schnazis will totally not like new 40k, because new 40k is dark. Because you see, the Imperium, they might lose. Oh no! Can you imagine a 40k in which the brave defenders are overstretched and tested, and where their greatest warriors, the Space Marines, an ever-dwindling resource, a setting in which the Imperium are beset by 1 million invaders from every side, and they are thoroughly on the back foot. Almost, like, I don't know, old 40k? The one that supposedly was infested by the Nazis?
Yeah.
It really is the hallmark of a true...
It's one of the weirdest things that people don't understand what roleplay means when it concerns things like this. Because it's like that's one of the weird things about like 40k is that, yes, there are no good guys. But the Imperium are technically the good guys. They are the default because they are humanity. You may not like the way humanity is, but the humanity exists in the 40k the way it does for reasons. There are reasons why it exists. Exactly the way it does. And it is an interesting thing to be able to roleplay that. That doesn't make you the thing you're roleplaying. Just like if I roleplayed an elf, that doesn't make me an elf. Duh. Or dwarf. Like, duh. And, if you had half a fucking brain, you'd realize this. But, you can't, that might be too much to demand of people nowadays. Oof, the slow, all right.
The anti-fan terrorist. Someone who speaks, or writes in this case, with pretend authority, and yet quite self-evidently has not the faintest clue what they are talking about. Oh, and of course with a little bit of a political spin on it as well, just to hammer home the final nail, I guess. Oh well. Sorry, complaints aside, how does the 10th edition...
Oh, nice, you can't vulnerable them.
Oh, simplified,
until their shield is down.
Perhaps too much, as the unit stat blocks are almost gone at this point. And the new army builder system, where you pick a HQ, and then 3 of any type of units, like 3 elites, or 3 fast attacks, etc., or up to 6 types of troops, or 6 troop types. It feels to me like it's going to encourage some real flavor of the month OP unit and cancerous play, but unless you're playing with friends, I suppose that is already the reality regardless. And I do like, at least in theory, the one...
Has it really not always been the reality?
And that they are supposedly free, but, as a general rule of thumb, there is nothing ever quite so expensive
than free.
As free.
Yep.
Call me a wizard or cynic if you like, but I very much so doubt that Games Workshop, a company infamous for its predatory pricing, will just be giving it all away, expecting nothing in return. Especially as the Codex and Edition grind has been a big part of their revenue these last few years.
A big
new
group.
edition drops just a few months after the last Codex does, so that you've got to buy them all.
It's a big group, and I freaking hit them all with it, dude.
I just don't see GW giving up such a golden goose that easily without some strings attached. Nevertheless, 9th edition did, as much as I hate the word, need some streamlining here and there. So making sure all the rules for any one faction is easily acceptable and referable would be quite nice. And an online application that can at least be, semi-favorably compared to
damage
free
over time,
Battlescribe.
crowd control.
That
So I'd
too
lose
would be
vulnerable
cute,
and crit
but,
damage.
might be asking for the heavens
More
there
close
as far as
range, more
DW is
crowd. I
concerned.
could
And
enchant.
finally, I do like the addition of the OC
also got a socket,
stat,
so
a objective control stat, meaning that certain units will be far more effective at holding control points, which will in turn maybe avoid some of the flavor of the week stuff, or potentially make it worse. I still have fond memories of Dawn of War 2 when they let Ripper swarms capture points whilst immune to suppression. Oh, with a cancer. And with the recent leagues of not at all squats, my faith in GW's game design and balancing skills are shaky at best.
Crit strike damage to vulnerable.
We will have to wait until summer to see, though, on the rules front.
Crit strike
whilst
damage.
I am
ultimate
not
skill
a fan
damage,
of the Primaris or the
overpowered
new
damage.
lore in
I
general,
guess we'll do basic
and neither am I one of the current direction and focus. I do
can't use
like
that
what I heard about the rules, and honestly,
Oh,
a
really?
40K
15?
apocalypse.
Come on.
Well, it is starting to sound better and better every day, isn't it? Until next time, I've been Arch. Thank you all very much for listening, and I hope to see you all again soon. And do remember to let me know what you think about the video down in the comments section below, especially in regards to 40K's overall lore.
I can't even
direction
enchant
and the new
on this
rules
dude,
and what
can
you've
I?
seen of them so far. Until then,
Because I need to do the dungeon. Ain't that some fucking cancer right there, dude?
Here's what you gotta ask. Just one easy question to go. Okay, let's say that somebody, if we were living in Nazi Germany, he would be like the.
But as far as like my own form of commodity production, I work with.
All right, we're gonna watch this in a second. I just need to worry about this. Surround yourself. 5 protective shadows. Gain 8 damage reduction per active shadow each time you take direct damage. Shadow consumed. Dark shrouds. 10% chance not to be consumed while you have 2 shadows active. Crit chance, huh? Lasts 20 seconds, but the shadows last indefinitely until if you don't take damage. Or you dodge or shit, and it's got 10% chance not to be consumed. That's pretty good. While you've got at least 2 shadows, gain 10% crit chance. Movement speed, what is this? Agile, using cooldown increases your dodge. That's cool. While stealth, you heal for 1. Whoa, that's pretty good. Concealment. Vanish from sight, gaining an advanced form of stealth for 4 seconds that will not be removed by taking damage. Concealment also makes you unstoppable and grants 25% movement speed and allows you to move freely through enemies. Using an attack skill during concealment will break concealment. You cannot be directly targeted using attack. Okay, what else does this go? Gain 40 energy. The skill that breaks concealment makes enemy vulnerable. Oh, that's cool. So just auto vulnerable for 3 seconds. What's the cooldown on this? 20 seconds? Okay. Ooh, guaranteed crit. Smoke grenade. Throw a smoke concoction that dazes enemies. Wasn't there a thing that dazed enemies? Slows enemies by... Dash slows enemies by 30%. Enemies already slowed will be dazed. Okay. So that's with caltrops. So that will make this thing lower its cooldown. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool with a dazed enemy. So smoke grenade, daze enemies. Okay. 15% increased damage. That sounds really good. 15 seconds. Okay. Dealing direct damage to enemies affected by smoke grenade. It's 25% chance to reduce the cooldown. Hello. Cooldown by 1 second or by 2 seconds instead. If the okay, so smoke grenade sounds really good. Poison trap. Poison trap knocks down enemies when it activates. You deal 10% increased poison damage. Okay. Poison trap has a 20% chance to reset your imbuement. I don't know what the hell imbuement does right now. Alright. 6% increased damage to healthy and injured enemies. Alright, that's interesting. 3% increased vulnerable damage. I'm thinking smoke grenade, dude. Yeah. Once you level it to 15% increased damage, you would do... If an enemy is vulnerable, slowed, or chilled, the smoke grenade will daze them for 20% longer. It only lasts for 4 seconds. With a 15-second cooldown. Dealing direct damage to your enemies. So I can't take other stuff away and then give it to that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it in this. And in a few levels, we're going to get a few of these. Because I don't really care about using this bullshit right now. I do so much God for second damage, it doesn't matter. Like, it really doesn't. So, all right. Hit it, Dist.
With union labor
Hit
and
it, D.
union shops
Yeah, I said
in the
Dist. I'm
United
such
States
a
of
moron.
America, and it's domestically manufactured when I do merchandising.
I hate unions, by the way.
And I have some form of
Doesn't mean
cooperative
they can't be a good thing, I just
organization
hate them.
where the people that I work with, not my workers per se, but people that I work with, whether it be my producers or editors, have full autonomy over their times, full autonomy over how much they make, full autonomy over a percentage of the profits or even more. Not only that, but they also have editorial independence, like in the case of...
Keep in mind that for Hassan here, I don't know if he knows this and he's just playing a clever game. None of what he said has anything to do with socialism. Socialism or socialist ideas would have to do with these workers cooperatively owning the brands that they're working for, not having their own time to work, not having their own computers, not setting their own schedules, none of that shit. It would be having some ownership over what's actually being produced, which none of them have any ownership over it, obviously, because Hassan doesn't want to give up any power to his brand, because he's a good capitalist.
Yep.
But it's funny that he brings up all these other things, like they go on... What he's doing right now, it's funny, because nobody will ever call him out for it, because people just don't know enough, but what he's doing right now is actually the equivalent of when Elon Musk was like, when Elon Musk was saying like, oh, or when he installed the ice cream cone machine in the Tesla factory, the SpaceX factory. That's the same thing.
That's there. The reason I had to
How does
work
Train
with them
actually
is
win the
because
argument
obviously
here?
as a streamer.
I don't think I want to What Train needs to say is, if you believe in the tenets of socialism and you think it's a positive way forward, what you should be doing is you should be using your money to invest in systems that can be self-sustaining and perpetuating in society as they would be in an ideal socialist society. So a mutual aid, like, here are a couple of things that I can think of right off the bat. I don't know about the legality of these things, and this is just coming off the top of the dome, but let's say, for instance, you invest in some sort of community infrastructure where everybody throws $10 or $20 into a pot every week for a neighborhood where you get like a beefy dude, maybe some guy that used to be a bouncer, and that's like your community guy that you call if something's wrong, right? Let's say that you're an ACAP person, you don't believe in the police, fuck them, you don't like them, blah, 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 blah. Everybody pitches in 10 or 20 bucks a week, or maybe even 10 or 20 bucks a month, and then some dude is on call basically to answer if somebody feels like there's someone in their backyard, somebody they don't trust or whatever, and they can call that guy into the police. That'd be an example of something that's like mutual aid. You've created another, hopefully self-sustaining service that replaces a service that a capitalist society was providing you. That's like, that would be like an idea of mutual aid, I guess. Or maybe, or it could be something
Sounds
like,
like
somebody,
bullshit.
like you pay
Just saying.
somebody in the neighborhood to grow like a little fucking vegetable garden in the back, and then you buy vegetables from them, et cetera, et cetera. It's about creating
These things
kind
are
of
like
these self-sustaining
frickin'
ecosystems, or these self-sustaining systems,
significantly
part of a
higher
greater
level than me,
ecosystem
15 plus
that more closely resembles the socialist society you'd want, rather than relying on capital invested products like ownership of all of that, means of production, all that shit to produce goods and services you need, basically, right? But socialists, I don't even think socialists believe this can work. When they all get rich, none of them ever want to do any of this. They all go and shop at like the biggest capitalist stores ever. They don't give a fuck about any of this, and that's but Train just doesn't have like the vocabulary to push in that direction because he's not familiar with socialism, which is fair. I mean, most socialists don't know anything about this shit. That's why, again, 99% of socialists online that do mutual aid, when they say they're doing mutual aid, what they really mean is they're just doing fundraising. They're just donating money to something. They're not really doing mutual aid at all. A good example is the Black Panthers used to set up a school lunch program for black communities. Sure, or like the Mafia or whatever that used to run like trash services and shit in New York or whatever. You know?
Yeah.
Why do you think Hassan is so blatant with buying designer clothes and living in luxury, so to speak? Doesn't he care about his image in the eyes of socialists/leftists? No. He doesn't care about his image in the eyes of socialists. Socialism is his image, right? Yes. The socialist aesthetic is the hottest, sexiest thing right now. If we were living in Nazi Germany, he would be like the Nazi on the radio with like the coolest fucking Hugo Boss. Was that the Nazi brand? I don't know. He'd be wearing those outfits or whatever. He doesn't give a fuck about like socialism and communism per se. They're just the talking points, the echoes, because that's like the sexiest aesthetic to wear right now. And obviously like designer clothes, luxury fashion, private planes, Burning Man, those things are all like part of that ecosystem as well. It's about like whatever makes you basically look like the coolest. His body is like a billboard for whatever like the coolest ideology is. This is the easy question that makes all of these kind of guys
Oh god,
move,
oh
okay?
god, oh god.
Here's what you gotta ask. There's one easy question. You're gonna go, okay, let's
Pressing
say
the
that
wrong
somebody
buttons.
is just like you, okay? If we ignore what you say on stream, what's the difference between you and a capitalist? And then that's it. And then the conversation was over because truthfully, his answer is nothing.
Well,
Yeah.
I think I said that in a different way at the beginning, right? I said preaching socialism without action is literally just capitalism.
Yeah, but you got to lean in harder to that because then he'll push on a bunch of weird, dumb ways to kind of like fight against that. But you should force an answer for like what's the difference between capitalists and you if you just ignore what you talk about on stream. Like what's the difference between you and a capitalist? And make him actually answer that question because he won't be able to give you an answer on.
All right, I need to focus, dude. Oh my God, that hurts. All right, I need to. No! Okay. No, come on. Dude. Yeah, I'm probably gonna die here. Dude, man, come on, I dodged that. Dude.
I have no potions.
Come on, come on, come on, come on.
It is done.
Yes! Oh my God. Oh, that was a good shit, boys. That was the good shit. What? Said my voice mod plugin crashed. Can you guys still hear me? We still good? Was it?
Was it this? No?
Okay. All right. Ding! There it is. All right. Yeah, I thought I was gonna die, bro. I thought I was totally gonna die. Energy cost reduction. Automatically drop a smoke grenade at the end of a dash. Dash cooldown is reduced by 0.32 seconds for each enemy dazed by this way, up to 0.96 seconds. What? What? I don't understand. So it cannot lower the cooldown more than less than a second? So it maxes out at 3? That's kind of crazy. Isn't it? So yeah, it was enough sustain. What the problem was is I was hitting 1, 2, 3, and 4 instead of Q and W. I don't know why my fingers were doing that. It almost got me killed like 3 times. So yeah, that was bad. That was bad. All right, want to claim that? Get my 3,000 gold. I mean, I guess we're just gonna get rid of all these. I don't need any of them, I don't think. No. So let's go ahead and chunk. Can't do that one. We can't sell the damn thing though, right?
Fine.
Sell it.
The lid
Goodbye.
is frozen solid.
Goodbye, bitches. Yes. Yes. Got any good rings? Nope. Nope. All right. D. Take it away, buddy.
On that.
Well, I think the difference in his mind or in others' minds are the goalpost gets moved on what defines a capitalist. First, it's the millionaires, then it becomes the 9-figure millionaire or 8-figure millionaires. Then, when you become an 8-figure millionaire yourself, it becomes the 9-figure millionaires. And once you become a 9-figure millionaire yourself, suddenly it becomes the billionaires, right? Like,
yeah, but if you want, remember, he used this definition in the beginning, and it would do you well to remember this if we're going to have actual debates about socialism and capitalism. Socialism and capitalism don't have anything to do with how much money you make. It has to do with the relationship between the means of production and the laborers that produce things, right? So, for instance, like in a capitalist economy, you have a guy that owns capital, and he generally brings in labor to work with that capital to create revenues, right? And of those revenues, the capitalist keeps some, it's called profit, and then the laborer takes whatever the capitalist gives him. Now, a lot of communists/socialists will call that profit that the capitalist takes, they would call that theft, right? They would say that, or they might say exploitation. But so when Hassan says things, because he was starting to give you a whole bunch of reasons for like, oh, no, I am kind of a socialist. And he talks about like workers setting their own schedules and having their own freedom to do whatever and getting pay raises. That's all capitalist shit. Nothing about that is socialist. Socialists would actually, even giving somebody a percentage of the profits has nothing to do with socialism. That's still capitalism because he's the sole owner. At any point in time, if Hassan wanted to, he could fire every single worker and replace him with somebody else. That's what a capitalist can do. What Hassan has never done, and what he will never do, because he's a capitalist, like all capitalists are, is giving away parts of the actual ownership of the business structure to his employees. That's what socialism is. He will never do that because he wouldn't want to give away part of his brand. Rightfully so. I don't think he should. He's a smart guy. He's built it all himself. Fuck sharing that shit with people you bring in just to work it. But he would say that everybody else should, but he would never do that. But yeah.
I think that's why in the beginning of the conversation, I literally stated, like, if he would have came on, for his entire brand and just said, listen, I'm a capitalist, but I believe in certain socialist systems that should be in place, kind of in conjunction with the capitalist ones, right?
Yeah, but that's not socialism at all. Socialist systems?
Of course not.
Yeah. What you're talking about there is that's like what Republicans used to call socialism, like socialized healthcare. That's not socialism. That's just government action. Yeah.
So not socialism. What I'm saying is to just meet in the middle. Instead of looking at it as being just a socialist or looking at it just being a capitalist, find a system that optimizes the benefits of both. Right? That's the proper way to preach things, in my opinion, because that's what I believe in the future. Like, that's our only hope.
Yeah, but he would just say that he does that. But if you want to talk about benefiting from both, then what you're really talking about is capitalism. Because in a capitalist system, you can have private-owned means of production, and you can have people that run co-ops and stuff. That's one of the nice things about capitalism. It's relatively flexible. But if we lived in a socialist country, all private ownership would be banned. So you wouldn't be able to do that. So the mixed model that you're talking about can only happen in a capitalist form of organization, but it couldn't happen in a socialist one.
Okay. So then what I'm talking about would have to happen in a capitalistic government, and then we would just implement socialist systems within that capitalistic government.
Yeah, there are different, like if you want to do like a co-op, like a cooperatively owned thing, nothing is stopping you from doing that right now,
So what kind of government? Okay, so let me ask you this: what kind of government would it be if, or not government? What kind of system would we have in place if it operated in a capitalistic fashion, but it worked in conjunction with, let's say, a baseline free healthcare, a baseline education system that encourages people to go to school, finish school, and come out with a baseline degree, bachelor's degree or bachelor of arts or whatever the hell, right?
Yeah, I mean that's just.
Would that just be capitalism?
Yeah, you just call that government. Systems? You just call that like government intervention. But it's like it's still the markets. All of your market forces and everything are still like capitalist driven. Like Sweden and Norway, those are capitalist countries. They're not part socialist.
Those social programs
those are capitalist countries. You can call it like a welfare state. You can call it like socialized systems, government-run systems. But nothing about that is like they're not cooperatively owned by the people. None of that is socialism.
Now, welcome to another Let's Talk Some Star Wars. This time we'll be discussing the results of the...
All right, well, that was an interesting little thing. So, cool. It just it sucks I ain't got no more videos to watch, man. It'd be really awesome if I did, but, I don't. So does Not So Erudite have any good videos? No, she doesn't. Shorts, playlists. Yeah, these just aren't that great, honestly. Damn, my wife is still up, dude. She's killing me with that shit. Killing me with that shit. What are we looking at here? Now that's interesting. We got a shoe on head video. Oh my god. So we will save that one for later. Yeah, I think we're probably just gonna Your argument is cancer. That's great. All right, yeah, I think we're just gonna keep on keeping on. All right, let's go. Let's turn Diablo up. How about that? Should be pretty good, yes. Yeah, I don't know about these. Ugh. Come on, bud. Come on. I think not, good sir. No. Ah, jumped right on his ass. Boom. Get wrecked, son of a bitch. He dropped a dirk. Okay. Does it have any cool shit on it? No. Okay. As soon as I get done with this one, we will actually have the ability to put our legendary stuff on, which would be great. Oh, that was nasty. They could do shit. Ooh, so good. Dude, I really like this knife build, dude. The problem I have with dash is it moves you so far you can't even click on an enemy. Oh wait. Like if I click on the enemy directly in front of me instead of dashing into that enemy, it like sits. You know what I'm saying? Executed, man.
I need more time.
Dude. Once you get it down, bro. What I need to do is I need to make sure I do the this first then this, so that I can. Ooh, hello. What do we got here? Vulnerable, slow, life on kill, physical damage. It's got, yeah, it gives me like damn near 9% damage on close range enemies. So this is physical damage, distant, close enemies, okay. Vulnerable damage, damage to slowed, life on kill. It's not really that much better, honestly. No. Just different bullshit. What is this? Protection Shrine. Lovely. See what I mean about how I did that? I hit the wrong button, but that's okay. Wrong button. Wrong button. So there. In the back. Okay. Hopefully the boss just doesn't kick my ass. I'm gonna remove that. So I got an extra point, and I'm gonna throw it in this for the boss. I don't know if the next part's gonna be the boss, but actually, considering there's no thing here, it might not be, but that's okay. Having it spread doesn't seem to work very well, so it doesn't really matter. Actually, yeah, no, we're not doing that yet. I haven't been doing it properly, so that's what it is. I kind of want to watch that abortion debate between Hassan and Destiny. I might do it. Makes them all vulnerable. It's so good when you do it correctly. Bitch. Damn it! I dodged directly into that shit. It's gonna get me killed at some point. Yeah, look at that, dude. Turn an entire group. An entire group invulnerable. Entire group invulnerable. Hang on a second, dude. Something's going on out there. I need to figure out what's going on. My wife's making too much noise for this time of night. Be right back. Alrighty, boys. Sorry about that. So I think I might watch that debate, but we're gonna do this first because it's much more interesting. There's something going on. I think it's maybe the people upstairs that are the issue rather than anything else. But yeah, wife is chilling in the bed, and we are just keeping an eye on the kiddo. Okay. Do I need to do anything here? Not particularly. Yeah, I can't do it. I can't even do anything. It kind of makes me mad that this is the only dungeon I can do, dude. I'm so scared to fight the frickin' boss. It's not even funny, man. Oh, 15 plus. I am getting higher level, though. Ooh, okay, we're backing up out of that. I gotta remember the dash.
I need more time.
Ho, 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 ho. I really hate things that explode on death. I really do. So we have that. We have that. I could get rid of that. Could get rid of, yeah. So do we grab smoke bomb now? I mean, I have the max 3% when I critically strike. That's really good. Is it guaranteed crits? Yeah, but that's the problem is it's 20-second quick hours. Smoke. I mean, we could do this. 10% crit chance is fairly good. You know what I'm saying? What's my crit chance now? Is it what's it still freaking 5 or something? 6. Okay, that kind of sucks, but you know it is what it is. I do a lot of damage, so not a lot of damage. I do a lot of. Pretty good though, ain't it? It's like, damn, son. All right, we got the statue. Now we just got to put it on the pedestal, right? Yeah. Is that an elite? No. Literally 4 hits. That is really, really cool, dude.
I beg you.
The hammer bitch. Getting it down, man. I'm getting it down. Gotta aim the dash. Oh, proper like, yep. And that's the boss fight. Lethal.
Low on energy.
Well, that was cool. Okay, well, Did I kill that dude already? Well, that was certainly interesting. Alright, so I need to go use the restroom. We're gonna TP, use the restroom, and then we're gonna kill the boss. Be right back. Like, I'm not gonna lie, bros. I'm pretty sure I'm not gonna be able to daze the boss. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. It doesn't mean we're not gonna try, though. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Let's do it. There's not really much else I can do to like help myself in this situation, so we just kind of got to go about it. You know what I'm saying? Excuse me. Interact with the frozen heart. Okay. Shaman. Corpses. Kill the shaman. Four left. Three left. Assuming it's an elite boss. Boom. That's worthy of a clip. That's definitely worthy of a clip. Did he not drop any items? That's odd. That's very odd. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. We did it, boys! We did it! Seriously though, no items in here? Like, oh, I must have picked them up and not realized it. I love how I'm using the double mother's knife and it's just better. Oh my god, dude, that was pretty good. That's pretty good. The daze actually worked because it's not a normal dungeon and it wasn't a normal boss. It was just a big honking son of a bitch. So, all in all, 10 out of 10. We'll do it again. Let's go. All right, now we're gonna do the Destiny thing. So, let's. This is from 3 years ago. Jesus Christ, dude. Is that really what I want to watch? Or do we watch Asmongold play Diablo IV?
I think that this might even be worse than Barbarian. Because at least with Barbarian, I can get a bunch of Thorns items and just have the mobs kill them. So I think it's worse than Barb. This is the worst class so far that I have played. All right, let's try out this Druid. Oh boy, the big boy. There he is. I've heard a lot about this character. No. Man, it ain't much.
Yeah, okay, we're not watching that. It's just him playing, so yeah, there's no point in doing all that. Oh. Yeah, I guess we are gonna watch it. 3 years ago, man. That's a hell of a long time, isn't it? Okay. Well, first off, I'm gonna 2.5 hours. Jesus Christ. What a thing. All right, let's get here. So we're gonna do this. We are gonna do this. Where is it? Is that it? No. Did I miss it? Hang on. Am I losing my mind? Sorry, boys. 1 second. So did it reload? Did I not know? What the hell is going on? Where's the damn thing at? It was just here. Am I looking in the wrong place? The fluff. Okay, we're just gonna have to look for it. Destiny. There it is. Bam.
Because unlike you motherfuckers, I walk the walk and talk the talk, okay? Suck my fucking dick. I had my kid when I was in the process of breaking up with my girlfriend, working as a fucking carpet cleaner, having failed at a fucking school, while fucking losing my house and falling behind on every single fucking bill I had, because that was my fucking life when I worked carpet cleaning, okay? So yes, I did need an abortion, and no, I did not do it, because I do have moral convictions. So suck my fucking dick, you fat ass motherfucking piece of shit that's sitting behind your computer thinking that you know anything about me, okay? Fucking off yourself in a video game. Okay, sorry.
God damn, son.
Okay, let's talk about abortion instead now.
Could we just not?
Okay.
Jesus.
All right, talk to me. So I don't know anything about your perspective, but yesterday I was talking to a person who was a philosophy major who said that they were a fan of yours, and they constantly brought up your perspective on abortion, and I just wanted to hear what it is, because I really don't know. I've never heard it.
Oh, I feel like it's a really hard thing to define, like when a human life starts. It seems like the most consistent way to do it is at the moment of conception, because everything else puts you in really weird areas. And then if you believe that a fetus or whatever is a living thing, if you're aborting it, you're essentially committing murder. And it feels like a hard rule to make for a society to function if I don't want to be murdered, basically. We're going back to my descriptive egoism shit.
Okay, so it's a hard rule. So you don't think that So you don't think that there should be any legislation that goes one way or the other? Because
well, no, I think that like in terms of like how society functions, I mean, like abortion has to be legal. Like, I mean, the idea that I would legislate like my morality to another person like that makes me pretty uncomfortable, especially in an issue as gray as this. I don't think you can do that. And then also, I don't think, I mean, people are going to get abortions one way or another. I think that we should reduce the amount of abortions in the United States as much as possible, and the best way to do that is through like contraception, sexual education, like stuff like that, access to.
Yeah. Okay.
My man.
I guess. Okay. So so because it's descriptive egoism, you were saying that you as a fetus would not have wanted to get murdered.
3 years ago. So it's 2023, so this is 2020.
And that, that's the reason why you don't think any fetuses should get murdered, if that's what you consider to be abortion, right?
So I don't want, basically,
yeah.
So my ethical position is descriptive egoism, right? I don't really believe in morality or any of that exists, right? My normative position is I'm a rule utilitarian. So that means that I'm going to make the rules in society that I think will most benefit me, okay? One of these rules that I think shouldn't be made is that it's okay to kill people without good reason. I don't think it's okay to kill somebody unless you have a really, really good reason to kill somebody. That would be a rule. And when you do an abortion, you're basically saying it's okay to murder some people because they're very inconvenient to other people. And that's a rule that...
It's actually good.
Okay, that's a rule that, like, if you craft that rule, I feel like you could... I feel like at some point in my life, I might become vulnerable to crafting that sort of rule, and that would be worrisome to me. That's kind of the position that I take on it.
Okay, fair
Interesting. Enough. So, correct me if I'm wrong here. So you are under the assumption that like an abortion, like a fetus has a personhood, and you also admit that like murder in some respects could be reasonable or acceptable under what you just described. Do you think that murdering a fetus
Like, I guess my question is, do you think a fetus has personhood? And also,
what do you mean by
like, in a
personhood?
similar fashion to like
It
animals
should,
and whatnot. Like, we've had this conversation before on.
It's
on
one of
like,
those
the
things
veganism
where
debate,
this
but,
is why I wanted to watch this debate, because I knew I was going to be able to pause it and just rant incessantly about this bullshit. Because it's like one of those things, man. And I don't know if one of them are going to say it or not, but it's like, fetuses are people. They are. They're human beings, all right? And they have rights, as they should. And as liberal societies, we should expand the rights to as much rights as we could possibly bear that do not conflict with others. And that is where the fetus question, runs into a little bit of snag. Because, like, I can't go around murdering people because you have a right to life and a right not to be murdered. So I can't murder you and it be okay. That's not a thing, right? But a fetus does not have necessarily the right to use someone else's body. You do not have the right to use someone else's body for things that they do not consent to, right? And so this is where the rights of the fetus and the rights of the mother come into conflict with one another. And this is why, one of the reasons why I think abortion should be legal, but we should limit it to as much as reasonable and try to prevent it as much as possible through education and contraception. It's just, yeah, okay, let's go.
do you think that a fetus, especially like a fetus that has no viability outside of the womb, and this is not even under like modern medicine, I'm talking like viability outside of the womb without any sort of other fucking additional like technological achievements or technological advancements. Do you think that anything before that point, a fetus, does that fetus have personhood?
Yeah, I would say at the moment of conception.
Okay. Wait. What? At the moment of conception? Really?
Yes, yeah.
Yes.
Wait. Can you define why you feel that way? Like what?
Because that's like the first thing that you are is like created is like at the moment of conception. That like a fertilized egg is like the very beginning of like your, I guess, unique sequence of DNA or whatever.
I wonder if he still believes this.
Okay.
This
I was not expecting that. Okay. So, so for you, I guess personhood just means like under your boundaries, is personhood just anything that could even become a person, like in the conceivable future?
Well, I guess
grenade
it's whatever
skills counts trap skills. Whenever you armor trap, drop grenades.
This is the problem. Like abortion debates, they get like this, like I guess like philosophical, get like very, very, very strange very quickly. But yeah.
Yeah. No, I know this is more of a. I mean, I guess this is more of like a morality, or this is definitely a philosophical conversation. And I think abortion is that 100%. Either it's like religious morality or traditionalism, but usually what's guiding this conversation, at the heart of this conversation is, I think,
when is a person a person? Yeah.
What makes a person a person is a fetus a person, and viability, like, or allowing the fetus to exist inside of the host, even if the host is going to have like actual harm. Is that okay? Or if we were to have an antinatalist pronate.
I mean, that's one of those things. It's like, no, it's not okay, and it's one of the reasons why like so many people go to the thing about non-viability or dumb shit like that, and it's because it's like we're not, most cases we're not talking about those things because most people are 100% okay with abortions that for fetuses that would never make it to term and that would endanger the lives of the mother or endanger the lives of the mother. Like that's just hands down. Like they're like, you got to be crazy to be like against all abortion, period, including stuff like what is it called? It's where the egg never implants in the uterus; it gets stuck in the fallopian tube. I can't remember what it's called right now, but those babies would never be viable. In fact, they can cause not only serious harm but potentially kill the mother. And so, of course, you would want to abort those fetuses, and usually they abort them with a chemical that causes you to flush out any foreign objects. I forget what it's called, but it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, no, it's like that, like these, like, because it always goes there, and it's one of the things I got to give some Republicans some props for, that when Roe v. Wade got overturned, when they decided to limit abortion in their states. I forget which state it was. I think it was maybe Ohio. I don't know. So fake news here, fake news warning. I don't remember which states it were, but there were a couple that essentially made it to where they limited abortion to like 14 or 15 weeks or something like that, but made exceptions for the specific one I was talking about, where it gets stuck in the fallopian tube, and non-viables, and when the risk of death and or serious injury could occur to the mother. So yeah. The problem is that and one of the big issues is you have to word it correctly, because nowadays there are people who will literally say, oh, the mental health of the mother, you can abort over the mental health of the mother. And it's like, oh, they might get depressed or some dumb shit like that. Like I've seen people make really dumb shit about that, and it's that's not cool, man. That's not cool, bro. So basically 2. Wow, dude, that's ridiculous. What about? So I guess we do grenade skills. What level is this? Level 6. Level 6. Ooh, now that's good. Yeah, let's do that one. Yeah. Bam. Close enemies, distant enemies, physical damage. Maybe I want to do it on this one. It's 3 life on kill. Like that one's really, really good. But it's made specifically for them. All curse skills and necro one. Can I do it to? What about this one? That's a rogue one, yeah. I don't have it. Gives you a barrier. Also gives you 30% resource. I mean, we could just go ahead and do it. Why not? Doesn't cost that much. It's fine. I'm going to go ahead and... This one's really good. I think I'm just going to go ahead and change this one to this one. We'll just override it. Energized ring. Yes, sir. Yeah, the maximum spirit one doesn't matter. I really wish I could do this. I don't understand why it requires these, especially for this nonsense. It kills me, man. Let's do damage to distant enemies. Vulnerable crit strike chance. Oh yeah, there you go. Lovely. Wow, it wasn't very much gold at all, was it? Dex, intelligence, landslide. Let's redo landslide. Crit strike chance. Hello. Hello, Bobby. Let's do this one. We'll go lucky hit. Skadoosh. 34 dex. Bam. Crowd control, crit damage, close enemies. Damage over time. All right, we're going to do this one. Damage over time. Accept. 19 dex. I'll take it. Okay. I think the only thing we can really do here now is... Yeah, no, that's it. That's it. What can I imbue this one with? Nothing? Alright, we're going to do this. This one's got the barrier, right? Grenade skills count as traps. Did I already do that one? Makes you unstoppable. Grenades, kills, count as traps. What is this one? Oh yeah, we've already got that one. All right, there we go. Boom. Legended out, bros. It just kind of sucks I can't put any of these on there. It's like there isn't one for the rogues, is there? And that was the last dungeon. Yeah. So if we go to... So yeah, the rogues got kind of screwed here.
Debate, then that would be a little bit different. That would be more about like
what
assigning
sucks
value.
Is Hassan is a lot louder
existence.
than Destiny, so yeah.
And if you have a negative, if you assign a negative value to existence, then inherently all births are a selfish act. Which we don't have to talk about that right now, though. That's a fun conversation too. But so given that we're talking about personhood, what defines a person? And as a fetus, a person. You said that life begins at conception. A fertilized egg is immediately a person, right? So. But you also understand, or you also admitted earlier that there are certain rules that could allow you to murder someone, right? Do you think that if the person is completely, like the fetus that you would consider to be a person, cannot even exist without the host, like at that point, it cannot exist whatsoever without the host, and it requires a tremendous amount of physiological damage or emotional harm, then don't you think that it's acceptable to let the other person make that choice? Like when does it supersede? When is the baby's personhood or the fetus's personhood outweigh the interest of the mother's personhood?
I think it's really hard to say that if somebody is incredibly inconvenient to you, it's okay to kill that person. That seems like a really big line to cross. Basically, like the way that I kind of test these arguments is like if I were to like draw the comparison to a 1-year-old, but I still be comfortable making the same arguments, and usually the arguments that pro-choice people make from a philosophical point of view, I'm not comfortable making. So people say, well, this is like something that's gonna be like heavily dependent on you. It's like, okay, well, the 1-year-old is heavily dependent on you. Like, is this something that like, you know, I would be comfortable saying, you know, like, well, could we kill a 1-year-old for this? And generally the answer comes down to no for that for me.
Yeah.
So you're uncomfortable killing a 1-year-old, but you understand that there's like, or do you think that there's a distinction between a 1-year-old and another, like in a fetus, like a 1-day-old?
It doesn't
fetus?
seem like it, but I mean, well, like there are differences obviously, but not things that would make you a person or not make you a person. That doesn't seem to be the case. Or if there is.
Yeah, because you got to remember a lot of the arguments that they use, especially with when they talk about how, especially when we're talking about, so nothing there. Especially when you talk about how dependent like a 1-year-old or even a 1-day-old or a 5-day-old is to the mother, it's very similar to how a fetus is very dependent on the mother. If you were to pull it out of the womb, it would die. Now, you know, early fetuses would die because of the lack of resources, but many, like my daughter was born at like, she was like 13 or 14 weeks old, I think, some shit like that. Something super, super early, maybe 20, maybe it was 20. Yeah, she was super preemie. And because of that, she would have died without medical intervention. Yeah, we pretty much got them all. Yeah, we got them all. She would have died without medical intervention. And yeah, we got all those. I don't know what that means right there, that dot. I guess that means this person hasn't done them, I don't think, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, so she survived. So, you know, after she's a month old, but she would still be technically in the womb, would it be okay to kill her? And most people would say absolutely not. That's abhorrent. That's horrible. But it still presents the same kind of arguments as far as like mental health and like stress on the person, and because they're completely 100% dependent on the parents. And if you were to abandon them, you would be, you know, convicted of murder, and as rightly you should. So it's one of those things where it's just like, it's a really, really hard thing to sell, especially for me. Yeah. So the Rogue just got screwed when it comes to their stuff. Some of them are good, some of them are not. Let's keep going.
If you have any good ones, I'd like to hear them.
Like a 1-year-old, the most important one being that it's not just a fertilized egg. A
We're just gonna
1-year-old
have to deal with
has
the
fully
zombie
formed.
alive
A 1-year-old is like fully formed outside of the body.
Well, so
has
this isn't true,
viability
right?
outside of the
We're
body.
already into big problems because that's not true. 1-year-old's not even close to fully formed. You're not fully formed until 25 or 30.
No. I meant like fully formed as in you have your fingers and your eyes and ears.
You're running into lots of problems, right? You already see we've already gotten like way off. Like you have fingers and ears like in the womb.
You
right?
have
Like,
some form of you have sentience and definitely some form of consciousness that is developing. I know that you could technically say that about a fetus as well, but I mean you have processing power in there at that point. You have a brain. It's not and it's in its infancy stage, but that's why I talk about viability outside of the fetus without any sort of medical intervention whatsoever.
Sure, but like literally like every single trait you just gave, we can find at like different points of development for a person, right? And it seems strange that any one.
No, but you can't find it. No, but you can't find it in a fucking fetus. Is what I'm saying. That's the whole point. That's the whole difference. That's why I wouldn't advocate the murder of a fucking full-grown human being, regardless of whether or not they have like all elements of sentience or all elements of personhood. But a fetus does not have those things. That is the designation, or that's the distinction between why you don't think Plan B is murder, or maybe you do. I don't know. But you just said life begins at conception, so someone technically taking Plan B would be murdering.
Yeah, because you're avoiding an
life.
already conceived egg. Yeah.
Versus a 1-year-old is not the same.
Well, I mean, I would argue that it seems to be, yeah.
Wait, you actually? So you think that? Okay.
You have to because Plan B is the ejection of a fertilized egg, right? That's my understanding.
Yeah. So, and to the people who are saying, "Holy shit," I think Destiny is at least one, being honest about it, two, thinking about this seriously, and three, his perspective, he admitted, does not impact his decision on legislation. Like, all right? If I'm not mistaken, you're pro-life when it comes to, you're pro-choice when it comes to legislation, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. Which is why I think this is interesting. Most people are dishonest, in my opinion. I think that most people that claim to be pro-life are dishonest if, for example, they make distinctions for rape or murder. Why? I mean, it doesn't matter what the product is, or it doesn't matter what actions led to the creation of life. If you believe a life is a life, and if any fertilized egg is a life and a person, then what difference does it make? It's not the fault of that person that it was a product of rape or incest.
You could make the argument there that person is trespassing and you didn't consent to it in any way, size, shape, or form, or do anything to cause it to happen. And you could argue that people that are on the pill or people who take a condom still recognize that there's some percentage chance that you will get pregnant, so you can't. That would be like
yeah, that's one of the reasons why the whole thing about consent. About how you don't consent for a fetus to live in your body, and it's like, but you did the thing that would allow a fetus to be in your body, which is have unprotected sex or have sex in general. Because if you have sex, then the point of sex is procreation. That is the entire point of sex. You have already consented to the consequences of sex when you have the sex. So that's the whole argument about people not consenting or women not consenting to not consenting to having a fetus grow inside them, it's like, but you did the thing, right? You did the thing. You had sex. That is the consent. How could it not be, right? How could it not be?
Going on here.
That's the whole point of sex. And I've literally had people argue with me that the point of sex is not procreation. And they gave me a list of all the benefits that having sex does. Oh, it's exercise, it increases dopamine, all this bullshit. And I was just like, no, those health benefits are nature's way of compelling you to do the thing. It makes you feel better, so you're going to do more of it. It makes you healthier, so you're going to do more of it. You desire it, so you're going to do more of it. Period. And the more you do of it, and this is one of the reasons why, like, when you're lusting after someone, it makes you retarded. It makes you stupid, specifically in men. It takes blood away from the brain and sends it to the penis. It makes you dumber. It lowers your IQ points by like a standard deviation. And it even does it to women in some regard. Not due to the loss of blood, just the way it works with biology. So that you will do the thing that is procreation, because if you are too smart, you will not procreate. You will not procreate as much as nature would like you to, so that humanity can perpetuate itself. Because that is the whole point of life, is to perpetuate itself. So it hurts my soul, dude. It hurts my soul.
So you're saying that but it's still a person, right? Like, just because it's trespassing doesn't change.
Yeah, but people say, like, even if you are a person
of the personhood, I thought that was what.
Well, no, but it doesn't matter.
You
can kill people for
contractual thing.
Some people feel like you can kill people for trespassing. So they would say, like, here, where you're literally stealing somebody else's like bodily functions. So this represents like a form of like trespassing that you could absolutely kill somebody for.
Well, I think a lot of people consider it to be trespassing, but those people who consider it to be trespassing in the case of rape or incest are still, I guess, agreeing that you can. I guess they're still agreeing to killing an innocent being, is what I'm saying.
Sure.
So ultimately, then it's different. Then why
hold on.
it's
not an innocent.
Why can't you expand upon that to say that, well, it's still technically trespassing, even if it's not rape, if you didn't know, like, what if you didn't have access to the education, which is the reality for a lot of people. You know what I mean?
Do this.
Well, I don't think they would say not having access to the education makes it right. And so the argument for like a pro-choice is you're not killing something that's innocent. You're killing something that's aggressing on you. It's violating the NAP, right? It's literally leeching resources from your body, and you didn't necessarily consent to it in that way. So it doesn't get like protections like a normal person.
Okay. Well, the non-aggression principle is a bit of a meme. I don't know if you still believe in that or not, but okay. So, from a contractual perspective, this thing that didn't even make a, like, I guess if it's trespassing in your body, it's still not the fault of the fetus, though. You know what I mean? It's like a random fucking being. Like, it didn't consent to being put there to begin with, right? Mm-hmm. Like, a fetus does not have the choice to be in your body. A fetus is just there, right?
Sure. Yeah, I don't think it's a good argument.
I just don't understand how, like, it's like people try to make the case that you can abort a baby for rape, but all fetuses are babies.
Yeah, it's probably just a politically expedient position, because you don't want to tell rapists that they have to have their rapists. Right?
Yeah, I mean, that's why I think that at least Alabama is technically consistent. Okay, actually, no, they're still inconsistent, because here's the third part of this conversation that I want to hear your perspective on, and this is something I've been thinking about a lot. So there is still, no matter what, in every case, there's still an arbitrary line drawn, where you say abortion is illegal, except in cases where the fetus can cause harm to the host's body. Mm-hmm. Right?
I don't think my line is arbitrary. I think my line is like this third. I think it's arbitrary.
No, I'm saying this line. I find this line to be arbitrary.
Like, quieter and quieter.
My line?
No, not the line that I just mentioned. Abortion should be legal. Abortion should be illegal in all cases except, and I'm using it as the Alabama line. Okay. The only line that Alabama drew was if the pregnancy is carried to term, the mother will be harmed by it, emotionally or physically. Right?
Oh, I don't think that's arbitrary. I think that's if you believe in abortion or anti-abortion.
But why? But it's still a life, right?
Yeah, but you're choosing one life or another. You're literally saving a life in that case, would be the argument.
But plenty of people... Okay, so here's the thing that I don't understand then. Why can't it expand upon abortion in the first trimester all the way then? Because plenty of women want to get abortions, not just because of... Not just because of financial reasons, but because they experience emotional damage, or even if they are... even if they're unable to perform in the labor force.
I don't think people would say emotional damage isn't a good reason to kill a child or whatever. But they would say... Like,
no, Alabama is saying that emotional or physical harm.
Alabama is saying that?
Yeah, it's I mean, that's in the writing, that's in the legislation, which is what I don't understand.
Yeah, that's something I don't understand.
Okay, so there is a line though, which is like how much pain is justifiable for the host to take on for this child that could have been a product of rape or incest, or could have been a product of a consensual relationship, but you just obviously didn't consent to having it in your body, but you no longer can get it. You can't get a contraceptive. You can't do anything.
So weird.
Because everyone is it's established that this is a person or life. Except for that one instance where you can abort it because it causes you emotional or physical harm. Why are we allowing the baby to why are we allowing to murder the baby in that instance but not in others if it's a life? it's still technically an innocent life, right?
Sure, you would have to ask the people that wrote the law.
Do you have a take on this, or wait, what would you do in your world?
Well, in my world, nobody would hopefully ever have to have an abortion because things like contraception are probably really available to people that can't afford it, and hopefully sexual
Right, can you say that again? You got cut off.
Hopefully people, the way to minimize abortions would be to provide contraception to people probably at no charge if they can't afford it, and then that our sexual education would be good enough that people don't think like fucking hot tubs are ways to not get pregnant.
Okay.
That would be like the way that I would probably seek to get rid of abortions.
Oh no, but I'm saying, but you would still allow abortions to exist even if you offered them everything possible, right?
Well, like in my perfect moral world, no. I guess there would be like a state agency or some shit that adopts out kids or something. I don't know.
So you would in your perfect moral world still force women to carry pregnancy to term.
Yeah.
But you would still provide them with everything, like with all the educational material possible. So is your suggestion in that abstinence only outside of procreation then?
No, I mean I don't do abstinence only. What do you mean?
Well, the reason why I say this is because I think you and I both agree that we like to have sex not just for procreation but also for pleasure, right? For fun.
Sure.
Okay. So I mean, okay. Yeah, we do it for recreation and procreation.
Son.
So you understand that condoms and birth control and all of this still has the capability of failing.
Yeah, very.
No matter how educated you are, right? You can even impregnate someone through pre-cum. So my point is, almost seems like if you made abortion completely illegal, but also gave them all of the educational materials and contraceptives and whatnot and taught them safe sex, there would still be plenty of pregnancies that were unwanted. So what do you do in that instance? Now you've made abortion illegal.
I mean, shit happens, but I mean, the people would carry them to term, and then you would adopt it out to whatever state fucking name in like a perfect world, I guess, that would take care of them, or put them up for adoption or something.
Sorry, oh fuck. So you don't have a problem with telling people to carry their pregnancy to term because of an accident?
Nope.
Even if
it's in this flawless world that we've created now.
Yeah. In this flawless world, it would probably still be a little flawed given the fact that they have to carry pregnancies to term because of an accident, but...
Well, right now, there's a fuck ton of reasons why we fucked up to suggest that. One, the support that we have for single parents in the United States is fucking abysmal. So it seems kind of fucked up to say, hey, you need to carry your child to term, but once it's born, you're totally fucked, you're on your own, good luck. Two, access to contraception is really fucked. You've got a much higher chance of having access to it if you're in a socio-economically advantaged position. Three, the amount of people that are going to get pregnant and be affected by this is going to be disproportionate because poor people are more likely to fuck around than wealthier people because they have less shit to do. I'm sure there are other reasons too why I'd be fucked up to do stuff like this as well, but I mean, like, yeah, this is not good. In what we have today. That's why my position, that's why my policy position today is that
I was just using I forget what the statistic is. I was just using statistics in regards to like what percentage of times the condoms fail.
Perfect use fail rate for condoms is either 98 or 99%, I think. And then the pill is like 99%, and then real world use I think is for condom is less than 90, I think, and then the pill is like I think 95.
I thought it was 15% failure. But even if you're like double strapped in the sense that one party is on birth control and the other party is using condom, there's still an opportunity to impregnate the other person and fertilize an egg.
That's very, very, very rare.
It is very, very rare. I'm just saying that, but there is still a likelihood, even though no one wants to have sex with a condom, including yourself. I've heard you talk about this a million times over.
Well, if that were the case, right? So what that would mean is that in the instances of very, 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 very rare, you're at like 90% and then 95% of both of those. And so if they both fail, you're looking at, especially in the American population, which is like what, 350 million, you're looking at what, maybe like a couple dozen pregnancies a year, maybe a couple hundred that are accidental in this perfect world scenario. I'm just throwing numbers out of my ass, right? Because, like, how many adults have sex? How many of them can actually produce children? You need all these numbers, but I would assume it wouldn't be that many, considering how high that is. If everybody's literally using all the protection and whatnot, and you still have people who would not use the protection. But my point, in this perfect world that they're talking about, if you don't use the protection, then it's your goddamn fault, hands down. Just like you consent to having a baby when you consent to have sex, because the point of sex is babies. It's not making you feel good. It's not love. It's babies. When you have sex, you consent to babies, period. If you consent to sex, you consent to babies.
Over. So greatly reducing the recreational aspect or the maximization of your recreational aspect. So there's still a percentage, even in that world, where people are having the most boring sex possible because they're terrified that abortion is illegal, even though they have access to all of these educational materials and contraceptives and whatnot.
Does that lead to boring sex?
I feel like still carrying a pregnancy to term in that instance is still kind of torturous. Like it doesn't change the fact that
okay, why should you be allowed to? Okay, well sure. So I understand. The positive for mine is very hard to defend, and we can run through all these arguments, and it's very difficult. It's a very, very difficult argument. What is the positive argument you give them? When should you be allowed to kill somebody?
Oh, I don't ascribe a personhood to a fetus. I say like I personally. Oh, why not? Mm-hmm. It's not. It doesn't have consciousness. It doesn't have any.
Okay, wait. So
it doesn't have the capability of consciousness.
One at a time instead of saying 50 million things. Okay, so consciousness is that going to be your bar for when something?
No. Well, why? I'm not gish galloping. I'm giving you multitudes.
Like, yeah, but I want to just go through the arguments one at a time instead of laying out 50 things.
Okay, we can do. Okay, but then don't let your first question be okay. Is that it? Consciousness? No, obviously consciousness is not the only reason for.
Okay, so
not the only reason for personhood. I'm going off these. I mean, I'm making this up on the spot. I need to probably think about it a little bit more if we're being honest. Of like what makes it a person? Because currently it's just my feeling. If we're being honest, like I don't feel like a fetus is a person. But I would have to think about it a little bit further, and I'm doing that right now. But consciousness, let's say, is one. But it's not the only reason. Okay, don't forget that. You wrote it down.
Okay. Sure.
So I don't want you to turn around and be like, oh, well, what about a fucking 95-year-old? Like that doesn't have consciousness. Okay, there's multiple reasons. Okay, so that's one. Do you want to keep going, or do you want to talk about consciousness as a standalone?
Sure. So why does consciousness make you worthy of being like considered for life, or whatever?
I think morality, like a moral agent, moral agency is something I care about. Humans are technically moral agents when it's combined with obviously other factors as well. But consciousness in that sense is important to me to distinguish whether something is a person or not, especially because this is causing harm to the body that does not want it. It is like a parasite.
Okay, so we value consciousness because of moral agency, and what else?
What do you mean we value consciousness because of moral agency and what else? We value it because we assume that we have it.
All right, so here's what we're just gonna have to turn down Diablo significantly.
You've given me two arguments so far that every
everybody
vegan will give you for
freaking hear this
veganism.
nonsense.
But I won't take you down that road, right? Vegans argue that we should value all sentient life because we are sentient. But,
yeah, all sentient.
Okay, but I guess we won't go into that. So
but your counter to that, which you have told me in the past, is that you ascribe like humanhood a different value, a personhood a different value, just by virtue of
No. That's a hypothetical argument one could posit. My actual position is that I don't give a fuck about animals because animals will never hurt or harm me.
My actual position is that I don't give a fuck about animals, and there are definitely species of animals that I understand that we're conditioned to give more fucks about.
Yeah, we are.
Okay, so we're in agreement.
Okay, so one of the
I
reasons
also
why
don't
you
give a fuck
value
about fetuses.
so one of the reasons why you value consciousness is because it makes us moral agents. Do you believe that a 1-year-old is a moral agent?
A 1-year-old has the capability of being a moral agent more than, like, your chances are a lot higher of becoming a moral agent than a fetus, like a 1-second-old fetus.
So you really think that 1-year-olds can make moral decisions?
No, I'm saying that a 1-year-old's capabilities increase. Like a 1-year-old's capabilities. It's a viability outside of the body.
Whoa, we're just focusing on one argument, not viability, not whatever.
No,
we're
I'm
talking
saying
right
that,
now
like,
very clearly.
If you're outside of the body, your likelihood of becoming a moral agent, or your likelihood of, like, you're going down the natural trajectory of becoming a moral agent.
Yeah, but that's happening when you're in the body. What do you mean? That happens when you're...
No. I know, but you're no longer tied to the fucking host. I think that's a pretty significant difference.
Okay, so but now we're going to a different argument now. So do we want to abandon consciousness?
That's why because I said that it's obviously a multitude of different factors. Not every single one of them could stand alone.
Well, no, it's not about standing alone. It's about whether it contributes to your argument whatsoever. And consciousness doesn't seem to contribute whatsoever because you're saying consciousness is important because of moral agency.
Well, I believe that I have consciousness, and I believe that a fetus does not have consciousness, and that consciousness is important because that's how we describe, or consciousness and becoming a moral agent is something that we seem to value, and I value, and other human beings value as well.
Okay, so consciousness is something that we should value. When you say consciousness, the reason why you value it is because do we want to get rid of the moral agent part, or
what do you mean?
Like why do we care about? Like it seemed like you were saying
no,
a 1-year-old isn't a moral
you asked
agent.
why do you care about consciousness, and I said consciousness is indicative that someone has the capacity to be a moral agent, or was a moral agent at some point, or could become a moral agent at some point.
Wait, do you think animals are moral agents when they're conscious, or?
No, not as a standalone. Like consciousness that's why I said it's a signal that it could become a moral agent. Animals are not obviously moral agents, no.
Okay, so then we don't care about consciousness at all. We just care about somebody being a moral agent, and consciousness is a signal that they might become a moral agent.
Okay. I'm saying that's why I started off the conversation by saying consciousness is only one element, and it's not.
Yeah, but you're treating it when you say one element, you're making it sound like what that means is that every time you can't substantiate anything on one plane, you can just bounce around.
You got cut off. Can you say that again? Sure. I couldn't hear anything.
It sounds like when you say, well, it's just one part, you don't mean that it's just one part. What you mean is like anytime you can't defend one point, you can bounce to another one and just forget the past one. So I'm just trying to figure out why.
No,
does consciousness...
it works. No, I said, and I started off this conversation that it's not a standalone thing. You're trying to play down the same vegan argument that it's like a single factor that contributes independently. If a single factor was the reason, if we were talking about a single factor, I would say personhood. Then you ask me what to describe personhood, which opens up an entirely different conversation where I'm going to give you multiple reasons why I think personhood is important, or what a personhood would signify, and what are those. So obviously, those things are not going to work as a standalone in and of itself. So why are you trying to pinpoint them piece by piece and attack the argument when you know that it's a collection of multiple things that human beings are not?
Because it's not
as you admitted already.
Because it's not a collection of things. That's the problem. Okay, so let's say, for instance, you would ask me why are cars cool, and I give you 3 reasons, and I say, well, I think the color of a car, how fast a car goes, and the type of transmission. Those are the 3 things that make cars cool. And you would go, okay, well, let's talk about the color. And I go, okay, cool. I'm like, well, so if a car is, let's say your favorite color is blue. Mine is blue. Okay, and I'm like, okay, cool. Like, well, if a car is blue, is that like enough to make it a cool car? Then I would say, well, no. Now a blue car gives it a plus, that's a bonus, but that's not the only reason it's cool. That's just one part of it. But I like the color blue, so a car being blue is a positive thing. That means that the color is part of my argument. Okay, in that case it works. But let's say instead, I say, oh, well, I like the color red because red cars are fast. And then I go, well, hold on. Well, it sounds like the color isn't important at all. You're just saying that you like fast cars. I go, well, no.
Bruh. Don't you know? Red do make car go fast. Orcs say so. Blue make them tougher. Red go faster. Never forget.
No. The color is important, but red cars tend to be fast. And then I go, well, hold on. It sounds like you don't care about the color of the car then. What you really care about is something. No, let me finish, please. Let me finish. Oh my God, please.
You're confusing me. You're confusing me. Do you not want me to stop you? Or
Okay, yeah,
do you
go.
want me to? Okay. Am I not allowed to be confused? Like, I'm admitting that I'm confused. Why are you getting fucking so mad? Holy shit. Jesus Christ, dog. Okay, all right. So well, you need to walk.
Go ahead, Hassan. You have 30 seconds to respond.
I apologize for not being able to understand the analogy that you were making.
Okay, can I explain the analogy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, all right.
Okay,
do it again. I guess.
I'm asking you, why is consciousness an important thing to determine if something is worthy of life? And then you're doing two things. One, you say, well, because it makes you a moral agent. And I say, well, do you think that everything that's conscious is a moral agent? We go, well, no. Consciousness is just part of it. And then you retreat to that. But it's like, well, hold on. Okay, I understand consciousness is part of it.
Damage
but
reduction,
how? And it seems you want to keep getting off of consciousness and talk about something else. So it sounds like consciousness isn't important. Much the same in the car analogy, where if somebody says, I like red cars because red cars are fast, okay, well, it sounds like you don't really care about the color. You just like fast cars. And red cars tend to be fast. But you don't care about the color because the color in and of itself doesn't bolster your argument for why a car is cool. Much the same way that for you, consciousness doesn't bolster why something should be worthy of life. It's just a proxy for some other trait, like moral agency or something.
Do you not? Okay, here's the difference, and I'm going to try to use your analogy in the way that I understand it, and I might totally fuck it up, so don't get mad. I'm saying that I like cars for 3 reasons, and you're asking me what those reasons are. I give you the first reason because, you know, cars are red. Not all. I mean, let's in this circumstance, all cars would have to be red. Then I'm telling you that I'm not telling you that like I like some cars that are red. I'm telling you that I like cars. And if being red is one of the byproducts of being a car, then all cars have to be red. All human beings have consciousness, and one of the reasons why consciousness is important, a precursor to why consciousness is important, or a precursor to consciousness is what I was describing to you ahead right up until you made the car analogy.
Yeah, but the problem is, like, I don't agree with your description of consciousness there, because I don't believe that all conscious things are moral agents. And you use moral agency to defend why consciousness was an important part of endowing somebody with protections of life.
Moral agency. Sorry. Okay. All right. So if I flipped it, would you be more comfortable with that then?
If you use moral agency instead of consciousness?
If I said moral agency, but babies don't have. I mean, fetuses don't have moral agency, but babies don't have moral agency as well. Like, that's why I said the capacity to develop moral agency. Fetuses have that as well, but babies have that outside of the body, outside of different factors, like outside of.
So again, you just bounce to another argument. So you said moral agency, and then you realize
it doesn't work on its own. Like,
no, it doesn't work at all. That's my point. I'm not saying that it doesn't have to work on its own, but you literally said a moral agent, and you said, well, hold on, the capacity to develop moral agency, and you said, well, hold on, I understand that fetuses have that. It's the fact that they're viable outside of the womb. That means that moral agency has nothing to do with it. Capacity to develop moral agency has nothing to do with it, because you just said it's the fact that they can exist outside the womb. So then that's our next argument. Then that's what you're actually talking about. The moral agency doesn't have anything to do with it. It's the capacity to exist outside the womb.
No, I'm saying okay. No. What if I were to say moral agency, the capacity to develop moral agency outside of the womb? Would you be more comfortable with me describing it that way rather than just saying moral agency?
Sure.
I could just
okay. So that's the factor then. Okay, that's a little bit better. We're working through it together. Sure. I'm not very. I guess I'm not very good at arguing my position in this way.
Well, no, it's not that you're not good at it. It's like
capacity to develop moral agency outside of a host body that you are directly tied to.
Okay. So maybe instead then of getting this capacity, it seems like the more important part here.
I thought that those were 2 separate factors, though. Like I thought that those were that's what I was using.
Well, I mean, I would argue that every human has the capacity to develop.
What? Look at wait. Imbue your weapons with festering shadows for your next 2 imbuable skills. Deal shadow damage and infect enemies for 6 seconds. Infected enemies explode on death, dealing 113 damage to all surrounding enemies. If the infection expires before the enemy dies, it deals damage only to that enemy. Okay. Poison to 70% of their base. Imbuement is chilled there. We're gonna go shadow, bro. Explode on death. Yes, I would like to explode on death. For your next 2 imbuement skills. Can you imbue this one? No. Can you imbue this one? Imbuable. 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 Okay. Alright. Alright. So we're going to... Well, first off, let's enchant this bad boy. Let's get rid of damage reduction and see what we got. See what we can do. Movement speed. I like movement. Oh, cool. Movement speed. Movement speed. We're going to go again. Ooh, damage. Damage is good. Crowd control. Yeah, we're just going to keep going. Damage reduction for close enemies. Sure. We are... Healing received. Wow, we're getting some shitty ones. Dodge chance, damage reduction. It's definitely going up. Ugh, we're just getting screwed now. Movement speed. Damn. Damage reduction to distant enemies. All agility skills. So dash is an agility skill. Cooldown reduction. All right, well, if this has got 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 15 seconds, if we go 3% cooldown reduction. It's now 9.7 seconds. 8.73. Okay. Let's do a couple more. Crowd control, damage reduction. Those suck, dude. Ugh. Subterfuge. Which one is that? Subterfuge. That's grenade. Viewable cutthroat. 4.5% cooldown reduction. Yeah, that's good. I think we're going to leave it there. And we're going to go skadoosh, skadoosh, skadibbity boom. Grenade skills as traps. Being unstoppable. Oh, we were going to... What we're going to do is we're going to extract this one for 11k, and then we're going to throw this bad boy. There it is. Nice. Works for me. All right. I'll be right back. I gotta pee. Alrighty, boys. Here we go.
Moral agency. I don't think.
Oh,
this is like an important thing. We're saying outside of the womb. So what we're really talking about is like viability outside of the womb. That's the important thing that we're talking about, right?
And it's not just viability outside of the womb. My arbitrary boundary on this is viability outside of the womb without like significant medical intervention. And the reason for why I say that is because I know that medical advancements are going to make it so that viability outside of the womb is now at, I would say, like what, 5 months or even before that.
So what about children that are
babies don't have like a fully formed fucking like even when it still doesn't even look like a fucking human is what I mean.
Okay, but now we just stepped into another huge pit because what about children that are born at term, like they're full term or whatever, and they're born and then they need medical assistance in order to survive? Should we be allowed to kill these children if we don't like them?
No, because the difference there is that you've already made the choice that you want to have that pregnancy, and plenty of people should be able to have the right to abort the pregnancy if they think that a medical intervention is necessary for them to survive.
Okay, but wait, what if you made the choice?
It's actually one of the legal exemptions that you
have.
have.
What if you made the choice to have a pregnancy at 2 months and then you wanted to have an abortion at 6 months? Should you be allowed to do that?
You know what I'm saying? Like literally just walk up to this dude.
Yeah.
Let's make a
okay, so then if you made the
helmet.
choice to have a pregnancy and then the child is born and it's got a few medical problems that require it to be hooked up to like a bypass for a month, why shouldn't you be allowed to abort that?
Once the child is born, or viability outside of what do you call it? That's why I said viability outside without medical intervention.
Yeah, I'm giving you the example.
You've already given the birth. You've already given birth. There's another. That's another. You're gonna get mad at me, but there's another distinction between a baby and a fetus that is in your womb.
Okay, what is the distinction?
It's no longer connected to the host body.
Okay, so we have 3 different things right here. We have the fact that the baby is not inside of you is one thing.
Wait, can I just pause for 1 second? How the fuck can you dumbasses actually go, I agree with Hassan, but Destiny's owning him hard? Like, how can those two factors coexist in your mind? Don't you think that that's indicative of how fucking dumb you are if you genuinely think that someone who you're agreeing with?
What? No, you're making the Digibro argument. No, you're making the Digibro argument.
Fucking logic.
No, hold on. Hassan, you can agree with your ideas, but maybe Destiny is more strategically taking you down in the debate.
Destiny is better than myself.
No, this is not rhetoric. This is logic. We're exercising arguments right now, not our rhetoric.
This is so fucking dumb. Like, people are literally admitting that they're stupid in this instance. That's something that's like, hey, I know that you're right, or I agree with you, but this other person seems more right. That's literally what they're saying.
All right, everybody vote for who you want to keep, not kick.
Okay, wait, hold on, Rock. Go on. I'm sorry, I got fucking so triggered, but like people kept saying like, "Oh, loser POV." I agree with the
Okay,
comment.
keep in mind that like what you're trying to do is impossible. You're stepping into the minefield of this abortion argument that I've had like a trillion fucking times on stream without having thought about this like a lot in your life. This is gonna be a really fucking difficult argument.
No, I mean, I've still thought about it a significant amount. Just because I haven't, had these debates or whatever doesn't change that reality. No, don't give me any fucking concessions. Like let's keep having this conversation.
Okay.
So what was the last question that you? What was the last question that you had?
Okay, so we have like.
I'm just gonna say this. Props to Hassan. I mean, props, bro. Good job. Sweet. Let's grow together. All right, Gabby, gotcha. When did you drop that? I apologize for not seeing that. Small streamer, I follow you, followed. So this is what we're doing now. Okay. All right, fair enough, bros. Fair enough. We can throw it up. Hope you're having a good night. I am, Ao. What's up, buddy? Apologies for not seeing anything. I'm between the freaking abortion debate and freaking Diablo. I'm very distracted, and not many people are talking, so it is what it is, right? Let's go ahead and pop this up, and we will throw down some of this nonsense. Shut up, Tango. Go away. What are we doing here? So we're gonna grab Gabby. Sweet, bro. Let's go with a follow.
Join the Discord, boys. We got 90 people in there. Easy affiliate. We got 90 people in there. Easy affiliate.
We're gonna drop that. I really wish it would stop doing that. And Danny boy. B-O-Y. There we go. I really wish it would stop doing that. Really wish it would stop doing that. All right, there you go. We'll do this. Yeah, I can't wait till they get more of their shit together. That's for damn sure. But it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Can you see this? Probably shouldn't have done that. Oh well. We shall overcome, my friends. We shall overcome. What were we doing? We were doing this. All right, let's go.
Multitude of things that we're kind of juggling here.
Also, thanks for being here, Ao.
Viability outside of the womb without significant
medical
intervention.
Thank you guys for follows on there.
Seems like
I'm probably
going to
get them
because it seems like if I give birth to a child that needs medical care up to 1 or 2 months, you wouldn't be comfortable with me killing that. But then it seems like it's because you make a distinction.
I'm probably going to try to get them on OBS soon. So yeah, now that I'm picking up some followers, we might get that done. I don't really know if it's going to be that easy to integrate, because I don't know if there are any sites that integrate with Kick yet, so we're gonna have to see.
Between a baby that's in or out of the womb, which makes it sound like then what really matters is like the birthing process. And then you brought up earlier the fact that you've made the choice to have a pregnancy.
Actually tell
although
me
that doesn't seem to matter, because if you choose to have a baby and then at 6 months old you choose to kill it, it seems like, well, no, that's not okay, because of some reason there's a difference between a baby in and out of the womb. So it seems like in all of these things, what we really need to focus on is that there's a distinction between something that has been born for birth and something that hasn't been.
There's a separate distinction between something that has been born and then another distinction between a fetus that hasn't been born yet.
That's cool,
that is in the second or first trimester or even third trimester. Yes, that's. So those are two separate instances, I think. It's not the same thing. Like I categorize it as different things. Like that's why I don't have a problem with first trimester abortions, which is just a very easy, very simple, not even a invasive medical procedure where you just take a fucking pill.
Can I wait real quick? Hold on. There's a lot of fucking dipshits in your chat. There were 3 people that I've seen say this. I hope Destiny never needs abortion, blah, 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 blah. I absolutely 100% would have gotten one, because unlike you motherfuckers, I walk the walk and talk the talk, okay? Suck my fucking dick. I had my kid when I was in the process of breaking up my girlfriend, working as a fucking carpet cleaner, having failed at a fucking school, while fucking losing my house and falling behind every single fucking bill I had, because that was my fucking life when I worked carpet cleaner, okay? So yes, I did need an abortion, and no, I did not do it, because I do have moral convictions. So suck my fucking dick, you fat ass motherfucking piece of shit that's sitting behind your computer thinking that you know anything about me, okay? Fucking off yourself in a video game. Okay, sorry, continue.
Nice.
Okay, go on. We were having this conversation. Where were we before?
So I'm trying to get the distinction between a baby that's in the womb or a baby that's out of the womb.
Okay, the distinction of a baby that's in the womb and a baby that's out of the womb is that there is no need for, there's no need for the host anymore. So it's no longer up to the host at that point. Do you see what I'm saying?
Okay, so it's not without significant.
The reason why I have an issue with, the reason why I believe that people should be able to get abortions is because I care about the host. I don't think that sex is only for, I don't think that it's only for procreation. I don't think that people should be punished financially or emotionally or physically for an accident. And I justify that by saying that a fetus is not a full like human being or even a baby, and that there are multiple factors that contribute to the fact that it might be a living organism, but it's technically not a person, in a similar fashion to how plants are not persons, or even animals. Certain animals are not considered persons from my perspective and from yours as well. So that's.
I could drop the
but most importantly, the reason why I'm comfortable with this decision, or the reason why I care about this, is because I care about the life or the personhood and the living conditions of the host parent that is suffering because they are suffering if they don't
that's
want to have
cool.
this pregnancy, if they don't want
So
to carry
let's
this pregnancy to
drop
term.
this.
You are causing them unnecessary suffering.
Grab smoke grenade.
Okay, well, let's try to get
We'll
like
just do
one
regular
type of-
smoke grenade.
Wait, so what was like the one argument we can get from that? Or like what are the
Got
bullet
3
points
in
of that?
that. That's going to be my heal.
Okay.
Yeah, okay,
Harm to the
cool.
host. At all cases, if the host does not want to have this pregnancy, that means that that the child or the fetus that's growing inside of you is causing harm to the host. It's in terms that you will understand, it's like a violation of the non-aggression principle.
Okay, so let's focus on this one then now. Okay, so we're saying harm to the host. What counts as
So
harm?
I got
emotional harm, material harm, physical harm. These
shadows,
would all be considered
Okay,
harm to the
shadows
host.
it is.
Okay, gotcha. So a 1-year-old can cry a lot and keep you awake at night. I would say that's a type of physical harm. 1-year-old requires
Oh, I
a lot
picked
of
up
money. That's a type
crossbow.
of
I need to look
material
at that.
harm. And a 1-year-old can prevent you from seeing your friends and cutting back on your sleep and cause a lot of emotional harm. Why shouldn't you be allowed to abort a 1-year-old?
Because you're allowed to give them up for adoption.
Okay, hold on. So giving something up
Which
for...
people do, which is the right thing to do if you can't take care of your child. Or the right thing would
it
be to
doesn't
not
give
let
me
this
stats.
fetus become a child.
Okay, so let's say, for instance, you have a 6 or 7 month
and
old
I'm
thing
not
that could be
using
viable
any
outside of
of
the womb
the,
in some type of medical device, okay? Do you think that instead of aborting something, you should have like a moral compulsion to
Whoa,
medically
whoa,
assist this
whoa,
thing
whoa,
outside of the
whoa,
womb?
whoa. What? It augments a non-range skill? Oh my god. Okay. 9% core skill damage. I wonder if I bet you the ranged stuff does actually work. It's not just the stats. Damn, is that worth giving up all that dex for though? What does dex give me? Skill damage 11%. All right. We gotta look at this. All right, so dual wheel 256. Same on that. 238, 274. So it's actually less on that thing. Oh, it's because of the DPS. Okay. Well, what about? So I lose a lot. Look at that, 114. Yeah, wow, that's a lot of goddamn stats. Okay, so 6. So I lose 5%. 11.4, 2.9. Wow, that's a lot of skill damage. Yeah. That's a lot of skill damage. But I gain damage versus crowd control. Does it say damage versus 20% crit chance? That's really good. It's because I got this thing up. Slowed, stunned, 30% damage versus close enemies. Holy shit, dude. Basic skill damage. That doesn't get me close. Yeah, it does. Look at that. Basic skill damage. Right there. Basics. Basic skill, core skill. Yep, it does. It does. So it just gives them all to me. Just gives them all to me. Oh, that's so good. Oh my god.
And then give that up for adoption?
Let's
go, bitches.
Wait, sorry. You're saying, would it be okay for you to forcibly get someone to yeet out the baby and then put it in an incubator or whatever?
Have it
and then
surgically
just,
removed and then put it in an incubator.
Have it surgically removed? That's an interesting question. It depends on what stage of the pregnancy that you're in, and it depends on how invasive of a surgery it is. You know what I mean? Because like, if you're going to force people to carry the child or carry the fetus up to the second trimester, to the end of the second trimester, so that you can have this medically invasive surgery, even then it's a little. Even then, I would obviously consider the abortion to be the best practice in that instance, in the first trimester, or even in the second trimester, if the harm is far too much for the host.
Okay, but so at what point, like, if it can survive outside medically,
Talk
right,
about
we agree
crowd
that it's
clear,
given
bro.
some like human protections, or no? What do we get there?
I'm saying that if it has viability, if the fetus has viability outside of the womb, then I'm more inclined to agree that there is that is like I'm more inclined to agree that
Really
that's
wish I could get
going to
restream
become a
chat
person
for
at some
this.
point. You know what I mean? Like that will.
But I mean, fetuses
It's
become
closer,
people
it's
at
closer to
some point.
personhood. Yeah, no, for sure. It's closer to personhood, but it's no longer attached to your body, so it's no longer. You can literally just catch and release. It doesn't have to actually impact you in
so
any fashion.
So does being attached to a body, is that what makes you a person then, or not a person? Is if you're attached to somebody else's body?
It's not. No, that is a separate distinction from the personhood. Sure, that's a factor, but the real reason why I'm talking about the attachment to the body is because I'm talking about it from the perspective of the host and the suffering that the host is.
Well, yeah, but I'm trying to figure out like why, because you're giving me reasons where you can like abort a pregnancy, but we're still trying to find out like
It
when
makes
is it a
it
person.
all
Because you
the
don't
way
believe
around
abortion
me
is killing
now.
a person. So that's why we're stuck on this trying to define personhood thing.
Yeah.
And now you're saying, well,
okay,
if you're still attached to
I
the
don't
body.
believe abortion is killing a person. Yes, and that Yeah, I don't believe abortion is killing a person. You're asking me what is a person, or like what's the
and it sounds like now you're saying, well, if you're
between
attached to a body, that like makes you not a person or something.
yeah, no, viability outside of the womb is one of the factors of personhood, sure.
Okay, viability outside of the womb without medical assistance is what you said, right? I think.
Yeah, viability outside of the womb without medical assistance.
Okay, but then we were trying to drill in on that. Like, so if you're a 1-year-old, or not a 1-year-old, I'm sorry, if you're like a 1-month-old that's still like on some kind of medical machine because you're not healthy or whatever, you would consider this a person? Or no? Because
No,
I don't like you said you would, but
no, okay. You know what? Let's do this. Let's do this because this is the most important part of this conversation is personhood.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to define.
This is something that we I can't obviously I'm not doing a great job defining on my end. I would love to hear your perspective. What you said that a fertilized egg is a person.
Yeah, because that seems to be the easiest, most consistent way to define it. Because as you can see, when I try to run, because every argument you're having right now, when Rachel was pregnant, I went through all of these fucking arguments. I spent like 3 months thinking about this every single fucking day because I wanted to have an abortion because it was gonna fuck my life up. And it did. It caused a lot of fucking financial and emotional and material harm to me in those early days. It was a fucking nightmare. So trying to figure out, right, when is a person is essentially what this boils down to.
Wait, what about Rachel?
What she wanted to do, whatever what I wanted to do. She said she was cool with either thing.
Okay, so
so
now I'm beginning to understand why you had. This is so like this is a blind spot that like academic philosophy already has, but I understand why you considered all of the options, but you actually never really considered the most important factor, which is that the situation that you were under, like emotional, material, and physical harm, was nothing in comparison to what a fuckload of women go through because your
that has
wife
nothing
at
to
the
do
time,
with
or your
no,
girlfriend.
So every single
your girlfriend at the time, like she already gave that responsibility over to you, but you didn't personally experience that. So
how did I not personally experience what?
Is what I'm saying. No.
Or never.
So
you know what? Actually, none of this even matters because every single argument you've given me so far is horribly fallen apart. So this is totally not. This is the definition of an ad hominem. This has absolutely nothing to do with any of the arguments.
Okay. My point was you contemplated all options, but ultimately, given the fact that is Rachel your girlfriend, wife? I don't know. Or Rachel at the time told you that she was going to do whatever you want to do, which means that she was still accepting, like she was comfortable with carrying the pregnancy to term.
God dang it.
Okay.
Anyway, whatever. But let's keep going. It's not an ad hominem, but it's just the way I was just trying to.
You were trying to ad hominem. You were trying to discredit my argument.
No, I wasn't.
There was something in my. Well, no, that was the definition of an ad hominem.
No, absolutely not. I wasn't.
It absolutely was.
I'm saying that the way you were contemplating this, the stakes were not the same as all other instances. But it doesn't matter. That's why I'm saying let's move past it. Wait, do you actually understand what I was trying to say? Or
yes, what you don't understand what it was is literally
the way you were talking about it, the way you were thinking about it. Your Rachel at the time was already she was already accepting the reality that she could carry the pregnancy to term. So a big chunk of that emotional material and physical harm to the host goes out the window when you're contemplating it, because the person who would experience that more severely than yourself, or the person who would always experience that in every single instance, no matter what, is saying that she's accepted taking on that burden.
Okay, so an ad hominem is when you overtly attack somebody or more subtly cast doubt on their character or personal attributes as a way to discredit their argument. So nothing that we're talking about right now has anything to do with any of the arguments we listed earlier. You're just saying that because I didn't experience as much material harm as Rachel, who's actually carrying the child, that somehow this should be taken into consideration when considering.
No, I'm saying that you were thinking for two people, but the second person in this conversation had already accepted the reality that she was going to carry that pregnancy to term. If you came to terms with that as well.
What does that have to do with any of the arguments that we said earlier?
What?
What does that have to do with any of the arguments that we've been giving earlier, though?
Because she had accepted it. So therefore, when you're considering the emotional suffering that your partner is going to go through, she's already accepted that. She's already taken on that burden. Most people don't take that burden. That's what I'm saying. Most people don't want to take on that burden.
Okay.
Does that not make sense? Do you not understand what I'm trying to say?
I understand it, but it just has nothing to do with any of the arguments we're having.
Like, she chose to carry the pregnancy to term already when she gave the responsibility over to you, because you had two options. You just said no, you just said yes. But the fact that she was comfortable with the yes option that you could come to terms with, which you ended up coming to terms with, means that she was also comfortable with that yes option.
I understand that, but that still has nothing to do with any of the arguments we had earlier. How does that relate to any arguments we had earlier?
Well, you used this as an example of like, or I just thought it was an interesting way that you came to that conclusion, and it kind of I understand a little bit more about your way of thinking if that was the example that led you down this like philosophical contemplation.
Sure.
Anyway, I wasn't trying to personally attack you all.
No, I understand. Yeah. Wait, hold on.
Okay. Make the dudes behind me vulnerable.
There have been 3 instances in my life where I've tried to give a personal example to make an argument, and I usually don't like doing that because I don't like arguing in that way because I think it's a really poor form of rhetoric. And every single time I've done it, the person has flipped the argument back on me and tried to compromise my argumentation because I used a personal anecdote. It happened with that one Irish dude for the rape shit. It happened with the domestic abuse shit, and then it just happened now with the abortion shit. I hate giving personal examples because people instantly turn it around and try to ad hominem your arguments, even if you felt like you were in the right with every argument earlier. It really triggers the fuck out of me. Holy shit. Okay, sorry, I had to cough a lot.
Is it in another zone?
All right, go ahead.
As well.
Personhood.
Yeah, I don't feel like we ever got to it. I mean, we were stuck. Now we were at like whether or not you're.
I'm saying I want to hear your perspective on what.
I say at the moment of conception. It seems to be the most clear, consistent way to do it.
Okay. Why?
Because all other answers seem to fail a multitude of litmus tests, which is what we just went through now. Is trying to define it in any other way seems to open yourself up to harm.
Wait,
okay.
I just
correct me if I'm wrong, and I might
really
totally be wrong.
Circle here.
So you went through every single factor of personhood, and you came to the conclusion that it's impossible. Like you came to the conclusion that it's very difficult, at the very least, to define personhood or reduce it to multiple factors, so that a fetus is a Like a fetus would be a person.
Yeah, it seems really hard to make a case where this is a bar that I can set that every single fetus will fail and every single human being that we consider normal humans will pass. It seems impossible to do that. It feels like playing the name the trade argument with vegans and animals, which is also an impossible measure to pass.
Yeah, but you understand that when you're doing that, you understand that there is an almost undefinable element that allows us to feel differently about humans.
Sure, if you want, you can do that. But this is now we're
non-human animals, and I'm saying that it is a
yeah, if you want to do this, you can do this. But now we're appealing to some form of intuitionism. If you want to do that, then we can. Then we can throw out all the other waste of time bullshit, like logical arguments we made earlier. We can just appeal to intuitionists. But I have problems with intuition for a whole bunch of other reasons.
But wait, hold on. So, we said like consciousness. Another one that I was going to bring up is like the capacity to feel pain, like morality, like the moral agency, capacity to feel pain. These sorts of things I feel like are factors that.
But none of these are factors.
They're factors that contribute to personhood. But no, hold on.
No.
But not.
I can't. This is like you're like
independently.
No,
they
don't at all. You're weaseling. You're trying to like weasel in like a bunch of arguments that we've already disproven.
Wait, I'm not.
It is though. Capacity to feel pain doesn't count. Fucking fetuses can feel that at an absurdly early age. Well, none of us use capacity to feel pain. That's like a pro-life argument. And then moral agency isn't something that 6-month-olds have. They don't have moral agency. So these are both things that we've thrown out completely. So we can't just bring them up quickly and hope to not address them again.
I'm saying that it is all of these factors that have to work together, or at least a decent amount of them have to exist or have to coexist. Otherwise.
Sure. Can I can steal.
I'm trying to.
Let's steal. Let's steal. Yeah.
I'm trying to fucking break this down, piece by piece.
Okay.
In real time.
The strongest. I understand. The strongest form of your argument
then is
maybe we can say that humanity or human or person is some emergent property of a whole bunch of underlying traits that on their own are actually fucking worthless. That a board or a plane is never a ship, and it isn't even part of a ship. But if we get enough of them together, we can make a ship. Maybe we can make some sort of argument at that point that humanity is like an emergent property of a bunch of underlying physical characteristics or something. Like that would be kind of what we're getting at. Because in that case, then we don't need to individually justify, right? Like if I were to pull a plank up out of a ship and I would go, well, how is this plank a ship? And you go, well, okay, that's just a wooden plank. But like all of this together can be a ship. If that's kind of, we can do that, I guess.
Wait, I don't get it. Are you using the ship of Theseus like analogy to describe?
No, we can use a car if you want.
All of the factors that I mentioned and more that I'm trying to come to terms with as we're having this conversation is it contributes to what defines something as a person, to contribute to personhood. I'm sure that there is philosophical like materials out there that have gone over this process before me. We could try to find it. Perhaps I could dive a little bit deeper into that without making a fool of myself in front of thousands of people on the internet. But I'm working through it step by step. But what did I tell you from step one is that these do not, it's not enough to just point to a single property. It's not enough to point to a single property to say this is a person. It's a factor of multiple. Like and some of them can't exist, or some of them can't exist in every single person. It's not all or nothing is what I'm saying. It's a combination of multiple factors.
Yeah, I just have a hard time seeing how this combination of multiple factors doesn't appear to either.
It's complicated. You admitted it yourself originally.
Yeah, I do admit that it's complicated, but complicated in ways that can be totally avoided if we just say a fetus is a person, because that avoids literally all of these complications.
What do you?
If I just say you are a person at the moment of conception, my argument is relatively airtight. Like there's not much you can really say. Now we can try to find ways where it's acceptable to murder people or have abortions. Those are separate arguments. Maybe somebody violating on the autonomy of somebody else's body, even if they don't necessarily know or intend to do it. Maybe that's enough to kill a person. We can have that argument. But if we're going to go with the argument that a fetus isn't a person, that argument is incredibly fucking difficult to have, or it seems to be. But if we just say, well, a fetus is a person, now let's find ways where we can kill people. That seems to be an easier argument to win. But this is really hard to try to define a person at some arbitrary point or some arbitrary collection of characteristics that not every person is going to possess.
Okay. Wait, hold on. I understand it's a harder argument to have rather than a non-aggression principle, which is something that fits in your logical framework, which you already admitted you'd be comfortable with under special circumstances. But I think this is the more interesting argument to have because this for me is at the heart of this conversation. And I think figuring out personhood and what defines personhood and whether a fetus is a person or not is important to the non-aggression principle argument that we can have on top of this, because then I can be like, hey, this is not just an intruder that doesn't have the capacity to consent to being an intruder or not an intruder.
We've drilled down to like where we're getting into like these weird like epistemic realms where we like all of these things are incredibly arbitrary anyway. So I don't think there are good arguments to be had down at this foundational level. For instance, because you could say,
but what do you think separates a person from? Do you not think that there are characteristics that separate like different organisms? You already admitted this to when it comes to like eating meat, for example.
What do you mean? Are there things that separate different organisms?
Are there things that separate different sentient beings? That
every sentient being is a separate thing. It exists in different physical space. Oh, what's important things are how much utility they provide to me.
And not just not just important, but I'm saying like you don't have a problem killing a chicken and eating it, but you do have a problem killing your child and eating it. So what is the difference between that? And also, what is the difference between, in that instance, like what's the difference between a child, like a fully grown child, or an adult, or a fetus that's inside of the body? Do you not see that there's a distinction there?
Well, okay, so the first question,
the first trimester that's like the size of a fucking gummy bear and doesn't have like hands or anything like that and can't feel pain and doesn't have brain power at all. And
okay, you have to be really, really careful. You're trying to win with weasel words, and I could say the same thing about people with no. Listen, what you just did was weasel words. Like, oh, well, they just have weird fucking hands, blah, blah, blah. I could say the same thing about people with fucking, with cerebral palsy or people with Down syndrome, right? These are weird fucking kids that run into the fucking, wall and their faces are all fucked up and they look weird. Like, every argument you make about fetus, I can make about some people with some forms of, like, developmental disabilities, right? And you would never do it. You'd say that's horrible. It's like, okay, well, you just did that to handmade fetuses.
But they can still exist. They can still exist outside of the body.
Well, not all of these people can exist without round-the-clock intensive medical care, and some of them have to be permanently attached to machines. They're not viable outside of the womb either because they need to be attached to certain medical machines as well.
But you can give that responsibility over to someone else.
As you can as well by delivering something before it's reached full term and putting it in an incubator.
Yeah, which is why I said I would definitely be comfortable with that, depending on how invasive the medical procedure is and at what stage this person is in, like as far as the pregnancy goes.
Sure.
That's why I said I was already comfortable with that.
Okay, yeah, I guess then you get into other weird areas. This argument is so fucking convoluted. You get into other weird areas then where like literally the viability or the personhood of somebody is literally defined by the time's current medical technology, which doesn't feel very satisfying. And I guess we can argue whether satisfying should be a criteria for if an argument is good or not. But like you're basically like, oh, this fetus at 7 months old, this isn't a person. It's like, well, in 2025 it is a person. In 19, or I'm sorry, like in 1550 it's not a person, right? Well, that's kind of weird.
Wait, but we have taken away. I mean, I think you and I both know that. Personhood has been taken away or given to even certain subsects of the population.
It's cool,
so this is an ever-changing concept, sure. But that's why I made the distinction of not just like personhood that changes in regards to what the current technology is, but just living without severe like medical intervention.
I feel like the best thing for abortion is to focus on the policy arguments and just say.
No, for sure, dude. Yeah, but we already agree on the fucking policy arguments.
Well, yeah, I know, but like the policy argument, this argument is so like I don't do this with anybody anymore. I don't do this with Rem. I always tell my fan base that I won't have the same thing with veganism. This debate is cancer because we're getting into areas that are so incredibly arbitrary and undefinable, right? Like for instance, like people in your chat keep raging, it's like, oh, this doesn't know the science. This is not a scientific question. This is a philosophical question. Nowhere in science do we get a definition for what is a human. It doesn't exist. It can't. We have to arbitrarily value some characteristics that make you human. Nowhere in the scientific literature will you get something saying this is what a human ought to be or this is what a human should be. Like so. I mean, like this whole argument.
I know that we're having a philosophical argument, and
yeah, but it's a really boring one because like neither of us are going to win this or solve this, and it's like it's so convoluted.
It's not about winning. It's about contemplation, right? That's what it was for me. I just wanted to hear a fucking person whose opinion I respect tell me what the fuck why he has the perspective that he has, and try to poke holes in it. You can do the same exact thing, which would make my argument a lot better when I'm talking to dipshits. I didn't realize that this is much worse than you fucking sitting around playing League of Legends all day.
Okay, well, it's not worse. It's just frustrating for me. I don't mind having the argument like one-on-one with you. Maybe I'm letting chat like influence me emotionally too much. I don't mind having the argument one-on-one with you, but like lefties load up a whole bunch of fucking stupid fucking rhetoric when it comes to having these types of conversations. I didn't know that Destiny has babies himself, or Destiny abandoned his kid, or well, men shouldn't make any statements about women's bodies, or this person doesn't know anything about science. Who's that Aardvark guy? You should drag in.
Fuck those people, dude. I mean, who cares? Obviously,
well, no, I'm just saying like having these arguments.
Not look at that shit.
Sure, no, I know, I understand. I'm just saying like in combination with like publicly having like a discussion like this, like lefties like load this up with a bunch of cancerous as fuck rhetoric. And people on the right do as well, for sure. I hate being fucking pro-life because then I get a whole bunch of fucking morons on my side will agree with me for totally different reasons.
Dude, I only yelled once, and that was because someone kept spamming how much you were fucking owning me and also agreeing with me simultaneously.
Okay, sure, but there have been at
my
least
entire chat been telling me to take the L the entire time that we've been having this conversation.
But that's not true. You literally had at least 3 different people in your chat. Overkill X7 is one, and a couple others that are saying like, oh, why is this making this argument at all? He abandoned his kid. I mean, like people
I haven't even been looking at your chat. Why are you looking at my chat?
Because I always read chats when I have these conversations. But
okay, I am not even looking at my own chat because it's fucking pissing me off.
Sure, I don't care. But listen, I don't care about the chats. I'm just saying like these types of conversations aren't very fruitful. Neither of our positions are gonna be budged. I guess if you're like curious on how like AIDS this conversation is, like that's a way to have it. But like it seems like it's like a not fruitful. Like the policy position, the applied ethics position is more interesting than like the meta ethical position that we're like debating right now, which is like very, very, very fucking weird. Also, if you want to drag that one guy, you should fucking do it.
It's the part that I don't have an answer for. So I'm trying to find an answer by talking to you, or not. It's a part that I have feelings about, but I'm trying to actually develop them into something more conclusive, or rather than just like I feel like a fetus is not a human being, or I feel like a fetus is not a person.
Yeah, but that's literally all it comes down to. Because I say kind of like, oh well, I think we should define humanity as having like a certain genetic sequence, and it's like, okay, well. Why? It's like I mean I don't really have a good argument for that either. Like that's just what seems to be consistent. It seems to work out more consistently with other answers. But like I don't even know if something this fundamental will ever come up in this type of argument. Like I don't know if I'll have to consider this type of like
energy
really
coming
esoteric
back
position
is
when it comes to
cool.
talking
The
about things
ability
like
to make them
healthcare
vulnerable
or
when you're low on
immigration or
energy
anything
is
like that.
cool, but 50%.
I mean, and by the way, for both of our chats, obviously we agree in regards to like legislation, and we also agree about the awful consequences of forcing people to carry pregnancies and term and whatnot, which is why I think you don't disagree with me when it comes to the legislation. So everybody chill the fuck out. This is like Destiny's personal opinion.
Yep, that's true. Also, I have to leave. I have to leave in like 4 minutes. Do you want to do Viewer Dragons?
Wait, what?
Do you want to do Viewer Dragons? I have to leave like 4 minutes. I'm going to that fucking place tonight.
So 20% gives me
Dexter
like
Morgan God really wants to come on, and so does Aardvark Narc.
Sure, whatever. Yeah, I'll talk to some other people. You're leaving? I don't get it.
Oh yeah, I have to listen. I just really want to shout at some of these people because they're fucking triggering the fuck out of me.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, bring.
I don't know where they are. I don't know who they are. I don't.
All right, well, they're in your. You guys gotta go.
All right, that's the last of that one. So what's next? What we got, boys? What we got? We got Dark Souls. Oh, dude. She won't head.
Women.
Let's go, bitches.
What are women? No, Matt Walsh, down. No, get back in your cage. Get back in your cage. Depending on who you ask, women
Okay,
are
that
strong,
was pretty
independent,
good.
beautiful angels who can do no wrong, or evil, ungrateful. Not me though. I'm not like other girls. Today we are taking a break from my seemingly never-ending research into the male question, and we are talking about women. In my video, What Happened to Men, I talk about femboys, and in this video I'm talking about
I'm debating getting rid of this and getting
TikTok
the
trad wives.
The term tradwife is trending online, fueled by a TikTok influencer who uses the term to refer to herself and how she sees her role in her marriage.
This isn't just about personal choice or individual preferences. It's advancing a right-wing political ideology and dressing it up as a lifestyle.
But I don't get the crit with the dark trad.
Now before we hop into our
10%
shiny
crit.
armor to defend Milady, let's get into today's sponsor. You tired of this happening to you? Introducing Ridge. Ridge wallets are high-quality aluminum wallets that can hold up to 12 cards, plus that fat stack of cash you're gonna take out of your bank before it
I mean, I
collapses.
could get rid of the
Ridge wallets are
smoke
made
bomb
with RFID blocking technology, which protects you from digital pickpockets, which will be great when the one world government forces us to rely on digital currency.
Extra
There's
crit,
over 30 colors and
more
styles,
heals,
including carbon fiber,
extra
burnt
crit, more
titanium,
heals.
and my
Let's go.
favorite, rose gold. Ridge has over
also unviewable,
50,000
isn't it?
five-star
Yeah.
reviews, and they're so confident that you'll love their product that they'll let you test it out for 90 days. And if you don't love it, you can return it and get a full refund. So go to ridge.com/shoe or click the link down below and enter code SHOE at checkout to get 10% off your purchase. Big thank you to Ridge for sponsoring this video, and thank you, the viewer, for not skipping the ad. Now let's get back to the video.
Yep.
Oh, happy belated
I mean, if we're gonna
International
watch
Women's
it on
Day,
stream, we're
everybody.
definitely
Happy
gonna watch
Women's
it.
History Month, in fact. I didn't even know it was Women's History Month until I saw this commercial from Hershey's.
My name is Faye Johnstone. I'm the executive director of Wisdom to Action. We can create a world where everyone is able to live in public space as their honest and authentic selves. See the women changing how we see the future at Hershey's Canada.
Is that really the representation we want for women? Cookies and cream? Disgusting.
girl.
The other day,
Let's
this
go.
video of TikTok influencer SD Williams absolutely blew up on Twitter. SD is one of many in the new growing movement of TikTok tradwives. Women who quit their jobs and decide to be stay-at-home girlfriends, wives, or mothers, dedicating their time to domestic chores like cooking, cleaning, and taking care of their family. As soon as I saw this video of SD Williams, I was seething with jealousy. This woman looks like she jumped right out of a 50s Coca-Cola ad. She looks beautiful, confident, happy, everything the internet hates. So I defended the femboys, and today I'm going to be defending the TikTok tradwives. Both are very different things, but also kind of similar at the same time. Both are exaggerations of femininity and are seen as rebelling against society, depending on where you stand. Depending on which party you vote for, the red satanic pedophiles or the blue satanic pedophiles. Now, I happen to support both the femboys.
Well said. I'm gonna go grab some coffee. Be right back, boys. Stand by to stand by to stand by. Please stand by. No break screen. Just enjoy the ambiance, friends. right, boys. We're back. We're doing the thing. All right. You ready for some more stew? Let's go.
And the trad wives. Real controversial stuff happening on this channel, folks. Subscribe for more hot takes like, is mayonnaise too spicy? I think it's cool when people do whatever they want, despite how much hate is thrown at them. And wow, was there a lot of hate thrown at this woman. Turns out it's all women can choose to do whatever they want until a woman chooses.
Honestly, I will say this. Dev had a video today, or his weekly sip, where I saw, like, a plethora of people, all of them black, eating straight up cornstarch. I never want to hear anyone talk about how white people don't season their food. Y'all can shut the fuck up with that.
Chooses to do whatever she wants. Over the past few months, there have been dozens of articles on the growing epidemic of TikTok trad wives, calling them classist, racist, heteronormative, disturbing videos featuring cis white women. Oh no, not cis white women. Articles calling the women insecure, telling them to just do BDSM instead. Articles saying they have no problem with their individual choices. But if this is the age of the trad wife, then I'm ready to die alone.
Then die. What do we do, argue with you? I'm not on the debate team, this is a mock trial.
The articles about this were pretty bad, but the comments were even worse. Imagine being so scared of chasing your own dreams you decide to sell your soul to a man. Being a slave to a man isn't being feminine, it's being a slave. Please stop glorifying this. Spending every second of your life in service to men is not something to aspire for. If this is what makes her happy, that's great. Looks like she loves her life and I'm ecstatic for her. But it's not condemning housewives. But literal male fantasy cosplay, LMAO. So does her husband beat and degrade her? Don't come crying to us girl bosses when your husband abuses you for dinner being cold. Stupid dumb girl who will end up with nothing when he leaves her for another one. I would love to come home from the construction site and slam her head into the fridge drawer for forgetting to put my beer in there. 1950 style. I would love to grab her by the hair and slam her face into the fridge. Fascist Barbie would need a lot more of that caked up makeup to cover the bruises on her face after I beat her for not having dinner ready on time. Why are they all so violent? These people need to be in prison. Women like this trigger a violent reaction in me. Yeah, we can tell. As far as I know, none of these women are telling people how they should live. In fact, S.D. Williams is doing the exact opposite.
The misconception about the trad wife movement, it's not really a movement, nobody's pushing it. People are typically just living it and maybe showcasing their lifestyle like me. And we believe our place, specifically us as individuals, believe our purpose is to be homemakers. There are a lot of people trying to make this a sinister thing or put some other darker meaning behind the term trad wife. Nobody is doing that. We as individuals are just choosing to be homemakers. That's all.
Feminism is about personal choice. But you chose wrong, bitch. Is condemning traditional wives. I'm so tired of these self-proclaimed victims. No one is coming after you. It's all in your head, my sweet aggrieved whites. Inclusion of others does not mean the exclusion of you. Breathe, whitey. It's gonna be okay. Name one person who is condemning traditional wives. I am. Okay, just because someone chooses to live an oppressive lifestyle doesn't make it any better. Gender traditionalism is toxic, period. Doing things for the sake of gender roles or gender tradition is toxic, period. In the end, this only benefits patriarchy. Individual choices do not exist in a vacuum. She's promoting a dangerous slavery mindset to young women. This is not real feminism. Feminism is about the emancipation of all women from the patriarchy, not just some women. Y'all are embarrassing. I love all these people like nobody's condemning trad wives.
That's
and then there's like hundreds
Consuming
and hundreds
shadows.
of
That's really awesome.
videos of people condemning trad wives. Trad wife until their toddler shits on them and their husband of 12 years, their senior, punches them out for not having dinner ready at 5 p.m. exactly. You realize when you hit 40, your husband is gonna start having sex with one of your teenage daughter's friends, right? You know she's getting it from Tyrone while her husband watches. Writing whole ass fan fictions about a woman they've never met. Oh, I bet she's so miserable. I bet he beats her. Oh yeah, I bet she's cooking her husband for Tyrone.
Oh, it makes them vulnerable. That's insane.
Real trad wives don't have big fake tits. Stupid with fake tits. Every single trad wife account is just softcore porn from women with massive tits. This is giving off OnlyFans vibes. This is a fetish. She says in the video under she chose this life, and she did. It's a choice to be this stupid. You call yourself trad and yet you have big breasts. Checkmate. This right here is pure distilled coon brain. I implore you to step out of your goon cave and get some fresh air, please. Just because you find the woman hot doesn't mean it's porn. Can we stop calling this a fetish? Oh, thank God. Somebody normal. This is a well-documented white nationalist online trend. Oh, God damn it. Trad wife, but she uses social media, lol. If she's such a trad wife, why is she on an iPhone? If she's so traditional, why is she using a cell phone? This sounds like conservative boomers when they're like, oh, you're a socialist? How can you have an iPhone? Impossible to be a traditional wife when I'm a male. Hey, that is not true. It is 2023. We support trad husbands and boy wives on this channel. This would be fine if it weren't for all the whiny pick-me Nobody cares if you want to cook and have big titties. Go have fun. Imagine being so insecure with your miserable life you have to do some 1950s Nazi cosplay to get any male attention, lol. Did he pick you, sis? Pick me, pick me, pick me. Hope he picks you, queen. This pick me. All this woman has to do to get picked is exist. I don't think she needs to make a big spectacle on TikTok to get male attention when she looks like this.
Whatever man she wants.
Be serious. And also, can we just talk about this pick me? Pick me is an insult people throw at women when they aren't towing whatever the current NPC line is. Some of these people calling this woman a pick me have OnlyFans in their bios. You literally financially rely on being picked by men. If men didn't pick you, you'd be out of a job. And I'd have like 5,000 views per video, but when I do it, it's based. When you do it, it's cringe. I guarantee I can cook better than her. I can bake better bread than her.
I really like her.
I just don't wear ugly dresses and I work for a living. I'm not married and I certainly wouldn't submit to a husband if I had one.
Ooh, that's interesting.
Sorry, I was trying to find your fucking point. I'm actually a lot better and hotter than her and I'm not married. Okay. I want her to peg me. Oh, I don't know how that one got in there. Sorry. I wish America could go back to the 50s when things were simpler. I'm secretly gay. I have polio. I'm not allowed to wear pants or go to college. I beat the shit out of my son and molested my daughter, and no one will ever do a goddamn thing about it. I can't get through my day without a shit ton of drugs. Most of those things still happen today. But the being on drugs one is funny because it's like, yes, it's true, women were on a ton of drugs back then, but I really gotta ask, like, do you know how many people are on SSRIs? How many people require them to function every day? The average woman is on nowadays would kill a 1950s housewife.
30% chance to make them vulnerable.
But I should be on like 4 other pills unprescribed, but I simply do not take them because I refuse to be a walking big pharma cocktail and my mental illnesses make me funnier. I'm sorry, I gotta say it, but all she's doing is dressing cute and cooking and cleaning. Is that what trad is? Honestly, I kind of agree with this one. Oh, you didn't DoorDash McDonald's? You made some ramen noodles tonight? How trad?
So, it chills enemy for 25% per hit. That means it requires 4 hits to fully... freeze them, right? Make them vulnerable. Double this if against frozen enemies. Damn, son. 20% chance to instantly freeze. Nice. I guess this would work really well with a frost wizard. Like, god damn. Yeah, the shadow probably wouldn't stack with the necro at all. No, because it's shadow imbuments. Shadow imbuments. Shadow imbuments. This is just chilled and frozen. Chilled and frozen. So if you were running around with a frost wizard, that might actually be some good shit right there. Yeah. All right. Continue.
Trad. You clean the f***ing toilet? How trad? You wiped your ass? Trad. I feel like millennials and zoomers have psyoped themselves to believe basic ass things like cooking food and cleaning the house are traditional. Or even more deranged.
Right?
White supremacy. Tradwives. Sexism as a gateway to white supremacy. A common theme among the haters of our tradwife friends is implying or even outright accusing them of covertly or overtly selling white supremacy to young women. There's nothing wrong with yearning to raise kids, bake bread, and keep a tidy home while your husband brings home the bacon. However, the most telling aspect of the tradwife hashtag is the other half of the term, wives. Women defined by their relationship to men, from the perspective of men, specifically men of the alt-right. The tradwife trend articulates not only women's roles over their choices, but also how the manosphere brings together those who feel blindsided by the feminist movement and want to teach women how to take care of their men and give birth to more white babies. This is how sexism functions as a gateway to white supremacy, men bonding over misogyny and rallying for the white race. So as far as I can tell, none of these tradwives mention being white or whiteness or any of that. These people are just kind of convinced that's what this is, that these homemaking lifestyle videos are actually a dog whistle, luring people into the alt-right, like me in 2015 when I said man spreading, and then you went down the right-wing rabbit hole. Behind the rise of the online tradwife movement, trad ideology doesn't just extend to the 1950s housewife videos. It also has sinister connections with right-wing extremism, experts say. There was so much of this that even S.D. Williams, the main character of this anime, had to come out and say this: I do not support anything like white supremacy. I don't want to be associated with anything like that. Well, too bad! The experts are here!
It's giving blood and soil. Like, you know? I just think that if I was part of a movement that had a lot of crossover with fascists and neo-Nazis and Nazi culture, I would probably make sure that my propaganda for my lifestyle did not, like, emulate the 1920s and 30s.
Like,
just,
you know?
Just how I do stuff, though.
Really? Like, what?
What is this voice? I see you're happy. Do you know who else was happy? Nazi propaganda. This, like, fake apathy shit is just as performative as putting on a 1950s housewife dress and doing a little cosplay on TikTok. Let's be serious for a second. Nobody doesn't care that much. And for the love of God, blend your eyeshadow! The desire to live in the 1950s ignores the reality of that decade. What's wrong with the tradwife trend is that it romanticizes a time when staying in the home and marrying a man as means for socioeconomic survival was mandatory.
I gotta stand still for 3
people of color,
seconds.
and the LGBT community were nowhere near equal. When tradwives glorify this decade, they're glorifying a time that was actually pretty terrible for a lot of people. Oh, so you're a tradwife? Have you heard about a little thing called segregation? I don't believe any of these women want to bring back segregation or, like, polio. In fact, there are a lot of black tradwives too. It's like a whole thing. Honestly, this is the most feminist I'll ever say. I believe a lot of this bullying that these tradwives are facing comes from an underlying resentment or internal resentment we have towards traditionally feminine behavior. Let me just slip into video essayist mode for a second. Does society hate femininity? I don't know. I don't think so.
Hang on. I can't. I gotta turn her up. She's quiet for some reason. Is it over there? Good douche. Boom. Where's the next one? Oh, hey boys, what's up? The explosions. We got 2 of them then, do we? So that means we go boom. Oh yes. Explode, asshole. Where's the other one? There's another one. I know there is. Where is it? please just destroy that? Nope. Where is... There it is. Got you. And I got you. Nice. Let's go, bitch. Okay, let's imbue that, and then we charge. Oh, she's dead. Oof. Yeah, there it is. Get wrecked. Get wrecked. All right, shoot. Why are you so goddamn quiet all of a sudden? Copy editor, girl. Copy editor.
But it certainly sees it as weak. You see this, of course, with a lot of the right-wing macho shit. Drinking Starbucks is feminine and therefore weak. But you also see it on the left, or at least the liberal left. Liberal Hollywood, to be exact. And it's being disguised as progressivism. We see this a lot, but the two that immediately come to my mind are Lola Bunny and the green M&M. Okay, yes, this sounds silly, but hear me out. Watching Tucker Carlson's obsession with the green M&M losing her sexy boots was hilarious, but it is kind of weird how the vice president of M&M said they changed up her boots for sneakers to signify empowerment and confidence. There's also Lola Bunny losing her bunny curves. And the director of Space Jam 2 said it was because it's important to reflect the authenticity of strong, capable female characters. So why exactly is traditional femininity, whether it's female clothing or female bodies, seen as the opposite of strong and empowering? Why do women need to be masculine to be considered strong? And it's not just female clothing or female bodies that are considered weak. It's also traditional female personality traits. I'll give you 3 examples off the top of my head. From the new She-Hulk show. Jennifer Walters has arrived, and she wants nothing to do with saving the world. She's ready to be honest about life, with her newfound powers, juggling her career and dating life. To the Snow White remake. Rachel Zegler says she's bringing a modern edge to Disney's live-action Snow White. She's not going to be saved by the prince or dreaming about true love. And even the new Little Mermaid remake. I'm really excited for my version of the film because we've definitely changed that perspective of her just wanting to leave the ocean for a boy. It's about herself, her purpose, her freedom, her life, and what she wants. As women, we are amazing, we are independent, we are modern, we are everything and above. I'm glad Disney is updating some of those themes. There are dozens and dozens of other examples, but you get it. If you've been alive for the past 10 years, you get it. The seemingly unending push of the strong, independent woman who don't need no man, who focuses on herself and her career, who has no time for true love or saving the world. Who cares about other people? It's called self-care, sweetie. It's no wonder people see something like this. A woman unapologetically embracing her femininity, not just in style, but in lifestyle. Embracing a lifestyle where she puts her family and her loved ones first, above herself and above her career. It's no surprise people see that and think it's subversive, because it is. Alright, that concludes video essay mode. I look like a drag queen. There is, of course, another side of this, the conservative side, which believes that all women are just meant to be in the home, and that men should do none of the housework. Apparently.
I do not know how to operate the laundry machine. When my wife said, "Oh, could you go put the laundry in?" I have done it. I have had to ask her to guide me every step of the way. It is not something that comes naturally.
That's because you're a fucking moron, Michael. And you should learn how to use the equipment in your house because that's what a fucking man would do. Okay, now that I've said that.
The men.
I'm sorry, but it is very weird that a grown-ass man does not know how to do laundry. Apparently, he's not even the only one.
All right, Drew. Well, this is a trick question because I have not done anything around the house for 40 years. Ben, you answer dishes. Mrs. Shapiro.
So you're f***ing worthless, right?
Said, I'm not sure Ben knows how to do laundry, so I'll go with the dishes.
Ben, your wife is a whole-ass doctor and you don't know how to work a laundry machine? What? Now, although I have a more socially libertarian outlook on this than they do, I do actually agree that one parent staying in the home with the kids is the best thing for a family. But my mom stayed home for a while, and then they switched, and my dad stayed home for a while. And to this day, I have a great bond with both of my parents, and I wonder if that is part of the reason why. I was lucky, and I wish everyone could be that lucky. Being a stay-at-home parent is a job, and honestly, it should pay like a job. I can't think of a more important role in society than raising the future generation. In fact, this is a major reason of why I consider myself a socialist. I believe culture can trickle down from economics. And I believe certain policies that people like Matt Walsh and Ben Shapiro might disagree with, could make it possible to get back to that time where people can raise a family on one income. If someone is able to live that traditional lifestyle, they are extremely privileged to do so. Because let's face it, men are...
Well, one of the biggest reasons that they were able to do that was because after World War II, the entirety of Europe and the entire, which was a big manufacturing base for the entire world, was decimated to the point where they could no longer do so. And so the United States essentially took on the manufacturing responsibility for the entire planet, which is why they were able to do what they did and why it was able to work so well. Yeah, so there you go.
Are f***ing broke nowadays. There have been several...
No, wait, I haven't seen this one.
No, don't answer. You step lightly, and you reek of dried blood. You're a killer. What do you want?
I heard you can teach me a few things.
Let's see if you're worthy of teaching first. I've got a job that needs doing. You help me, maybe I'll help you. I run with the Sisterhood of the Sightless Eye. One of ours is missing. Bakira.
Roger, roger.
She took 2 rookies and set out after an artifact, a coin. Help me find her. If you're not all talk, you might learn a thing or two.
You gonna follow me now? Is that what we're doing? Yep, that's what we're doing. Okay. Well, let's go, bitches.
Articles about how women are single because they can't find a man who makes more money than they do. Because no matter what women can say, they want a provider. Women hate the wage gap until a motherfucker has to split the bill. They want someone who can take care of them and take care of their
Not
children.
wrong.
Most men can't do that. They can barely afford to take care of themselves. It is nearly impossible to take care of a family on one income in America today. But why? Some people say it's because of capitalism. Other people say it's because of feminism. And some really insane people will say it's a little bit of both. The thing is, feminism has completely failed women. To be more precise, lean in, pink pussy hat, girl boss, neoliberal feminism has completely failed women. Whew. Women aren't fulfilled. Men, for that matter, are not fulfilled. Everyone's depressed, lonely, overworked, atomized, and many people, men and women, are longing for a time that probably will never exist. A time that will probably never come back. A time of economic security, economic growth, community, strong unions, higher wages, affordable housing, racism, lobotomies, back when they put real cocaine in Coca-Cola. Put the cocaine back in Coca-Cola, you cowards. Sorry, scratch those last 2 things. You get what I mean, though. When I look at videos like this, I don't see a fetish. I don't see white supremacy. I see escapism from neoliberal hell world. And more importantly, I see someone doing what they want to do and not hurting anyone. There's nothing wrong with choosing to work for your family who loves you instead of a boss who hates you. There's nothing wrong with dedicating your life to something bigger than your next Amazon purchase. In conclusion, leave the TikTok tradwives alone. If you like this video, please consider subscribing and donating to my Patreon, link down below. We're doing Discord movie nights together every month, and it's a whole lot of fun. So I would love to see you there. And stick around for the next video. Bye!
Not bad, not bad.
Look close.
All right.
Blood.
She really needs to tune that audio down, though, man. Shit's killing me, man. Like, I can't, like,
all we wanted to do was bake pies all day, but some dumb bitch 100 years ago wanted equal rights, so now we gotta learn Microsoft Excel. You.
2011 was 12.
It's one of those things where it's just like, seriously, can we just when I make videos, which is rare, but when I do, I obsess over the audio quality because I know, because this is why. Like the Hassan Destiny debate and that where when she switched from recordings to doing her thing, it was like, dude, like normalize your audio, bro.
Years ago.
Right.
You're welcome. As I grow older and wrinklier, I bear witness to a whole new generation of gamers who don't remember ye old times quite the way I do. Sure, your crowd know about Dark Souls, but many of you probably weren't around when it was in its heyday. From Software had already been around for a while and had their fans through series like Armored Core and Kingsfield, but Dark Souls was the game that put them on the world stage. Originally a spiritual successor to the much more experimental, far less polished, but no less imaginative and ambitious Demon's Souls, Dark Souls was an expansion on that prototype of a formula that became an instant classic, creating ripples across the entire gaming industry still felt to this day. So influential was From Software's magnum opus that it birthed an entire subgenre of games inspired by it. And these days it's hard to browse Steam at all without tripping over titles carrying that ever vague tag of Souls-like. And yes, you probably knew this coming in here already. It's pretty hard. Dark Souls' difficulty has become something of a meme over the years, to the entire series' detriment in my opinion. Not from a gameplay perspective necessarily, but from a marketing one. To the gaming public and gaming media at the time, Dark Souls was a trial by fire, only for the most hardcore of hardcore gamers. An oasis of brutality and a desert of games that had become too hand-holdy, over-tutorialized, and oversimplified. And sure, there's some truth to that. This was not a game that was tripping over itself to please you or keep your attention. It presented itself to you, expected you to learn it, get better at it, and handle all the exploring of everything it had to offer on your own. Well, mostly, but we'll...
1 to subterfuge, total armor. I'd lose the imbuement skills. I'll save it for next level. Yeah, we'll save it for next level. It's got damage reduction, damage, subterfuge, total armor. It's not very good. No. I lose the cooldown and okay, maybe not. Maybe not. It's got the HP regen, but I mean, dude, that's really good HP regen though. You know what I could do is I could steal that shit. Yeah, but then it would be at like, oh man, it's a max roll too. Jesus Christ. It might be worth the yeah, it might be worth it actually. Yeah, so next level once I get my shadow imbuement, yeah, we'll do that. Yeah, I need next level. Yeah, next level we'll do that. All right. Let's go.
We'll get to that later. It was a challenge, especially for the time, but good lord, did people oversell that one aspect of it. If you'd only ever heard about it, you would have assumed it was just a rage game in the same vein as I Want to Be the Guy, just with a bigger budget. Marketing for the game certainly didn't help. For God's sake, the title of its eventual PC port was the Prepare to Die edition. Come on now. And oh boy, did this come with its fair share of elitism. You couldn't dislike Dark Souls without being called a scrubby casual, unfit to enjoy its magnificence.
Is the beta
and thus did one of the most notorious
tomorrow.
phrases meme its way into pop culture. Get good. Something.
The beta ends tomorrow at like 2 our time, I think, or 2 my time, I think. I don't know what time zone you're in, so I don't know what to tell you. Let me see. I can actually tell you exactly what time it's gonna end. Let's see. Learn more. Click. Die, bitches! Jackass. Boom! Alright, can I have a moment to myself, please? We'll just go back to town. Okay, so open beta. Open beta concludes March 27th, which is today, because it's midnight, at 12 p.m. Pacific time. I don't know what the D stands for. PDT? What the fuck does that stand for? Pacific Daylight Time. Okay, whatever. Why would you not just say standard, like, you know, a real human being? So yeah, PDT. So it's 12 a.m. right now, CST or CDT, and in 2 hours it will be 12 a.m. PDT, and so it will end at 12 p.m. 14 hours from now. There you go, bud. Enjoy.
Uttered to anyone who expressed displeasure or frustration with the game, invalidating any and all criticism by placing the blame solely on the person's skill or lack thereof. Personal taste? A legitimate flaw with the game? Nah, you're just bad boy, cry about it. I should clarify, I love this game to death, but this mentality and focus on this one aspect bothered me then, and still does. There was much more to Dark Souls that made it great than it just being hard. The level design, the art direction, the music, the world, the story. There was so much raw love and effort put into it that I felt went underappreciated at the time. All that's certainly not underappreciated now, hindsight is 2020 and all that, but there's still plenty about it that I don't hear mentioned enough. So I decided to revisit it and see just how well it holds up to that nostalgic memory. I've already gone back and played it many times before in the past, but I never really approached it with a critical eye, and been more willing to admit what it does well, and
put up a fight. He saw it coming, so the killer went for his joints first. Finished him off when he was down. Whoever it was, they were trained as a rogue.
Okay, keep going. Keep going. Let's go. So dialogue volume is maxed. Everything else is turned down. Let's turn it down a little bit more. Turn this down. We'll save. And we will turn Diablo back up. Yeah, that's pretty good. All right.
and what it doesn't. Before we set off on this journey, I should mention that I'll be playing the remastered version, because despite all my problems with it, it is the most stable way to play Dark Souls on the PC. The original port was notoriously bad, and trying to record this game off my original PlayStation 3 version was always a minor nightmare, since the console's hardware never seemed to play nice with things like Elgato. It is unfortunate, though, because the remastered version, while it is still basically the exact same game, and keeps the vast majority of content.
Greetings and salutations, my friend. Thank you for the raid, very much appreciate that. It's good to see you, buddy. Welcome. Thank you for the raid, very much appreciate it, buddy. It's a pleasure to see you, friend. Thank you for the raid. What were you up to, man? You playing some of that juicy Diablo action? Is that what we're doing? Everybody wanting in on that juicy Diablo? No problem. Roger, sir. Let me go ahead and just do it. I'm gonna do it. If I can spell your name correctly, I can do this. I swear I can do this. I think I got it right. Oh, shout out fail. Please try again. Womp 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 womp. Here, let me give you the honor one. Did I spell your name wrong? No. I did. Oh my God, I spelled your. I can't believe that, dude. Oh, I put 82 and it's 84, and apparently now it doesn't work. What? Is that it? Hey, there we go. Playing that Deadling. Nice. It's a new. What did you call it? A new roguelike. Ah, what kind of roguelike is it? Is it the fun roguelike, or is it the I'm gonna throw my controller at the wall roguelike? Because those are my favorite. As my recently beating Elden Ring pointed out. Oh my God, dude. I love the hell out of that game. until I got to the very end. And the main reason is because I stopped playing it for so long, and then I only had a few bosses left, and they are ass to play when you're not like super in practice and into it. It's a combination. Fair enough. Fair enough. I think I might, because I got the bug in me for Diablo. I think I'm probably gonna play. What's it called? New Epic or whatever the hell it is. Last Epic or whatever. Ko was playing it, and he was like, "Yeah, it's pretty good." I think it's in like 0.9 right now. What are you doing over there, sir?
I'm not ready yet.
Days, bro. Days. Darkblade. What the fuck is this? Ooh, level 20. Hello. It's only 66 more damage. But it has more shadow damage. Ooh. Does it? Oh my god, look, it's on fire. So it's got shadow damage, 2% damage to affected by shadow damage over time enemies. Okay. Execute non-elites. Sweet, sweet, sweet. I would lose close range damage, crowd control damage. It's got crit strike damage on it, though. It's a sexy, sexy beast. That's for damn sure. Oh, wait. I can put a thing in here. I should probably go do that real quick. So that's cool. I'm probably not going to use it, though, because, well, you know. Me and grabbing Diablo 4, though, didn't care to try the beta. Well, I mean, you know, for right now, it's free, so. But, yeah, it's definitely put the itch in me where all I want to do is freaking play Diablo, because, man, only being able to level up to 25 is rough. I'll tell you what, man. Super rough, you know? It's very, very rough. What is this? Being injured while crowd control, willpower, ice blades. Crowd, nah, that's not good. Ooh, damage reduction. What we got here? Against injured enemies. Ooh, physical damage, crowd control, cold damage. Is it worth it? I don't know. That crit strike chance is pretty good, though. You know what I'm saying? That's pretty good. It might be, actually. The physical damage, close damage. So it gives me physical damage and 2.5% damage to close enemies. So essentially like 5.5 or 4.5 damage on that one. Against injured enemies. But so injured is below 35% HP is what that is. But I gain, well, yeah, it has 3 physical damage and 4 to crowd control plus cold damage, which I don't do, but that's okay. So I'd lose 1 crit chance. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I can't do nothing else. So we're just gonna roll with that. I'm gonna grab. You know what? I haven't found any silent chests. I haven't found any of that shit. So, but yeah, man. So far, it's been a really, really cool thing. I've enjoyed it the hell out of it, and I'm probably gonna end up getting rid of this before long. So I'm not sure I want to put anything in it. Critical strike damage on crowd control, ultimate skill, overpowered damage. Yeah, we'll just throw one of those in there for the lulz. All right. But yeah, it's been a pretty awesome game, and I've thoroughly enjoyed it. And I cannot wait to get a hold of it, like actual game, so that I can level up beyond freaking 25 and get all the good stuff going. You know what I mean? You know what I mean, bud? All right. Let's do it again.
Hutch makes a few changes to the visuals that I don't agree with. I'll get into that more in a bit, though, because this intro is pushing 5 minutes by this point, and we got a long road ahead of us. So pack your bags and gather around the bonfire, kids. We're going to be here a while. Before we head out though, a few ground rules to lay. 1. I'll be taking the intended path through the game as best I can from beginning to end. This means no master key. Sorry, old friend. We'll be going with black firebombs instead. 2. I'll be playing a strength faith build since I was looking to try something new for this playthrough. So we're starting cleric. 3. To the very best of my abilities, I'm going to try and
It's not just the killer we're after. The coin's dangerous too. It bears a hole in the middle. When you look through, it shows you others' weaknesses. But it also drives you bleeding mad. Don't know who we'll find in there for sure. If they've got the coin, they'll hit you where it hurts. You better be ready.
and do every single NPC's quest line to completion, so layers at the very least. This does mean that I summoned NPCs for the boss fights in this video. I'm still not 100% sure if you really need to finish some of their quests, but I just wanted to be sure. Besides, I needed sunlight medals, so at the very least I was summoning Solaire. Also, I'll say right now, I didn't get far with Griggs. I kind of forgot about them after saving them. Whoops. And finally, 4. I'm not going to go super in-depth into the game's lore. Dark Souls is famous for being the fucking iceberg of video game stories once you start delving into it, and to explain it in detail would require me taking at least a 2-week crash course on Body Vidya, and this video has taken long enough. There's plenty of other people on YouTube who've covered it far better than I ever could, so just go look it up for yourself if you're interested. That said, I will at least be giving my own summary of what I do know as we go through where it's relevant. This isn't guaranteed to be accurate, but I'll try my best. So, with all of that out of the way, we're in prison. Off to a good start. More specifically, we're in the Undead Asylum, a facility built to corral humans that became afflicted with the curse of undeath. Undead will eventually turn what's called hollow, which reduces them to a shambling corpse that attacks just about anything still alive. And one undead here happens to be yourself, wasting away in seclusion before a very helpful knight drops a corpse with a key through the ceiling. Why he couldn't just drop the key and not the whole ass body, I don't know, but we take what we can get in these situations. Thus begins the game's tutorial, and it handles it in a pretty unintrusive way, leaving the actual tutorializing to messages written on the ground that are entirely optional, but give you the basics to get you going. They also demo one of the multiplayer aspects of Dark Souls right away, messages. If playing online, people can leave messages for other people on the ground using preset bits and pieces of sentences. You'll find messages that are legitimately helpful, and others that are just people being gremlins. We'll come back to this later. For now, we make our way up to the game's first bonfire. Bonfires became the icon of the entire Dark Souls series. Even Sekiro and Bloodborne had their own versions of these things. From here, you can rest, level up, and later on, store, repair, and improve equipment. They're the checkpoints of the game, and let me tell you, back in the day, after carefully inching my way through an area, being slowly drained of resources, clutching my souls and humanity to my chest, finding one of these things was always a huge wash of relief. Anyway, where were we? Oh yeah, luckily, I'm repaired. Okay, so yeah, that's usually what happens when you get careless in Dark Souls. The game tends to take offense to that. Kids, this is what we call hubris. Thankfully, through the holy power of explosives, we prevail and move on. Now, normally you run away from that thing, grab your shield, weapon, and other gear, then go back and fight it again to cap off the tutorial, but it's nice that the game gives you the option to just beat it right away. Even better, you're rewarded with the Demon's Hammer if you do. This is one of the many good things about Dark Souls. It's pretty open-ended. You can approach almost any situation however you want with the tools the game gives you. All it asks is that you get from point A to point B. How you get there is up to you. Sure, you can go through the tutorial in the intended path, or you can bomb the Asylum Demon so hard there's now a smoking crater where it's supposed to be. It's your choice. This is expanded on later as you get the ability to summon allies for boss fights, get more weapons, spells, and consumables. I never felt like I was forced into playing a specific way or the right way, just that the game expected me to get good at the fundamentals, which thankfully are pretty simple to wrap your head around. Here's our prison break buddy, and they're dying already, because of course they are. But at least he gives us some crucial direction in his final moments.
There is an old saying in my family, thou who art undead art chosen, and thine exodus from the undead asylum maketh pilgrimage to the land of ancient lords, when thou ringest the bell of awakening. The fate of the undead thou shalt know.
Oddly specific familial saying, along with the key to the big-ass door and the Estus Flask, the single most important item in the entire game. This is your primary healing item, and it refills every time you rest at a bonfire. Starts with 5 uses. Resting at a bonfire gives you 5, but you can sacrifice humanity to kindle that bonfire, and from then on, it'll give you more.
What is this?
The Soul series always seem to change the healing system from game to game.
That's funny. I hit the wrong button. Twisting blades orbit for a short time after they return to you, dealing 12% return per hit based on the distance the blades return. The orbit damage is increased by 24% of the return damage. I have no idea what any of that means. Four to all stats. I mean, mine are better. Yeah, what I've already got's better. So after they return, they orbit, dealing 12% of the damage returned per hit. Based on the distance the blade returned, the orbit damage is increased by 24%. Okay, so twisting blades. I never understood this, but it was like whatever. Impale an enemy with your blades, dealing a bunch of damage and making them take damage from you while impaled. After 1.5 seconds, the blades return to you, piercing enemies for that's a lot of goddamn damage. So do you throw them? I don't think so. Right? Yeah, you don't throw them. No, you don't. Definitely grabbing this. Yeah. Damage reduction is really good. The elite barrier, though, we're gonna go back to town for this. So
this is still my preferred way, though lately they've settled on a similar system with find key item, use key item on whatever your flask adjacent item is that time, and get more uses of it that way. It works, and there's nothing wrong with that, but I still prefer the first game's way. Though admittedly, it can suck if you get to a new bonfire with no humanity to kindle it, and you're stuck with only 5 uses. That does sting a bit. Ow! Ooh, ankles. Anyway, after getting the rest of our gear, we push past the big doors, waltz right up this pathway, and...
Bird up. Bird up. What does this give? $3 stats. I guess we'll put it on the helm.
Now, I've been mostly fun and jokes up to this point, so let me dial it back and go slightly serious for just a little bit. I love Firelink Shrine. There's many reasons, and I'm not entirely sure where to start. This is where you're always 100% no bullshit safe, as long as you don't go this way. You can spend as much time as you want just hanging out here, and nothing bad happens. No timed quests that run out if you idle for too long, no enemies that roam around until they find you here, nothing. It's very similar to the Nexus and Demon Souls, but narratively, I think it's stronger, because it doesn't just serve a gameplay purpose of being a hub. It's part of the entire world. The land of Lordran is winding and vast, but almost all of it branches out from this one spot, and some of it loops back. It's where most of the NPCs you meet end up one way or another, and as you progress,
This is one of the things I really like about Dark Souls over all the other Souls games is the way the world is built to loop around on itself. And it's something that I don't like about Elden Ring specifically, is that it has shortcuts everywhere. For every legacy dungeon, or whatever they're called has shortcuts, but you don't need them because there's so many goddamn bonfires everywhere that they're kind of useless. I mean, they're cool for if you actually need to run back, but you could just teleport. It would have been a lot better I guess maybe they're for if you're doing no teleport stuff where you have to run everywhere. But that's a self-imposed thing, and it's not really something a lot of people are going to do. It would have been kind of cooler if they'd have made it to where you couldn't teleport immediately, or you had to kindle them or something. Like in Dark Souls, to be able to teleport to that one or something, or until later. I don't know, man. It's just really weird. And Dark Souls 2 and 3 were, well, let's just say they're not very Dark Souls-like in that aspect, and I didn't like that. So, it is what it is.
Start seeing more and more familiar faces just wind up here. The further you go, it feels more like a home, reinforced by that somber but peaceful music that plays every time you visit,
that shit.
and slowly fades away every time you leave. This is the only place in the game that has a consistent musical backing, by the way, with only one other exception that we won't see for a while. The rest of Dark Souls only has music in boss fights or important cutscenes. It creates this unique feeling when you wind a corner and slowly you start to hear that familiar melody just humming away. Firelink is important to the entire experience because it makes the world feel connected, even if it doesn't lead to every zone. The areas it does lead to are often the paths you need to take to reach those places further away, like needing to go through the catacombs to reach the Tomb of the Giants. A minor note, but the use of depth of field makes the world feel massive, even if its main technical use is to hide texture limitations and such. Although speaking of visuals, before we continue, I did mention that I had some problems with the remastered version. They're small things, but I feel like they mess with the visual presentation of Dark Souls overall. The sparkle that marks items used to look more cloudy and slowly fade away when you pick them up. Now it's more like a flickering ball that immediately blinks out of existence. And I was going to say that the remastered version looks a bit darker than the original, but I don't know, looking at them back to back, I might just be remembering that wrong, though the remastered version is definitely doing something different. I think it might be using less bloom and the color palette might be a bit more faded. I couldn't tell you exactly what the remastered version is doing differently, but my brain prefers the old one for some reason. And most aggravatingly, to me at least, the bonfires in the remastered version I would consider to be a direct downgrade from the originals. I mean, sure, they look like a bonfire, nothing wrong with them, but the original bonfire looked more ethereal and magical, with tendrils of fire-like energy wrapping around and reaching above the coiled sword. It's more visually interesting.
I can
This
agree
is a
with
problem
that,
I have with the bonfires from the rest of the series. They left this original magical look behind, and I feel like that was a mistake. I am probably the only person in the world who cares about this, but I do, goddammit. There's likely other visual changes from the original version that I didn't notice, but those were the ones that stood out to me the most, and the ones that actively bothered me. I'm bringing this all up now because once we get started, I'm not gonna have a good chance to later, I guarantee you that. So back on topic. Firelink is immensely important to the whole of Dark Souls, and I needed to give it the proper appreciation.
Yeah, like I said, I really like the fact that almost everything in the world, until you get past Sin's Fortress, basically loops around Firelink. It's a really cool thing, and I really wish they did it in more games that were Souls-like, or more Souls games did it. It would have been really cool if they did that in Elden Ring as well, but they didn't. And it's just kind of... I mean, they put Sites of Grace everywhere. Like, Elden Ring is the easiest Souls game there is. It just is. I can't wait. I cannot wait until Bloodborne comes out on PC. I tried, like, I literally paid $20 to get the PlayStation store thing so that I could play PlayStation games on my computer, and it didn't work. Not only was the lag absolutely atrocious, because you literally have to stream them, so even with my insane internet, the lag was so bad, I couldn't even play it. And not only that, the buttons aren't local. So what that means is that if I'm using an Xbox controller to play them, all the buttons are PlayStation versions, and I don't know what they are. And so I couldn't figure out even how to get out of the first area, use any of the dumb shit, because I don't remember what the PlayStation controller is, and I didn't feel like looking the fuck up. But it was just like, oh god, I can't wait, dude. I hope they release it on PC someday.
Appreciation it deserves. So now that I've had my moment of nerding out, want to see me get swarmed by skeletons?
Bitch.
Now's a good time to talk about dying. I made fun of the Prepare to Die edition, but death is a major part of Dark Souls. You die, you pop back out of the last bonfire you rested at, and you lose all your souls and humanity. You can get them all back if you return to where you died and pick up the...
Alright, what are we doing? Got to free prisoners? Oh, get wrecked, son! I'm sorry. Did you say something? Whoop. Boom! Oh, God, it's so good, dude. It's like having corpse explosion on a rogue, dude. So good. I love it. I love it.
This mark on the ground. However, if you die again before reaching that point, it's all gone forever. Carrying a bunch of souls on you at once is often an unnecessary risk unless you're saving up for something big. Spend it while you got it is a harsh lesson most Souls players have to learn the hard way. Now, while there are 3 pathways we can go from Firelink, the way we really should go is up.
I just want to pause and watch the video, dude. Like, I'm honestly considering
the Undead Burg is the game's intended starting area, and it certainly feels like it. Enemies are slow, don't hit all that hard, and sometimes go completely catatonic. Okay. In terms of overall enemy difficulty, the Burg is an extension of the tutorial. However, the game has taken you off the rails and you're free to explore around. It's worth doing so too, since even though the Burg is relatively straightforward, there's some hidden paths and extra items tucked away out of immediate view. And despite the fact that enemies are easy, getting cocky when more than one is attacking can still get you in trouble. We meet our first merchant here, but we're really only interested in one item from them, the Residence Key. We're gonna need that for an NPC quest later.
God, I
Aside
love
from that,
this
he
game,
sells some
dude.
basic weapons, armor.
I gotta admit, man, I am really sorry that I said I had no interest in playing the Rogue. I really wish I had at least like watched the video of someone playing it, because oh my god, is it fun. Like, it is better than the Barbarian, in my opinion. Like, it's more fun to play. Like just zooming around and shit is just so good. Like, I can't even, god damn it, I shouldn't hit the shrine.
You're a saint. You're a saint.
Bakira.
I'm not ready yet.
You ready? Barika's Shattered Soul? What the hell is this? What is this? This is really awesome too. This gives me 6 seconds of freaking 25% damage reduction. I don't know what the hell that is. That's weird. Well, we found Barika, so it said find her. Oh wait, is it? Does it? There it is.
Irana got the coin, but it messed up my head.
Yep, she killed him.
I saw worms digging in people's
All right, we're gonna turn off the YouTube. We're gonna pay attention to this.
Their secrets, their scars. So easy to slice.
Something's wrong with my son. I'll be right back.
The yellow soap zone, which you used to leave.
Showed me. Had to stop it. I'm sorry.
The coin.
Where is it?
All right, we might have to end the stream, but I'm going to throw a break screen up real quick, and then we'll see how that goes. So stand by. my seed, baby. Give me that seed. Mine. You can't have none. It's all mine.
Bloom seed egg sign. Follow me, these. Praise the Emperor.
Delicious. Delicious. If only killing dudes gave me something. It'd be amazing. Excuse me, boys, but that is what I call
triple kill.
We're back. Oh boy. Ho, ho, ho. There it is, baby. Oh, get wrecked. Get wrecked.
Let fly all missiles.
It's pretty good, right? I gotcha. The Shoggoth division. It's GG. GG. Division. I can spell. I know how to spell. That's not it. That's not it there, Chief. Okay, so yeah. Same name. Bada bang. Division. What have you done? Okay, look. If it'll satisfy your curiosity, you can clip this. Is that good? Is that good? All right, we're done. Bunny.
Your rage was not enough.
Damn right.
You can't hide!
Whoa.
Judgment sniper!
Oh, Emily's butt is radical propaganda. I'll take that. She's definitely dead. Whereas Darktide is just more of a bunch of people who hate you and just been going random places over three. Yeah, and there is a story for everyone. By the way,
chosen down.
Cleanse and purge the Xenos scum in the name of the god.
Would have me suffer a fate worse than death. I must retreat for now, but we will not be apart for long.
Let me rephrase that,
Commander. But there's no trace of that chosen left. Well, at least we ruined their plans today.
We are highly trained veterans, and you're just a settler with a toy blaster. We're taking the Jedi to Nar Shaddaa, and that is the end of that. I'm gonna say this nice and simple for your little calf-hurting head. Unless you want to wind up dead. Leave now.
I don't want to fight, but I can't let you take Vrook to Nar Shaddaa.
I warned you, but I'm glad you didn't listen. Attack, men.
She's glad? Why? That's so mean. So mean. So mean.
Well, looks like we just lost our stealth, I think. It would be really great if it would tell me where they were coming from. If it gave you an indication of the direction the Lost were coming from. Like, oh, you can hear them in the distance. Where? Wait, oh no, they get a full turn? They missed it. They completely turn for it. Oh yeah, these guys should be really good. Oh, that's just too good, man. Oh, that's too good. Oh, what is he doing? What is he doing?
Does anybody know if the control enemy breaks stealth or not? No! Whoops. Whoops.
Locked on. We've been spotted.
Please don't call the cops on me. Please don't call the cops on me. I'm so very sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. I didn't mean to hurt you. I don't care. I don't care that there's a... Die, Dinos! Oh, baby! Okay, here we go. It's rocket time, baby. Freya! I think it's time, baby. Lay it down! Let's do, hang on. Let's go... I want to make it as accurate as possible. One... Damn, it's being weird. Let's do... here. Plus or minus one. Bada boom.
Fire Hunter Seeker missile.
Yeah, baby! No deaths, but look at all that juicy damage. Oh, it's so good! So good! Oh boy, is that something I can do? Oh, never mind.
Light of the Emperor!
Don't hit Astro Boy!
Avenge me!
Shit! Where's his body at? It's right there. No! No, Astro Boy. I'm such a dumbass. Oh, what have I done? What have I done? Oh, my gunner. There we go. There we go. There we go. Juicy rockets. Look at that. 1.92, 201. Oh, come on, man. Come on, I gotta take this. There's no way I can't take that. There's no way I can't take that. There's no freaking way I can't take that. Come on, baby. Let's go. Let's go, boys. Triple kill.
This is what I do.
And the guy with the loot is still alive. HP. We should be able to kill her. The problem is that if she's right next to Scorpio, he can't do anything. What?
I will take this soldier and
what?
They know of your plan.
What?
The chosen.
How is that a thing?
thing! You'll need to take advantage.
Oh my God! What?
That thing is short.
Charge plasma to full capacity.
Luna! Make it rain, baby. Oh my God, it hit all of them. They're all on fire and poison. Hunter, my dude, my bro, my homie. It has been a pleasure, sir. Thank you very much for your service. And we'll see you around, huh? We'll see you around.
-15, status confirmed. X4 charges detonated.
That's great.
You're done.
Oh!
Come on.
No.
No, it's like you're a murder god. Like they just can't do anything about it. Oh! Oh! Oh, he blocked it. He's blocking this one. That's it, boys. That's it. It's like I never understand why so many dudes are just like, all right, we're just rough them up, boys. And it's like, I'm a witcher. I'm a freaking mute.
You better have a freaking elite scope. Scrub. Scrub! Alright, boys. Operation Wailing Shadow. Onward to victory for honor and glory. Await! You know it's good when you amuse yourself. Don't take that the wrong way. Nobody clip that. Nobody clip that. Woo-wee, baby. That's a double kill. Juicy. Juicy, juicy. Boom, baby! I think that's gonna be the thumbnail for the day. That's definitely gonna be the thumbnail for the day. Oh, where's my thing at? What was that at? 5:57:19? Yeah, 5:57. You know what? You know what, game? You know what? Screw you. Okay, let's move up. There's no way. So I would like to point out that this is possibly one of the weakest. This makes the Tech Marine so infuriating and makes it super weak. This specifically right here. Did you see that? Did you see that? Likely that anything crazy is gonna happen here. So I'll tuck in next to Joker. You know, lovey-dovey style. And then we'll see what happens. With 5 dudes still up and moving. Lancer. What is he doing? What's he doing? What's he doing? What's he doing? What's he doing?
If I die here, I'm going to kill you.
I mean, you know what?
I'll handle it. Just watch my back.
Die! No! No! Commander Emily! Why? Why would you do this? All right, I made Protocol and Tracon.
Don't bother running.
Here it is, boys.
Looks like this might be it. Multiple hostiles eliminated.
Holy shit! Wow. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. That's at least 4 deaths. That's a quad kill, baby.
Greetings.
Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, and look, she damn near killed those guys too. Holy shit. Welcome.
Hello.
It's good to see you. Yeah. Right in the buttocks. What? In your butt. Sniper bullet. What? In your butt. A sniper bullet. That bitch tagged me in the head.
That's it.
I mean, he's getting kills, so, you know, it's all right. You're kidding! Joe! What the hell is wrong with you?
Secure.
Why you so bad? Why are you so bad? Thank you, Hidden Sage. Flawless victory, baby! Flawless victory. The Naga Elite can't see me, but neither can the other guys over there. I think I'm gonna move Tracon right here. If I go here, the drones can flank, and that Viper Elite can flank me as well. We mind controlled a snake. That's why I pulled everything. I'll take it. I'll freaking take it, boys. 53% chance to crit. Let's go, baby. I probably should have enraged, honestly.
Sisters, it's left to destroy. Carry us on to victory, sisters.
Okay, so, it took a long time for Raven to get to.
Moving to cover.
Alrighty, boys, we're back. We're doing the thing. It is amazing. It is stupendous. We are always online. Are we ready? Are we ready? We're totally ready. Let's go do this. We're gonna save watching the video until after this quest is done.
I'm not ready yet.
Leyrana, I tried to kill myself.
This is why I ended up having to go back to
Stop
town.
this fight
Because I knew
from ever
I knew this shit
happening.
was gonna happen.
For all the good it did, you were a fighter to the last.
You taught me well.
What a waste.
Indeed. So yeah, my son woke up. He had like a bad dream or some shit. And so I needed to, you know, put him back to sleep. And so that's what we did. And luckily he went pretty much right back to sleep. He just needed a diaper change.
You and me, we're done here. You saw masters in action. Bested one, even. I can't teach you better than that. As for Bakira, she needs a burial. I'll see it done. And the Sisterhood should know of the coin. Let them figure out what to do with it. You did good. Be smarter than she was, all right?
True potential. Excellent. She says she's gonna bury her and just leaves her body in here. That's great. It's like, thanks, dude. I appreciate it, man. It's like, you're killing it, bro. You're freaking killing it, man. You're totally killing it, bro. Totally. Totally. Ugh. Ugh. All right. Well. Let's see. Do we have a specialization? So your basic skills now generate combo points. Core skills consume combo points for additional effects. Basic skills? Does it tell me what the combo points? How do I... Oh, okay. Well, I'm assuming you get to choose. Well, how do I know what the fuck they do? Oh, combo points increase damage granted to and grant an attack speed bonus. Okay. Core skills consume combo points for additional effects. So that's not any of these. Interesting. So what? It sucks. My son's still moving around. Damage and movement speed bonus. Damage and attack speed bonus, which is really good, by the way. Damage and attack speed. Damage and 8 arrows. 5 arrows, 6. Okay, so yeah, combo points give you more arrows. Increase critical strike to 40% chance for the 8th arrow, which is combo points. These don't do anything. Does this do anything? No, it does not. Okay, and damage and lucky hit chance. Oh, that's cool. So, wow, 80% lucky hit chance. That's kind of crazy. Okay, so are we done? No. We got the combo points. So I guess we use the greasy key and we figure out what's going on here.
I'm not ready yet.
Boom! Ow. It does use it even if you don't hit anything. Okay. That sucks because it only gives you combo points if you actually hit something. That's retarded. You boys ready for this? You boys ready for this?
I need more time.
I guess not. Wow, that attack speed bonus.
I need more time.
Wow, that attack speed bonus. Wow. Thanks, Time Cam. I appreciate it, buddy. Having a lot of fun, man. Like, the rogue is one of the best classes in the game. Like, hands down, dude. Like, right under the sorcerer and the necro. And I like it. I think I like it better than the necro. And the only reason I like it better, and I almost like it better than the sorcerer, if it had more survivability. Like, so far, it is insanely good. I love it. Especially now that combo points, dude. Come on. Like, it's too good, man. How long is the... And grants attack speed bonus. For how long, though? It doesn't say. What's interesting is I can blow it just for the attack speed bonus. It's like 3 or 4 seconds, so. Alright, let's go. Yeah, it's Blast Wave. It'll be alright. It's Blast Wave. It'll be alright. Got another elite over there. And boom.
I'm not ready yet.
What the hell was that? Yeah, the shadow damage is just so good, dude. The fact, like, they explode on all surrounding enemies, right? It's not that much damage, but it's pretty good damage. And if the affection expires before the enemy dies, it deals that damage only to that enemy, which is really good. So if you're fighting a boss, then it's literally, the boss, which is cool. Oh my goodness. It's too good, man. Okay. We ready? Ready for the boss?
I need time to do that.
I don't have enough energy.
I can just tank it, man. Damn it.
I need time to do that.
Oh. I keep dodging out of it, man. He's dead. Nice. He dropped a blue weapon? Are you fucking kidding me, game? Did I just get an aspect of power? I did. Flurry damages any circle around you and deals 8% increased damage. Oh, that's cool. So it's this. That's cool, man. Why is it only 8 damage on that one? That's kind of weird. That's kind of weird. All right.
leave messages, and the dried finger, a new item added in the remastered version. What does it do? Hold your horses, we'll get to that. In addition to merchants, the Berg introduces the idea of enemy ganks to you as well, but in very easy to see coming ways. The hollows here get up very slowly and take a while to start attacking when they do. The entire time, they're vulnerable to attacks, so it's not hard to kill them before they have a chance to swing. You can even get the drop on them if you're vigilant enough. And this is where the idea of the item gank is supposed to be shown, where you pick up an item and then enemies that were in hiding suddenly spring on you. But I'm so familiar with this whole game by this point and where most of the ambushes are that eventually I had to purposefully fall into an item gank just to get some decent footage of it. Yep, I guess I'm just too good at the video game these days. How tragic. Tagging this bonfire, we make our way across the bridge, throw a lot of unspoken curse words at the annoying guys throwing bombs down at us, and look at this fight here. You walk into the room and two guys immediately attack you. After a few seconds of tussling, a third enemy will join the fight, but the game makes it very obvious. If you don't see the Hollow Knight entering the room, it loudly kicks in the door to alert you. This is yet another lesson. Sometimes additional enemies will just burst out of hiding and you'll need to adapt on the fly. But again, the way it's shown to you here is very forgiving.
I have to turn this down because I actually want to hear what he has to say.
And easy to see coming. I should note that being this familiar with all the trap locations makes my viewpoint very biased, so take my word with a moderately proportioned helping of salt. Nothing personnel, kid. I'm so fucking badass. Ow. At least we get to take our revenge on those firebomb douchebags. And on that note, it's time we talk about one of my other favorite things about Dark Souls, the ragdolls. What? Well, I wish I could have seen where he fell. Hands down, cards on the table, Dark Souls 1 has the best ragdolls of the entire series. They attain levels of jank surpassed only by the likes of Skyrim. I'm not entirely sure what kind of law of physics these ragdolls are working off of, but for whatever reason, they react so violently to your character's movements. It's been the source of endless entertainment for me every time I replay this game. Jeez. With our newly acquired residence key, we commit some casual larceny and head on our merry old way.
Nice. I don't want twisting blades.
My guy throws like a wimp. However, taking a small detour down these stairs, we get this ominous-looking interruption. The placement of the Black Knight here is great. This thing is entirely optional, is way out of your way, and it's not even facing you as you approach. Fighting it is 100% your choice, and amongst all the slow, easy-to-digest lessons the game has taught you up to now, this one is hard and fast.
Yeah. He hits you in the middle of a
great
roll.
little curveball since the whole game has been so not that up to that point. And if you hadn't died already, that's probably death number 1 for many people. I wish there was a player death tracker like in Dark Souls 2, but specifically for this Black Knight. It's got to be in the hundreds of thousands by now. Oh man, playing Spy be like. Round 2 goes much better, thankfully. Okay. I was in the wall. Makes sense. By the way, I'm so used to starting with the master key that I habitually go to try and open this door, even though I don't have it. Up the spiral stairs, one specific barrel hides a crystal lizard that we kill for some nice upgrade materials, and we make our way out onto the bridge. Nothing's out on the bridge just yet, but go a little further and...
Big boy!
A sudden boss fight on a narrow bridge. While the fight itself is fairly straightforward, you've got limited elbow room to work with. However, upon entering the bridge, you'll most likely be shot at by 2 archers from above and behind you before you even get far enough to spawn the demon, prompting you to climb up and deal with them. Then, when the Taurus demon jumps you, you can still climb back up the platform at the start. While you're up there, it'll look up at you and, hey, this looks familiar. I wonder if... Yep! Or you can just wait up there and it'll jump up to join you, giving you a circular arena to fight it with a bit more room to dodge around. Explore, go slow, and more importantly, pay attention. These are the lessons Dark Souls is trying to teach you in this first area, and I'd say it teaches them fairly well. Together, those 3 concepts make up the basis for how you should approach any Souls game: cautious and attentive. Also, on a side note, for the purpose of recording, I had to turn this music off to add it in post later, and without music, this fight is very... pathetic sounding.
Yeah.
There is nothing in these barrels. There will never be anything in these barrels. There never was anything in these barrels, and yet I will always break them every single time. Making our way from the bridge onto another bridge, we meet our next major NPC, Solaire of Astora. All right, let's talk about Solaire.
Let's do it.
I don't think I need to tell you that when Dark Souls first came out, Solaire became a fan favorite almost immediately. People latched onto him, and of course, that signature phrase, and engage in jolly cooperation, has been a meme ever since. But there's more to Solaire than him just being a fun character with a kind of silly way of speaking. That's not the only reason people became so invested in him.
He dies.
You see, throughout Dark Souls, every NPC you meet, even the nice ones, all have their own agenda or are just performing a service for you. Hell, some even straight up betray you or just gradually reveal themselves to be complete pricks.
Petrus.
But Solaire is different. In a world devoid of liveliness and hope, Solaire stands out as the only true optimist you meet. He's jovial, confident, strong. Hell, he's more of a hero
what
than you.
about Onion
He's
Bro?
a bit slow, but he's got the heart to make up for that. He's
can't
the
forget
OG
about
Dark
Onion
Souls
Bro.
himbo, but even that isn't everything. When you first meet Solaire, he gives you the white soapstone, which you use to lay down a summon signature to be summoned into other players' worlds and help them. Most people typically do this to team up on bosses, and in several instances, you can also summon Solaire to help in fights. There's a few other NPCs you can do that with as well, but out of everyone, Solaire doesn't help you just because it furthers his own goal. He just genuinely wants to help and enjoys the camaraderie. You're both chosen undead on the same journey as each other, so why not? With everything being so bleak, someone like Solaire is refreshing. It's very fitting that when you first see him, he's gazing off at the sun, its rays piercing the smog-like clouds and shining down on him. Yet, that can also be symbolic of ignorance and naivete, someone who hasn't yet caught on to the devastated state of the world he's in, and so focused only on the good that gradually the bad will begin to catch up to him. While we won't get to it until much, much later, his story comes to an emotional head further down the line. Either way, I loved this guy then, and I still do. Even through 3 whole games, he's remained my favorite in the entire series. Anyway, back to our journey. After meeting Sunbro, we begin making our way across the bridge. Now, up to this point, Dark Souls has...
Beacon of warmth and winter's embrace. Patience rewarded by nature's own grace. Patience rewarded by nature's own grace.
Thank you.
I'm assuming you just stand here? Is there like a way to sit down?
Hello. I apologize. Follow me.
Beacon of warmth and winter's embrace. Patience rewarded by nature's own grace. I think we just stand here.
Kept itself restrained while it attempts to teach you, without words or exposition, the unspoken rules of engagement and the best ways to approach it. So, since we're past that extended, unofficial tutorial, now the game starts trying to kill you. Now, this part probably got almost everyone their first time through. There is a visual clue about this with charred stone and corpses on the path ahead of you, but on my first playthrough, I did not notice it and caught a face full of dragon breath. It's fine. Fortunately, it doesn't do enough damage to outright kill you, and you can run across and duck into this safe space without it attacking again. From here, we head further down and kick this ladder to open up one of the many, many shortcuts built into Dark Souls' world.
Love shortcuts.
Which I then promptly don't use. Now, if I were playing this the same way I did all those years ago, I'd take this door on the left to go under the dragon and the bridge. But with the power of knowledge, I now know how to get around it. Yeah, I don't know why that works either. Masterfully slipping our way past the dragon, we shove all—
Wait, what? I didn't know that. Are you kidding me?
all the souls we've gained up to that point into faith, just enough to get it to 25, which is the exact amount of faith we need to pledge ourselves to the Covenant of the Sun and gain the best spell in all of Dark Souls. Fucking fight me! Lightning Spear.
Archmage Scorpion, what's up, buddy?
Iconic and devastatingly powerful, Lightning Spear is the spell of choice for the righteous warriors of sunlight. Strike down your adversaries with not but the...
Throw fluff and lightning, that's right. Okay, so apparently standing here is not the correct thing. Beacon of warmth in winter's embrace. Patience rewarded by nature's own grace. I don't really know what to do about this. I mean, that's why I thought patience would be the key, because that's something that every character can do.
I could use some assistance. Sorry. There are so many ways I can kill you.
Nice, rolling it over the fingers. That's pretty good. Yeah, I don't know. I do not know, good sir. Let me see. Can I put this? Well, actually, that would work. That actually works really well. Actually, Yeah, that's pretty cool. Okay. Do we look it up? I assume simply solving the riddle gets her done, right? So. It's like, what can I do that has warmth or nature? Like, there are no torches, right? So, let's find out. What's the quest called? Secret of the Spring. Is it something stupid? Oh my god, you need to use the wait emote next to the spring? Are you kidding me? I thought I already did that. Shit. So it is patience. Oh. I didn't actually know there were more emotes than the ones that were on the thing. That's crazy.
Halt.
There it is. Okay, that's dumb. Yeah, it isn't immediately obvious because it's not in the... Thanks, game. Thanks. Yeah, that'll do, pig. That'll do. All right, let's do it.
Power of your unwavering conviction to all things good and just. Lightning Spear, the spell of champions. So yeah, I like Lightning Spear.
No. Really?
It's simple, hits like a truck, and turns the entire rest of the undead area into a joke. Not many enemies in the game are resistant to lightning damage, and some are extremely weak to it, so this spell stays good throughout the whole game, even if it starts to slightly fall off toward the end. But that's fine, because eventually, we'll be getting an even better version of it. For the moment though, this here gate is blocking our happy fun times, so down we go to find an alternate path. Snagging this here key before we go, we
yeah, I got combo points, which are awesome, especially for my build.
Oh, hello there, Square
Attack speed
Fog
is
Gate
insane.
graphic. How are you doing? Pretty sure the camera's not supposed to catch that. Hang on a minute, I gotta draw attention to that shit. I'm not sure which body that is, but it looks like their legs are stretching away from their torso. This knight's position always made me laugh. It's like they're trying to imitate that black knight from earlier. Don't think it works for them, though. Okay, this pathway's kind of a dick move. There's two enemies hidden on either side of these corners, so the best way to deal with them is to walk out and then immediately duck back in to try and lure them to you. I have a minor panic attack when I accidentally use Lightning Spear with this knight charging me. That works. It's fine, though, because the Dark Souls ragdolls continue to be a built-in stress reliever. We round this corner to take our revenge on the prick who shut the gate on us.
Oh,
I was
my
obviously
goodness.
over there, which allowed me to parry you from over here. Didn't you know? We pick up a very important key for our trouble and then continue on. Watch me expertly dodge this crossbow bolt totally on purpose. Moving on, we reach the next bonfire in this old church, and hey,
That was
Andre,
great,
you fucking
dude.
Fridge of a man, how you doing? Okay, real quick, kids, time for another pointer. Dark Souls is one of those games that gives you just enough information on the story and mechanics to get you going, but if you want to learn all the details, you got to do a bit of digging yourself. One of the best ways to do this is just by talking to everyone and exhausting all of their dialogue. Most of them have something important to tell you that gives you background on the world or a hint on where to go next. A lot of NPCs will even give new dialogue after certain points in the game, so it's worth checking back with everyone when you find yourself stumped. Other times, some info is deliberately hidden from you and there's no way to know about it without methodical exploration or just blind luck. This is what we used to call secrets. Bits and pieces of a game or entire chunks of it hidden away for you to find yourself
Secrets.
or with the help of others. Remember what I said in the intro about discovering everything on your own? Well, it's not just you going on this journey. If you play online, you can see ghosts of other players going through the same areas you are, you can summon other players to help you, and yes, you can also invade other worlds to fight each other. See, Dark Souls was built around the idea of shared knowledge, being a communal journey of sorts, harkening back to to the days of sitting with your friends at lunchtime in school, sharing your stories of secret playable characters, hidden levels, that whole Yoshi on the roof thing in Mario 64 that actually turned out to be true, stuff like that. It's not meant to just be played once and put back on the shelf, even though that one experience is still great all on its own. There's content in it that not everyone was going to find on their first time through, and there was a friggin' gold rush to discover it all. Remember the pendant fiasco, where entire swaths of the community were convinced this seemingly useless item had some hidden use, and collectively spent months, if not years, trying to find it, only to be told by the man himself, Miyazaki, that it was, in fact, useless and was put into the game as a joke for this exact purpose. What a guy. This was still before the time when data mining became the norm and we could just dig into a game's files and find everything the boring way. The whole idea of shared knowledge being basically a necessity to experience everything a game has to offer has its pros and cons, but I have a certain respect for games like that. There's entirely not enough of them these days, that's for sure. Secrets that are actually, you know, secrets almost seems like a dirty concept these days, or at least an antiquated one. I don't know, maybe I'm weird, but I like my games with a bit of mystique to them. Anyway, I've old man rambled enough, let's get back to the adventure. Why do you have a giant Titanite demon statue living next door to you, Andre? Are they paying you rent? Or maybe they're just terrified of the man who, in a world of gods and demons, swords and sorceries, elects to bare-knuckle box people and drop-kick them out of fucking existence. Look, when you have that much meat on you, you can solve a lot of problems with a body slam. Now, before we head up to the bell tower and accomplish our first major goal, we have a few stops to make.
Well done,
so
sir,
off
well
we go
done.
to Darkroot Garden.
Like, I gotta admit, this I did not expect this video to be this goddamn funny. I thought it was just gonna be a dry run through and just be like, oh, you know, here's Dark Souls. This is a pretty good game. You know what I'm saying? And no, dude, it is hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Okay. So. Shadow damage, huh? Critical strike damage. All right. Well, we did the event. I didn't expect it to be a different event, so good on you, I guess. Maybe. Wait, can we go up here? Is that a thing? I'm gonna actually turn it down again.
It's certainly dark, but it's got some color and life to it that stands out a bit from the more bleak coloration of the undead burg above, without looking like the two don't belong in the same world. Still not exactly smile as an ice cream, as everything is still trying to kill you, including literal walking shrubberies and giant stone knights that are impressively weak to getting maced in the knee. Wow. I attempt to dismantle this item gank before it happens, and it doesn't go exactly to plan. A few close calls later, and we nab a very important item set. If you ever wanted to kill sentient trees, surprisingly, Dark Souls has you covered. Also lizards. Frogs? Lizard? Frogs? Something. Behold, the Dark Souls 1 ragdolls going fucking ballistic. We really only went this way to grab this ring that I don't need because I'm weird like that. We head back to Andre briefly to finish leveling up my mace to the max that I can currently get it, and while we're in the area, we stop by the entrance to Sen's Fortress to say hello to a very special boy.
Onion Bro! Onion Bro!
Meet Siegmeyer. Along with Solaire, he also became a fan favorite character. Very innocent, a bit doofy, and really sounds like he's trying to be the big chivalrous knight type, but is just kind of struggling.
So here I sit, in quite a pickle, weighing my options, so to speak.
But we love him regardless, and if you don't, you are factually going to hell. I'm sorry, those are just the rules. I don't really have a big segment to explain Siegmeyer's importance and reason for being liked, because I feel it's a lot more obvious than Solaire. He's a walking onion who gets himself in way over his head on multiple occasions, but still keeps trying his best. And you know what? Good for him. We'll be seeing more of him later, though. Don't you worry. Like I said, we're trying for every NPC questline. I test out my newly empowered weapon on this giant sentinel knight, and it proves very effective. Then we nab ourselves a firekeeper's soul, very important, and bear witness to the
Wait, what did he say?
Line. I test out my newly empowered weapon on this giant sentinel knight, and it proves very effective. Then we nab ourselves a firekeeper's soul, very important, and bear witness to the Dark Souls community being as classy as ever. Now, what's supposed to happen as we climb the bell tower here is that channeler up there is supposed to buff up a bunch of hollows with ridiculous damage, who then try and rush me through a very small door, making themselves very vulnerable to some portable war crimes. But I don't feel like dealing with that, so we're gonna nip this problem with some masterful lightning marksmanship.
Fair enough. Wait, we get to do it again? It's because I left the zone?
Stepping into this here elevator, we ride it all the way down and, hey, this looks familiar. Finding a path that looped back to Firelink after all that I had done up to that point was kind of amazing to a younger man. It kind of blew my mind that through all of that, I ended up this close to where I started. And that was kind of the moment where the whole of Dark Souls' world began to feel as connected as I see it today. While we're back in town, we stop by and check up on everyone. Petrus here finally has more to say to us, and after some donations, he tells us more about why he and other companions of his are here. They're escorting an important figure through Lordran on what he calls an undead mission to seek something called kindling, which is the art of feeding humanity to bonfires to gain power, which is something we've done ourselves before. We don't have much more to go off of yet, but we will very soon, don't worry. Now, I could have used that Firekeeper soul to upgrade my Estus flask while I was here, but I forgot to do that, so off we go. We're on our way back to Darkroot specifically to grab one more important item off the beaten path. Unfortunately, it's kind of protected by this much beefier halberd-wielding Black Knight, but thankfully its AI entirely broke and didn't seem to mind getting blasted in the back of the head with a bolt of lightning. Twice. And behind them is the best shield in the entire game. The Grass Crest shield doesn't have the highest defenses, but it does give a pretty substantial buff to your stamina regen when you have it equipped. This even carries over if you have it on your back while two-handing a weapon, and even then, its overall defenses are still pretty good. I always get this damn thing whenever I play this game. Always.
Always.
Unfortunately, it's just a bit too heavy for us to continue light rolling, so time to start taking off some clothes. It lets the world admire the beef jerky muscle we're sporting. Also, the view of the basin here is just fucking gorgeous. Back up to the parish, we finally start making our way up to the bell tower. This knight learns the hard way that it can't parry lightning to the face.
Lose crit chance though.
I'm pretty sure at this point it'd be easier to count what part of the Geneva Conventions we aren't violating. Breaking through this door, we meet another important NPC locked away in a cell.
I am Knight Lautrec.
Does it really matter?
I truly appreciate this.
For real though?
And I guarantee a reward.
It's about at this point I looked down at my Estus flask and realized, oh, I'm an idiot, and skedaddled my way back down to Firelight. But not before getting off the elevator early to snag these hidden items. May as well check in on Lautrec while I'm down here. You can tell he's trustworthy because of his sinister chuckling. We talked to this lady that's imprisoned below Firelink to empower our Estus flask with the Firekeeper soul. Now that I say all of that out loud, that's pretty fucked up. What in the world am I doing? We reverse our hollowing and, at long last, make our way back up yet again. I decide to sprint past the hollows this time, and they very thoughtfully form a death queue for me. How considerate. Finally, we ascend to the roof and summon a dear friend.
Jolly bro! Jolly bro. Jolly bro. Jolly, 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 jolly bro. Hey, Jolly Bro. Love me some Jolly Bro.
The Bell Gargoyle is a pretty easy... The Bell Gargoyle is a pretty easy fight when you've got Lightning Spear and Solaire on your side, even if he does tend to get a bit
my God,
confused. What? Solaire, that way, buddy.
Wow,
that way, man.
Damage.
But with the amount of damage we can put out between the two of us, it hardly matters. It's a good beginner boss, though. Nothing fantastic, but it does throw a spanner in the works by spawning a second one with half health toward the end.
1, 2, 3, 4.
With the gargoyles thoroughly dismantled, we climb our way up to the top of the bell tower and ring the first Bell of Awakening, marking the first major step in our journey.
Amazingly
which apparently magically summons this guy. If you commit a sin at any point in the game, you can come back to this guy and pay him a sum of souls to erase it. We make one more pit stop in Firelink to check up on everyone, double check my equipment and Andre, and then continue on our way. As I leave the church, the game cheerily informs me that disasters are gone after the defeat of the Gravelord servant. Yeah, that's probably something else I should mention. Dark Souls' multiplayer has more than a few layers to it. Most of the covenants you can join, like the Warriors of Sunlight, alter how you experience the game's multiplayer and even introduce entirely new modes with it. The way they typically work is you join, you do a thing specific to the covenant, get a specific reward for that covenant, accumulate those rewards, and then turn in a certain amount of them to earn items or spells as you advance in rank. This is the frustrating part of trying to 100% the game these days, since the multiplayer, while it's still certainly active, is not as active as it once was. And most of the covenants are centered around PvP, which... I never liked. More often than not, I seem to just get laggy fights or people who have devoted hundreds to thousands of hours to their craft, and I am nowhere near that level. I do get why people like the PvP, it's just never been my thing. But the Covenants are still a major aspect of the game and lend more to the idea that Dark Souls was developed with the concept of being this shared communal journey in mind, whether it be through helping each other along the way, or beating the living daylights out of each other. Really, it was just down to how you enjoyed playing the most, and to this day, some people still argue about what the true way to play Dark Souls is. Hint, there is none.
No.
Anyway, with our previously acquired basement key, we opened this here door to the lower levels of the Undead Burg. Would sliding down a rusty ladder like this be good for your hands? I don't think it would be. I guess I am wearing gloves. If we make an immediate right turn up these stairs, we find another gate to open, and holy crap, that's a pretty significant shortcut. And I forgot to include this in the recording at the time, but what makes this sort of thing especially cathartic is we're a good deal more powerful now, and these enemies that used to take a bit of work would be folding like paper. Despite how brutal Dark Souls can feel, it does something very important. Breaks up that difficulty with moments of mercy and genuinely rewards you for your efforts. Here specifically, it's like an indirect way of showing you, yes, you are progressing, you are getting more powerful by giving you a reference point of where you were not that long ago. It's a confidence boost,
isn't it?
And even in games designed to test...
I will stress again that the shortcuts in Dark Souls were masterfully done. Like Dark Souls is probably the best Dark Souls game. Like, I've heard a lot of people argue that Bloodborne is, and maybe one day when I actually get to and play the game, I'll agree. But, you know, yeah. So, maybe one day. Like, I barely use that ability unless I'm, like, fighting a boss, man. It's crazy. So good. That's it? Not even a really good item. Not even a really good item, but yeah.
The player, this sort of thing is vital. And then moments later, we're in...
Like, I'm not gonna lie, I was planning on streaming Bloodborne because I could play it on the PlayStation Store. But the lag was so bad, I couldn't deal with it, man. Like, we're talking like almost a full quarter second of input lag. It was insane.
Introduced to not one, but two brand new enemy types, both of which fight much differently than anything we've encountered up to that point. The second of which being introduced in a straight-up gank. So directly following a moment of relief and reward, you're then reminded that the game can still throw new tricks at you, and you shouldn't get cocky, like I did. While we're down here, we free Griggs from his imprisonment, and then I promptly forgot to do anything else with them. I mean, aside from checking on them in Firelink later. Behold, the beautiful sounds of Sithorvan. Before we take on the next boss, I elect to first open up the next shortcut ahead of time. It's awfully polite for enemies to just stand there and let me blast their head off their shoulders from afar. And would you look at that, the shortcut loops right back to Firelink again, all roads and Rome or something. Then I got bored of waiting. Oh, I guarantee more than a few people remember this guy.
Are you
the
kidding?
in themselves isn't that difficult or particularly interesting. What made this fight hell for new players in the old days is the two dogs that rush you down in the utterly tiny arena you fight them in. As you can see in the time it's taken for me to describe the fight, I'm already dead. Panic is the word I choose to describe this boss, because the second you cross that fog gate, this ugly-ass thing with twin greatswords is leaping at you like a bat out of hell, and the two dogs are chewing at your ankles. And by the time you manage to get away from them, you've already cornered yourself. You don't have a whole lot of room for error in this fight, which is probably why I don't like it very much. It's great as a scare for new players, and was certainly a wall back in the day for many people. But apart from that, it's just not that interesting. Round 2 starts off much better as I luck out and get both the dogs in one swing, and once you clear them, this fight gets much easier. The Capra Demon's swings are very slow, and while he can certainly take a chunk out of you, he's extremely weak to getting lightning shoved in his face. Near full health, 3 shots, dead. Damn. He also just kinda gave up toward the end for me. I guess he was mourning his dogs, the poor guy. I did just break into where he was squatting and trash the place without word or explanation.
Nice. Well done, sir.
Ooh, shiny key. With our newly acquired unlocking instrument, we begin our descent into... Some of the hollow in here have torches, and they break the goddamn rules. They have this bizarre flailing charge that has no starting animation. It just kind of comes out all at once like... Down here, we rescue another NPC, Laurentius the Pyromancer, who was about to be eaten by... Oh, hello up there. I love this goddamn spell. Oh yeah, and watch your head while you're down here. I always forget the timing on this shit. Get off of me, you little... I died to these dogs in the water. I'm reminded why they're my least favorite enemy in the game. The butcher thing here briefly forgets there's a table in their way. One bolt to the face and a back full of mace gets them out of the way, and we are rewarded with... Oh, yes.
Yeah.
The large ember allows us to upgrade our weapons from +5 all the way up to +10, so we'll have to make a pit stop at Andre later. We also get a sack. I look beautiful. Okay, may as well just go back to Andre while we've got the time. Sack boy away! At the Firelink Shrine, we do the usual checking up on everyone and see that Lautrec is missing. That's concerning. And hey, Petrus has friends now! I'm so proud of him. You mind repeating that?
I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what?
Thank you. Meet Lady Rhea of Thoroland and her 2 companions, Vince and Nico. They're the ones Petrus talked about being on that undead mission to seek kindling. They're not very talkative at the moment, so we won't stay long, but Vince does mention them going down into the catacombs soon.
Literally?
I can't wait to hear about their resounding success.
Any mobs in here?
One small note, NPC quest lines advance as you progress through the game and beat bosses, but you need to physically speak to several of them before you go too far, otherwise you'll miss your chance. You can fast forward a few quest steps by just quitting the game and jumping back in. I have no idea why this works, but oh well. A few resets later, we find Petrus all in his lonesome again, distraught about being separated from his group. Oh hey, Lautrec's back, and he has some spicy info for us. Why yes, please.
Maiden Thoroland.
Enemies damaged by shadow.
Recently arrived in this land.
Enemies damaged by shadow imbuement take 12% increased non-physical damage for 8 seconds. Okay, well everything I can do is physical, so how about no? Oh, yes. Let's do that. Makes them vulnerable. Yes, yes. More DACA. More DACA.
But she became stranded deep below the catacombs. Her followers either fled or were reduced to hollows.
Oh, god damn it. And I was so confident in them. We confront Petrus about this, and he's suddenly changed his tone entirely, almost seeming pleased that Lautrec spilled the beans to us. Maybe because he doesn't have to hide his intentions anymore?
Right now, you can do as you please with her.
It makes them vulnerable, dude. It's so good.
I restrained myself from zapping him on the spot. Well, now we have a maiden trapped in the undead catacombs to rescue, but we aren't exactly prepared for that, so we'll come back to this later. And Laurentius made it back here safe and sound. Sweet. He teaches pyromancy, which, unlike miracles and sorceries, are not dependent on stats when used, but are instead empowered by the pyromancer flame used to cast them. The more you level this thing up, the more powerful your pyromancies get, and being able to cast magic with almost no stat allocation needed aside from spell slots is pretty nice. Anyway,
let's go, bitches!
Imminent gorgeous view? Oh, I do agree. We give Andre the large ember and chat him up a bit. He tells us about a divine blacksmith in the Darkroot Garden who made weapons specifically for places like the catacombs. Well, isn't that convenient? Why don't we pay them a visit before we continue? Disasters are gone after the defeat of the Grave Lord Servant, and we're off the Darkroot again. Man. This time we hang a left in the area we got the elite knight armor from toward a set of ruins. Oh, hello, sir. How are you doing? If you don't mind, I need to get by you. Thank you. Come again. Up the tower we come to another fog gate. Well, not getting any less hollow here. Off we go.
That is just ridiculous.
The Moonlight Butterfly is such a cool-looking boss. It's one of the most complicated designs we've seen in the game up to this point. It's beautiful and ethereal, almost like it doesn't belong here, like it came from a dream.
It also sucks.
It's the most fantastical and alien-looking creature up to now. Its music theme is very simple, but hauntingly pretty, fitting the butterfly's graceful, floaty movements. Its magic attacks can do a lot of damage if you're not careful, since they aren't entirely telegraphed until just as the attack is launched and it's already dead.
Boring.
Huh. Yeah, this fight takes much longer if you're running melee only, since it spends most of the fight flying around out of reach until it comes to rest on the bridge. But with Lightning Spear, it just kinda melts.
Okay, so
well, it's still a very cool boss from aesthetic alone, even if it can be kinda completely and totally cheesed with the right build. Fun fact, you can actually see it resting on the tower before you step into the fog gate.
Yes, you can.
It also stands out as the only really pretty thing we've seen in the game so far. Everything else is dark, decayed, looking devoid of hope and life, or is just monstrous and frightening.
Oh, that's a good point.
The butterfly is entirely different and makes you wonder just how it got here.
Oh, that's
This is compounded more as you climb the tower and find the divine blacksmith Andre spoke about. Dead and turned to stone, clutching their divine ember in their arms. Everything's been fairly straightforward up to now, but this is when Dark Souls first began to make me question things. Why was this odd creature here? Why was it at the blacksmith's tower? Was it the one who turned him to stone, or was it in mourning? Did it attack us because it was hostile, or was it trying to defend the blacksmith's remains? This is another layer to Dark Souls. The world tells a story to you, obviously through the dialogue of the characters and descriptions of the items you find, but it also has these moments of a sort of unspoken narration, details in the environment that give you hints or mysteries. Things that may be missed if you're not paying attention, but open up a lot of questions when thought about at length. The thing is though, not all of those questions end up answered. This is obviously not an approach to storytelling that everyone likes, but personally, I love this. It gives enough content.
It's one of those things where I think that a lot of people would be more okay with it if there was more...
State your business.
In the game that told you just more of it. You know what I'm saying? If it was just a little bit more. If it was a little bit less subtle, just a tiny bit, I think a lot more people would like it. I actually quite like it because it allows you to choose whether or not you're going to engage in the story or not. If you just don't give a damn and you want to kill shit and do the RPG thing, you do your thing. If you want to engage with the story and like waffle over it, that's all you.
Text to get you going, but the more you delve, the more you think, the more you uncover and let your mind wander, the deeper and more complicated this dark and depressing world starts to get. And the whole overarching narrative is made less and less cut and dry. Now, I'm seriously digressing and really need to get back on track, but we'll come back to this point later. For now, I'll just say that for me at least, this is when Dark Souls started to show that it wasn't just about the fun and the challenge. This was the first hint of a hidden beauty to it. Yoinking ourselves back to Andre, we give him the Divine Ember, and now he can make us Divine Weapons and +10 weapons. But I'm not doing either of those yet because at the moment I don't have my main weapon, so for now we'll be rocking a +5 mace. Gonna be relying on Lightning Spear to get us through the next bosses for a bit. But before we do that, we have a very special friend to go meet. We didn't just get the Divine Ember from the Divine Smith, oh no, we also got this key. Now, where does it go? Well, we only know of one more locked door so far, but we're taking a different route to it. Back in Darkroot Basin, we scurry our way across this little stretch of land, ignoring everything there for the moment. Don't worry, we'll be back later. For now, our friend awaits, and he is apparently very eager to meet us.
If you smell what the rock is
Meet Havel. He's a chunky boy who has something we want, and surprisingly, it's not his godly armor and weapon. We can't even get those yet. He is slow as fuck, but do not let him touch you. That massive bonker of his will most likely one-shot you at this point.
Yes.
Most people just chain backstabs on him since he's so easy to outmaneuver, but me, I like to live on the edge. That was risky. After taming the living boulder, we get the
Hold
ring
when
that
it activates,
literally
that's good.
everyone gets. Havel's ring is incredibly useful since it significantly increases the max load of equipment you
Damn,
can
that's
wear,
cool.
which lets you wear big armor and use heavier weapons and stuff without worrying about slow rolling. And with Havel's power in hand, Sackboy evolves into John Dark Souls, also known as Protagonist Man. The Elite Knight armor is the most iconic set from the entire game and pretty much the whole Dark Souls series, so I felt like I had to wear it for this video. That being said, it does make me mid-roll even with Havel's ring, but we can deal with that.
Mid-roll is okay.
Welcome to Dark Souls' sewer level, kids. I don't know if this is actually a sewer, but I certainly count it as one. It's got all the hallmarks: cramped corridors, a dark, gross color palette, slime enemies that for some reason are highly resistant to physical damage, and of course...
Rats, we're rats. We're the rats. We pray at night, we stalk at night. We're
All right, let's go.
rats.
I don't even know if I really need to level up
The
anymore.
giant rat.
Like, I feel like I've gotten pretty much the gist
I
of
actually
this
don't
bad
have
boy.
that much to
Have the
say
new
about the
watch
depths
commander
overall.
replace the
I guess as far as
forces we lost.
sewer-esque levels go, this one isn't one of the worst. The area's only bonfire being hidden behind a locked door is a bit of a dick move, admittedly, but at least the key's not too far away. What's more noteworthy about the depths are things
really
like
like this
the
video. This is well
introduction of the
done. You know what?
basilisks, these freaky little fuckers that'll spew curse fog at you, the abundance of
they
ROUSs,
suck.
and the first
There's the
NPC
link.
invader, Knight Kirk. Kirk kinda sucks. At one point, I appeared to get invaded by an actual player and then didn't, I guess. And of course, the abundance of cramped corridors makes ragdoll freakouts all the more common and no less hilarious. I guess I have a friend now. You're coming with me. Foolish slime, I have the power of friendship on my side. Aww. But yeah, all in all, not a bad level, though I really only ever view it as a transition between the Burg and Blighttown, and it
Yeah, fair
hasn't
enough.
stopped feeling like
Fair
that.
enough.
Well, actually, there is one other notable thing about this place.
And what's that?
To be a fly on the wall during this thing's creation, I gotta hand it to the artists. Being able to design shit like this is definitely its own skill set. Technically,
Yeah.
this is also our first dragon boss fight, and what a first one
Wait,
it is. 50% of its body weight is teeth. It's also got an order of magnitude more health than any of the bosses we've fought so far. Now, that's also because I was able to summon Solaire and Nightlaw Trek for this. Go get him, boys! I'll be right behind you! The latter of whom had his summon sign hidden behind a pillar, the cheeky prick. And when you have summoned help, the bosses gain more health to compensate. But even without summoned help, this thing is chunky. Especially considering I'm running with a handicap with this underleveled mace. I'm basically just letting Solaire and Lautrec tank it while I pelt it with lightning. Ooh, that was a spicy air shot if I ever do say so myself.
Watch out!
Ow! Although I say that, but watching the footage back, I'm not entirely sure if Lautrec did anything. He may have hit it once. Excellent job, gentlemen. Round up next week. Either way, with the Blighttown key firmly in hand, we zoop back to the bonfire, have a nice chat with Domhall here.
That's great. We're just gonna skip
And at
this
long
bullshit.
last, reach the most infamous area
make
of the
myself
Dark Souls
useful.
early game.
Come by the ruins, south of here.
Oh my
As I write
god,
this,
frame rate paralysis.
I've been sitting here for a good 10 minutes, trying to think of what the hell to even say about Blighttown. Everyone knows it, everyone's experienced it, so what's left to say? Well, I guess I can say that as much as this area can piss me off, as much as I hate the poison waters that
Dude, I hate the
FromSoft just
poison water.
really
Rattoon
seems to love putting in their games, and of course these fucking toxic dart fuckers, I love Blighttown.
The toxic guys suck. The only thing I don't like
Notting
about the
Town.
poison shit is how much it slows you down. That's the thing that really bothered me about it. And I also don't like how resistances work in Dark Souls. In the fact that even if you have like a full gear's worth of resistance, you're still going to get poisoned. It just takes longer. And because it takes longer, it's therefore going to take even longer for it to come off. And it's just like, the more resistance you have, the faster it should come off, percentage-wise. It's just, you know,
aesthetically and narratively.
I think that's the real problem, is that even if you've got a lot of resistance, because your resistance bar is so much bigger, not only does it take longer to fill up, it takes longer to go down, which I think is a mistake. I think it should have either went down at the same rate, or it should be faster. The fact that it takes even longer because your bar is bigger just never felt right to me.
I think it's one of the strongest.
Oh, also, I need coffee, so I'm gonna be right back. Stand by, boys. Be right back. Be real quick. Yep, kiddo's asleep. We're good to go. Stand by. Alrighty, boys. Sorry about that. We're back. We're doing
areas in the entire game. It's basically an unofficial sequel to the Valley of Defilement from Demon's Souls,
Surely
which
not.
also had a very similar theme. Ramshackle slums made of rotting wood, barely held together and looking prone to falling apart in a moment's
Yeah,
notice.
I will say this, dude. The assassin is by far damn near my favorite class at this point.
Hail.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm blown away by how good it feels. It feels way better than the barbarian. I had no interest in playing the rogue, and that was a mistake. That was a mistake. This was very good. It was very good. In fact, we're gonna pause the video here and we're gonna do this, and we're gonna fight the big boy here. Where'd he go? Oh yeah, that's right. This guy. We have to. The simulacrums. 7 of them. Boom! The explosion damage. More sustain and survivability. Let's not talk about the Sorcerer, the best tank. Sorcerer is the best tank. My Sorcerer is the best tank in the game. Hands down. There is no better Sorcerer. Just not happening. I mean, there is no better tank. Like, let's not talk about it, dude. It's the only tank in the game. Are you kidding me? You know what I'm saying? Like, it is insane that it even works that way. And yet the sustain is really crazy because... In fact, that's what I'm built as. Like this right here. Damage reduction, I mean, I could probably get more of that, but that's not the point. That, 3% of your maximum life on critical strikes. I got like a 30% chance to crit. And then, where's the other one? Oh, it's this thing. Flurry hits vulnerable enemies. It spreads vulnerability. Flurry damage is crowd controlled. A crowd controlled or vulnerable enemy, you are healed for 1% of your maximum HP, up to a 12% maximum life per cast. So if I'm surrounded by dudes and I just spam the damn thing, there it is. Barb, worst tank, sorcerer, best tank, D&D balance team. Be like, what is this? Yes, what is this? What is it? Like, I'm barely even using any of my other abilities just because this ability and this ability, especially with the combo point system, is just insane. And the combo points for this, not only does it make it do more damage, which is just insane because it already does insane amounts of damage, it gives me freaking 45% attack speed for like 5 seconds if I'm full up on combo points. And this, if more than 2 of my daggers that I throw hit an enemy, make them vulnerable. So if I just pretend like I'm melee with it, like, yeah, it's got distance, it's not that great, but if I get in their face with it, like melee, and I'm relatively close range, it'll definitely hit with 2 of them. And on bosses, dude, it's so good because they're so big, the knives almost always double hit them. And then it makes them vulnerable, and then I cast this on them, and it's just, boom, so much burst damage, and it's so much heal, dude. So much heal. And then the Shadow Imbuement deals 111 damage over 6 seconds, and if I kill them with it on, they explode for that. But if they don't explode, because like I'm fighting a boss, it just does 111 damage when it expires. So it's just pure damage. Pure damage. And you have 25% critical strike against injured enemies affected by Shadow, and it's imbue. And if it explodes, and any enemy it hits, it makes them vulnerable too. So if it explodes and makes someone vulnerable, and then I do this to that vulnerable enemy, it'll spread. And not only that, I have a flurry, which is this right here. It's supposed to be directly in front of you. Look at the icon. Damages enemies in a circle around you, and now has 26% increased damage. I'm sorry. What? Exactly, right? It's like Shadow Step. The only reason I use the damn thing is for bosses. Like, I was actually thinking of getting rid of all these abilities and getting these passives. Shadow damage, 10% chance to stun. Kill an enemy with Shadow, gain 10 energy. That's not that great for boss fights. But even these things, it's like, okay, so 6% more damage to healthy and injured enemies. That's cool. You get it as 12% right there. I could grab 3% increased vulnerable damage, which is cool. So I could get rid of Smoke Bomb. I could get rid of Assassinate. And just, I mean, it's just crazy. And I don't even really need Dash. Or I don't, not that I don't need Dash. I don't need to upgrade it, right? Enemies damaged by Dash take 20% increased critical strike damage. I don't care about that. Dash slows enemies that it hits. Okay, that's good. Because I do have, does this do, that's only, oh, crowd control. So, well, there you go. So if I did the slow, it would work that way. But one of the biggest problems with Dash is it makes you go so far out of your damn way that I'm not sure it's worth it. You know what I mean? I just don't know. Yeah, I wish I could get legendary daggers. I can't find a damn one. I've been using these since I could put them on at level 6. That one's level 15 because it's got a gem in it. But they're the mother's daggers that you get from the quests. I save them instead of deleting them. Just giving them my alts because they're super low level requirement. Look at that one. That one was better than this one. This one was level 6. This one was level 3. I was level 6 by the time I got to the main town, so I just threw them on. And they're like insane amounts of damage. That's one of the reasons why I haven't really had to use any of the other skills up until now. But I mean, like, look at that. If I took out, that's 2 skills, 3, 4, 5. If I had 5 more skills, I could grab. Oh my god, I didn't even see that, dude. Critically strike an enemy grants 15% movement speed for 4 seconds. God dang, that's crazy. But we could put 3 in weapon mastery, which would mean my swords do 3% increased damage, which is 6% increased damage, just straight increased damage. Cooldown on dodge, don't care about that. When stealth, don't care about that. 6%. Yeah, this one right here would be really good. But the problem, I'd have to put this one in there. I couldn't put this one in there because I need enough to get down here. So, I mean, it's insane. It's insane. Yeah, I wouldn't grab this one. That one's defense. I could put these two in this, which would give me 6% increased damage. Wait, are these daggers? No, they're daggers. So if I did that, that would be 5% increased damage to healthy enemies. So 10%. If I take that out, and if I took these out and put them here, that would. I mean, that's 3 points, dude. That's crazy, dude. Hardcore Battlefield lost to the Butcher. I have no idea. You know what? I'm gonna try this shit. I'm gonna see if it works. Because I could just keep Smoke Bomb because I have one in it. I just won't be doing the bonus damage, but I almost never use it. I have 4 points left. Do I really want health? The problem with the healthy enemies is that if they have more than 80% HP, so that's not going to help me during boss fights. So I'm going to put those back in. Yeah, we're going to do this. Yeah, we're going to do that. So I'm going to grab this. Yeah, because I still got Smoke Bomb. Yeah, there you go. I just don't have the bonuses for Smoke Bomb. I have no idea. I lost my Necromancer to the level 35 mob that is over here. Because I killed him on my Necromancer, easy peasy. But because I had an undead army of morons, they were all standing around me while I was looting, and I did not realize that there was a giant exploding ball of flame on the corpse. And I'm looking at my inventory like, boom, and then it's like, poof, and he's gone. And he's gone. Yeah, look at that damage, dude. Look at that fucking damage. Put that there. Okay. Shadow damage. Ho!
I'm not ready yet.
Did I just kill him? Do I really not get any loot for that? Are you for real? Did I just complete that event and not get any loot because I absolutely massacred his ass? Oh my god, dude. Dude, really? Wow. That's ass. I think it may have glitched out. Hang on a second. Let me teleport back and come back. I think it may have glitched out there for a second. Yeah, I think it may have glitched. He was in the middle of teleporting. I think that's why. Says an event is nearby. Wow. Yeah, he just did he die or did he teleport away? Man, that is ass, dude. That is ass. Rip loot, yeah. That's one of the reasons I went in there is because I wanted to see if it would give me loot. It's such a piece of God damn it, game.
There's a shrine west of here.
Everything is
There's a
decrepit,
relic.
gross, diseased, and decayed. The denizens here are warped and mutated. Maybe once upon a time they were human, but now there's something else, as if the filth and rot of this place has corrupted them.
Oh, it
the
totally
waters
has.
are poisonous. The wildlife is nothing but giant insects and parasites. What else could even live in a place like this? This is a place for the lost, the undesired, and the outcast, below even the sewers of Lordran, locked away and forgotten. This right here is the strength of Dark Souls, hinted at with the Moonlight Butterfly and shown much more clearly here, and again later, but we're not there yet. Environmental storytelling. The world itself and the order you experience it tell you a tale. A hint at the state of the world before
it's
it
so
became
good,
as it is
man.
now. What life was like before the fires began to fade.
So good.
Now, as I said, I'm not an expert on the actual lore, so I won't be going into it much here, but when I first played this game, and as I returned to it several times throughout the years, this is always what Blighttown and its placement in the world told me. Up above, where the populace lived in relative comfort and safety, guarded by giant towers and walls of stone, the lowest of the low, the least wanted among them, lived lower than even the vermin in the sewage, treated like a disease, passed away, and never thought about again. It wordlessly questions whether the state of the world was all that great before the fires faded. It asks you, as the chosen undead, is this really worth fighting for? You see what it was like before you. You experienced it yourself at the asylum. You were one of those undesired and corralled. Why are you here? What reason do you have to even care what happens to this place? It never wanted you to begin with.
Oh my
We've
God,
just been
that was so
following this
good.
vague prophecy, doing what we're told because we
Just
had to. It was
boom.
our fate. But this?
Boom.
Is this really the world we're trying to save?
Yeah.
Again, some or all of that probably contradicts a specific part of the actual lore, but I'm just saying what goes through my mind when I play this game. Art is always interpreted subjectively, and this, to me, is what Dark Souls is saying between the lines with Blighttown. Maybe this world isn't worth saving. Environmental storytelling. It's hard to get right, but it's incredibly powerful when you do. And we don't even have a full picture yet. I'm coming back to this thought later, so be ready for that.
A damn conduit shrine, really?
Oh, that's a good sign. My mace is really starting to feel like a pool noodle. At least Lightning Spear is still keeping pace, but we'll be getting a better weapon soon anyway. Descending down the slums here is never not nail-biting with how close you come to falling right off. There's a few spots where one mistimed roll can send you tumbling, but thankfully there's a bonfire relatively close to the start out in the open.
That's so
Still
good.
doesn't help moments like these.
Well, that definitely helped.
Oh dear.
The mountains
Now heart yourself now. Bruh.
You could just call that bridge Hi, my name is Anxiety, and
Yes.
it would be fitting.
Yes.
There's a lot of vertical traveling in the first part of Blighttown, and it can be kinda easy to get slightly lost. Also, I really need to re-emphasize these toxic dart fuckers. They never stop being annoying. But mercifully are also one of the very few non-boss enemies to stay dead when you kill them, even if you rest at a bonfire.
Oh yeah, that's right. They do. They
I
do
am
stay dead,
forever
don't they?
grateful that these big guys can be parried. After a while, we finally start approaching the lower level of Blighttown. This place is big, and
Dude,
it takes
that's
a while
so
to get down
good,
from this
man.
first part.
Just
I nearly restart
explosion.
that journey by misjudging a roll.
Like, I cannot stress just how good it is when you shadow imbue an entire group of like watch this, and they just all compound explode. It's a lot like Corpse Explosion on the Necro, where you kill one with the explosion and it does so much damage and it makes the others vulnerable that if you're spamming it, they just evaporate.
I need time to do that.
Goddamn, son. Goddamn.
The end nears, pilgrim. Look into yourself. Find your
All right,
faith.
we are almost there. I'm
Feel
gonna
how
turn
it
off the
fills
YouTube video
the
for a minute, and
void
we're gonna
within you.
focus because it's gonna get really hard
Remember,
real quick.
You are nothing.
Real
without
quick.
Faith. Hold fast to the light. And remember.
Die, you son of a bitch. Sorry. Oh my god, dude. Yes. See what I mean, dude? I could have a lot of fun playing this class. I am very much now debating on whether or not I'm going to main a sorcerer or I'm going to do a rogue. I'm also debating on whether I'm actually going to do a hardcore playthrough or not when the game comes out. I'm very much loving the hardcore aspect. Normally I don't like it.
Doesn't make me a
but
sinner.
I mean, it's definitely convincing me.
With that bribe, good soldiers died on account of
It's
what
definitely
I did.
convincing me.
Is that the kind of...
You know what I mean? The only time I really, truly mained a hardcore character, it ended very badly for me. That's not true. I did it in Diablo a couple of times. Actually, no, I did it a couple of seasons. I made hardcore characters. That's true, with the sorcerers and shit. But what I was referring to is that the first time, and essentially the only time I played PoE, was in the beta, and I made like a hardcore fighter or some shit. I don't remember what it was. It was, you know, freaking 10 years ago at this point. And I died to the Act 3 boss, who has that like bulbous head and like slams it down. It was just insta kill. So one hit, insta kill. I was so pissed.
Kneel before him, and remember, you are small, wonderful.
And yeah, it pretty much killed it for me. I really do wish that the Diablo had the thing that they had on there, which was if your dudes died, you went to the normal server. That would be kind of cool. But you know, I didn't really continue playing my dude anyway, so it doesn't really matter. I don't know if it'd be any better or not. Rip cutscene.
Back to Corvala.
Yes. Can you not teleport out? No, but I can teleport out of here. Yeah, it's about the same run, so I might as well, right? Probably go do the Dead Martyr here real quick, too. All right, boys, let's go.
And getting myself stuck. Oh, this is a bit of a pickle, isn't it? Could I? Well, I guess I only have one option. Ooh. How's it going, fellas? But at long last, we finally make it to the second bonfire. Oh, God. We reverse our hollowing to kindle it, and then this happens. What is happening to my leg?
Bro, I have to do this. I have to do this. Bro, look at this shit. Are you crazy? Look at his foot. Look at that foot. Look at that foot. Look at that foot. What is this? Dark Souls. Dark Souls. Stop it. Stop it. Okay. All right, how's that look? Is that good? All right, that's good.
On our way out, we get our second NPC invasion.
Where's it?
Deja vu. I just been in this place before. Higher on the street and the noise.
I do love the invasions. They are great. Hello, buddy. Oh, and it made them both vulnerable. That's sick.
You know, despite how decayed and gross this place is, getting to the bottom and looking up at the world
Just makes me sad because I want to like
amazing.
play the rogue more, and I'm just not gonna really get the opportunity. I'm gonna have to get off in a little while. To deal with
I'm sure
kiddos.
it'll be fine. Okay, this poison sound effect is really getting on my nerves, so let's wrap this place up. I do a bit of farming for upgrade materials for our weapon later, and take a quick stop in the big tree. I love how behind this illusory wall is a locked chest and another illusory wall.
That's
what
great, right?
Was going through the mind of the first person to discover that? If I had to guess, they attacked the chest to check it for a mimic and accidentally hit the wall behind it. Oh, and don't worry, we're coming back to this place later. And after trekking all the way across to the other side of Blighttown, we finally come to Quelag's domain. This giant mess of spider webs, eggs, and ugh. At least I could finally stop that poison noise. From here, we bring back dear Mildred, whose face is probably still concave.
Woman, shut your mouth.
The encroaching darkness. You've returned.
Ah, yes.
Come.
Waylag.
Let us speak inside.
Waylag.
Out of the cold.
She's kind of hot for a spider bitch.
Well, from a visual perspective, I'd say Quelaag is one of the best looking bosses in the entire game. And no, I don't mean that in the way you think I do.
Yes,
I mean from an animation and overall design perspective, Quelaag is awesome. The way her upper body moves with more grace and purpose, starkly contrasted with the skittery, more ferocious movements of the spider half, makes it seem like she's two different creatures rather than one. She's also one of those bosses whose theme I never really remembered until listening to it afterward, because when fighting her for the first time, I was kinda panicking. I mean, it's a giant spider lady running you down, spewing lava at your face, swinging a giant fiery sword around, and occasionally blowing you the fuck up. It's kind of a lot to deal with. I'd probably say she's the hardest boss up to this point, but with Mildred on your side, she becomes much easier. Even if Mildred is kinda fucking stupid. Mildred, help. Don't run into the lava, Mildred. Don't run into the lava, you fucking idiot. You absolute dunce. Get around the lava. But honestly, great boss. The build up to her with the whole mess of spidery webs, the overall fight itself, the music, it's all a home run. And once again, she has that what in the hell is going on here vibe with her whole lair and just herself in general. With Mildred getting the final blow, we bring her down, and at last, after several hours, we reach the second bell of awakening.
So goddamn good.
The first half of our journey is almost complete. But before we leave, we head down these stairs and pass behind this illusory wall to meet the Fair Lady. That's the only thing the game refers to her as, by the way. Her name is never actually spoken. Speaking to her proves unhelpful, but she does give us the option of joining the Chaos Servant Covenant, which we will be doing, but not yet. Now, she is completely silent, but if you speak to her with the old witch's ring equipped, she can actually be understood. Given her raspy and weak tone, she seems to be incredibly ill, sustained through the offering of humanities, which are what you use to increase your rank in her covenant. She's also the sister of Quelaag, whom you just killed, and thinks you're her. So Quelaag attacking you wasn't out of hostility, she was protecting her sick sister.
Holy shit,
God
I did not know that.
Fucking damn it. A lot of you are probably familiar with Body Vidge's series Prepare to Cry. Yeah, he goes over a lot of stuff like this. Dark Souls is fun, challenging, beautifully dark, and heartbreakingly depressing all at once. We do still have a quest to continue though, so leaving all this behind, we ascend back up Blighttown, take a small detour to grab a few items, reaffirm to myself that these toxic dark guys can all burn in the deepest layer of hell imaginable.
These things suck,
Snag
dude.
this
They
key
almost never
and
give
head
good
out.
rewards, man.
With the new key, we open a previously locked gate, take the elevator up, and once again,
I keep thinking I'll come down here.
And immediately we notice Lautrec is missing again, and the Firelink Maiden is gone, with only her clothes and a black eye orb in her place. And the game cheerily informs us she's dead, and now the Firelink bonfire no longer works. Okay, things are getting real. It was kind of neat to have this happen right at this point in my playthrough. Right after completing a major leg in the journey, we get a big oh shit moment and have a new objective. Track down Lautrec.
It's noisy. It's small.
Boom!
Its breath is lethal. This is no laughing matter, I tell you. And I was really beginning to like it here. Maybe it's time I do something about it.
But first, we have a new character to meet.
Oh, that's
Is it
cool.
you who rang the bell of awakening?
Yeah, I don't know what I'm looking at either. You know, for as bleak, hollowing, and brutal as Dark Souls can be, sometimes it just throws you a fucking curveball.
Right?
Seriously, what in the hell is this thing?
I am the primordial serpent, King Sika Frown.
Oh, okay,
Wow,
it's the
it goes up
primordial
quite a bit.
serpent.
What about this one?
Question, what's a primordial serpent? Do they all have
No
flesh
idea.
mustaches? Either way, my man, please evolve lips and hide those teeth because they are freaking me the fuck out. Actually, wait, no. Now that I think about it, this thing with big puffy lips would probably look even worse. So yeah, never mind. Well, can you at least stop doing that jaw thing? Ugh. Years later, after many repeat playthroughs, I still don't know how or why this thing exists. I mean, at the same time, though, I love that it exists because it's just so unexpected and adds to that special brand of oddity Dark Souls has to break up the tension.
I guess I could do the imbuement
That's one of the
skill.
more unique things about it. For all its darkness and brutality, it's still got a very fantastical element to it, and it isn't afraid to get a little weird. It's kind of like playing
Silent
through a
chest.
dark fairy tale.
We actually gonna
For
find something
example,
good? Or
giant
we're gonna find more
mushroom men
shit?
who punch your fucking soul out. Anyway, right.
Like, none of these, like, I don't know what they've done to the silent chest, but like I've only ever gotten blue. I've never even gotten a rare out of a silent chest, man. Like, it's insane. Like, it's just
so Frampt here has awoken after both bells were rung and has some more info for our quest. He tells us we're to succeed Lord Gwyn, usher in a new age of fire, cast away the dark, and break the curse of undeath. For this, he sends us on a fetch quest to get something called the Lord Vessel from Inner Londo, but we can't get there without going through Sen's Fortress, so that's our next stop. He then becomes a vendor, kind of, in that you can feed him all of your unwanted items in return for souls. We stop at Laurentius to upgrade our Pyromancer Flame because even though we aren't using it, we do need it to be at about level 10 to advance his quest. And with all that settled, we head off to...
I love the combo point system. Can't wait to see what the next
actually,
one is.
not just yet. First, I need to get my main weapon, which drops from these snake boys, and it's a fairly rare drop, so pardon me as I farm them for a bit. Oh, thank fucking God. We top our new sword off at +10, convert our mace to a divine mace.
Oh, he was the
and
manservant sword?
we finally head off to...
Dude, look at that!
The
Dude, that's
catacombs.
insane!
We still have a lady to rescue after all, and we can't leave that thread hanging forever. What's good, Sketta boys? I'm rocking a divine mace now, delivering the good word of Jesus through the power of blunt force trauma. So the reason we wanted a divine weapon in the first place is because these skeletons down in the catacombs are not only weak to divine weapons, but they also won't stay dead unless...
Hang on a second. He got the man serpent thing? Okay.
We top our new sword off at +10, convert our mace to a divine mace,
there it is.
and now we finally head off to the catacombs. We still have a lady to rescue after all, and we can't leave that thread hanging forever. What's good, Skella boys? I'm rocking a divine mace now, delivering the good word of Jesus through the power of blunt force trauma.
Hey, that's
so
good
the
and
reason
funny.
we wanted a divine weapon in the first place is because these skeletons
give you a
down in
ding.
the catacombs are not only weak to divine weapons, but they also won't stay dead unless killed by one, or you kill these nearby necromancers that keep
I didn't know
reviving
that.
them. And unfortunately, lightning spear does not count as divine damage. I like the little head pat they do when they revive. It looks so goofy. Ew, gross. So the catacombs themselves are pretty neat, honestly. They're sufficiently creepy looking, filled to the brim with skeletons, and more than a few secrets to find.
Maybe the
It's
yellow
big,
ones...
It's dark, it's catacomb.
I think the yellow ones mean that there's a boss.
But apart from that, I don't have anything specific to mention, so
'Cause
instead...
not all of them have
Hey,
bosses,
so this segment was supposed to have the Spooky Scary Skeletons remix by Living Tombstone playing, but apparently that gets completely screwed by YouTube copyright, so just imagine it here. So how many of you didn't know there was an illusory wall here that led to a bonfire? I know there's probably a few of you at least. Also, I thought Patches was supposed to be here, but oh well. After our super happy skeletal fun times, it's time for...
1, 2, 3, 4.
Damn.
Yeah, I got nothing to add here, moving on.
Boss? Yeah, right.
And now it's time for everyone's favorite level. The one where you can't see shit. I really don't know why this specific trope just keeps showing up in games, but here it is, in all its frustrating, unfun glory. The second you cross the threshold into this area, the game's brightness fucking plummets, and you have to rely on either slow, careful movement to progress, or if you're lucky enough to find a skull lantern on one of the necromancers earlier, you can use that to light your way. There's two other methods, the light spell you get from the DLC and the sunlight maggot, but more often than not, your two options are either lantern or good fucking luck, dumbass. Hope you like fumbling around in the dark. Thankfully, we don't have to go all the way through this area yet, just a good portion of it. I'll save most of my opinions on this place for when we return here, but just... yeah. Anyway, after stumbling through the dark, we find Mr. Patches at last, and I'm not even gonna pretend to not know what's coming next. He, of course, tries to convince us there's treasure over the ledge, and then... Oh no, who could have seen that coming? Fun fact, if you hadn't gotten a lantern yet, don't worry, the game graciously gives you one now. So to recap, if you hadn't found one earlier, then after fumbling about damn near entirely blind, battling giant skeletons in the dark, and trusting every single blind jump and slide, we would finally get the thing we need to navigate this place reliably. No. Not yet. Anyway, we find Rhea down here in the pit, and unsurprisingly, her two bodyguards have both gone hollow, leaving her trapped. Vince and Nico are both fairly tanky, but our new weapon makes short work of them. After we ensure her escape, we yoink ourselves back to the bonfire and finally back up to Firelink. Petrus is less than pleased we rescued Rhea.
For the little madam is not worth her soul without her hand.
Charming. We find Rhea in the undead church we were in all those hours ago, and now she becomes a miracle vendor for us.
That's weird. If you kill them while they're teleporting,
she gives some of the best miracles in the game, and in order to advance her story, we need to buy all of them off of her. So goodbye, souls.
And
finally, with all of that out of the way, we make our way back to Andre and enter.
So good, man.
Welcome to beautiful Sen's Fortress, proving grounds of the undead, and most likely the sole source of entertainment for some sick motherfucker with too much time on their hands. Who needs legs? You know, despite being a house of traps, the actual traps here are pretty out in the open. This would be the perfect excuse to throw in some genuine range game bullshit, like having the floor fall away from you without warning. But in all seriousness, Sen's wild ride is actually fairly tame. Now, that doesn't make it easy, of course. We got fights on precarious walkways with little room to maneuver, giant boulders that I love using as impromptu parry attacks, pendulous blades that'll send you flying into a tar pit, and if the fall doesn't kill you, hello, sir. Arrow traps, a mimic, this one elevator that I guarantee got you on your first playthrough, don't lie. This snake dude here just chilling, more boulders that have the power of reverse momentum, and of course, sneakies. Kind of. And that's not counting the outside where we have a giant on the rooftops hucking massive fire bombs down at us.
What?
I won't show the entirety of my Sen's Fortress journey. It's a pretty big place with a fair amount of secrets. I did look for just about everything there was to find here, and there was no shortage of dumbassery such as this.
Was I using the wrong one?
I may just do a whole follow-up vid with some extra clips that I couldn't fit in. There's plenty in this whole playthrough I haven't shown. Sen's Fortress is like the depths in that it's more of a connecting area, but it's overall more memorable. It certainly does sell the whole house of traps thing. I love this view from one of the balconies. Seeing the first bell tower off in the distance is a nice reminder of how far we've come. Oh, and of course, we have our second encounter with our dear Onion Knight.
Perhaps I could try some rolling. Bah, no chance. My head would spin.
While we're here, we have an NPC to rescue, which first requires us to do a little trolling. Big Hat Logan, very aptly named, is trapped here and requires assistance. Not a problem. I snagged a key earlier for just this occasion. He'll be skedaddling back to Firelink, so for now, onwards we press. We take out the firebomb lobbing giant for no other reason than pure spite for its existence and prepare to finally take on the area boss. You know, I was going to do the thing where you summon Iron Goddamn Tarkus, that is his full name, and let him solo the thing, but I needed an extra sunlight medal, so I summoned a fellow Sunbro and regretted my actions almost immediately. Oh well, gotta live with it.
Phil Sun's woo-woo. It's great.
I'll be honest, the Iron Golem looks intimidating, but it's a complete pushover.
Yeah,
literally.
You know. If you know, you know.
And yes, you can make it fall off the edge of the arena with that and kill it instantly. I didn't do that since I wanted to get at least some fight footage out of this
Not
thing.
like this.
I'll say though, the biggest threat it does pose is knocking you off the ledge, since
damn, that
its
is
swings
so
can definitely
good.
send you flying if you're not careful. Apart from that though, there's really not that much to talk about here. The real boss of Sen's Fortress is just the whole thing. The Iron Golem is more like a reward for getting to the end.
Why you bullying me?
And with the triple pelvic thrust of the gods, we topple the Iron Menace. We briefly ponder the mystical orb of forward progression, and finally, we're hoisted up over the horizon.
Here we go, boys. What these? Conduit, yes.
High upon the mountains, bathed eternally in the golden glow of the sun, spanning out as far as the eye can see, Enerlondo, the city of sunlight and the home of the gods. Very few things in gaming compare to that first sight. Coming up over the mountaintops and seeing the city in all its glory just gleaming in the warm glow of the setting sun, or rising. Either way, it's a breathtaking sight. And yet...
There you go.
This is something I've only come to appreciate recently, but the placement of Enerlondo, following your journey from the crumbling undead asylum through the mossy and rustic Berg and the utterly squalid Blighttown is pretty brilliant. I said I'd have more to say about the world earlier, and here it is. After subtly questioning whether or not this world you've been chosen to fight for is worth saving at all, the game's unspoken narrative plays its final card here. You've seen the worst, the lowest, where the least wanted and most desperate were confined to and locked away. Now, you see where the highest rung in this old world social order resided. A city of gold and stone, beautiful and eternal,
it's meant to be,
looming above it all, unbothered by the perils suffered by those beneath.
Pretty good, man.
As if existing in a reality all its own. I should reiterate, I'm not quoting the lore here or trying to be 100% accurate. This is purely my interpretation and mine alone, just from looking at the way the world's presented. After everything you've experienced in the world at this point, Enerlondo really does feel like a world apart, a completely separate society and way of life from what's been hinted at. It's a pretty obvious analogy to the richest and most wealthy among us being the most detached from reality's harshness, living in self-indulgent opulence. Yet, as beautiful as it looks, it's clear that something is still wrong. Eerie silence emphasized by its utterly massive size make it all feel so empty and lonely. There's barely anyone here except for ancient guardians and demonic creatures that have since moved in. Not counting any boss encounters, the only people you talk to here are the keeper of the city's first bonfire, the giant blacksmith, Siegmeyer, and Solaire, the latter two being fellow adventurers, not even native to the city. It's like the beauty of Enerlondo is a thin veil that hides its tragedy, and beneath it all, it's no different than the broken world you've seen so far. Which is entirely accurate. Enerlondo, as we see it, is a lie, an illusion created by the last remaining god in the city, Gwendolyn, the neglected son of Gwyn. When the illusion is broken, the golden sun that illuminates the city fades, leaving only the cold and hollow night. Even most of the enemies are gone, making it all feel even more barren. Whatever reality this city was hiding from, it caught up to it in the end. In many ways, both literal and figurative,
that only happens if you kill
Enerlondo is the
big
peak
bitch,
of
right?
Dark Souls. There's a lot more I could say, but I think I've gotten the point across.
Right?
To me,
you kill
Dark
her
Souls
and that's
isn't just about the difficulty or
nighttime.
the challenge.
Right?
It's not the PvP or anything purely mechanical. For me, it's the experience, from beginning to end, and the story it tells you without saying more than it needs to. That probably makes me weird, but hey, that's nothing new for me. It's at least fun to write it all out. And now I think I've officially gone well over my allotted serious time and we're overdue for a tonal shift, so... While exploring this one room and getting my hands on the late Havel's coveted armor and weapon, I proceeded to fall headfirst into an obvious mimic that I knew was there and still somehow forgot about. Embarrassing, yes, but I can really only laugh at myself here. Brilliant timing, Minger. Brilliant timing.
That was hilarious.
As was mentioned, we run into both Siegmeyer and Solaire here, the former of which we have to rescue from a room full of Silver Knights to advance his quest line. In this place especially, it feels nice to run into these two, and reassuring that they haven't conveniently died off screen or something. Hey, remember the Firelink Keeper that died? Well, with the Black Eye Orb we got from their corpse, we can invade the world of Lautrec, who seems to have been
boss fight. Here we go.
Sweet blood for the sermon. We will drink deep of you.
I'm out of energy.
Whoa.
I'm not ready.
The energy isn't enough, man.
I'm not ready yet.
Stagger, 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 stagger.
I need more time.
No, that's bullshit. Nice. And not that great. Nice life regen, I guess. And now we go here.
Protecting us, having put together a gank squad just in case. Unfortunately
Yes,
for
he will
them,
drink deep.
I have the power of Jesus. All the deep. With the Firekeeper avenged and their soul regained, we summon Solaire to our side once more and step through the big fog wall.
To doom! To death.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Anorlando Arena. We have an exciting match for you today. All the way from the Northern Undead Asylum and the land of Astora, it's the enigmatic chosen undead and Solaire, the warrior of sunlight.
Let's do imbue skills.
Together, these two wandering knights will face off against the reigning champions, the unlikely destructive
Inner sight gauge. Attacked mark enemies to fill the gauge. Okay. We'll give it a go. Combos are cool. Combos were cool. We'll see how this works. So we'll be doing a little bit less damage. Just small. Yeah, this is the
duo you all know and love. The mighty and menacing Executioner Smo, whose name no one can agree on how to pronounce, alongside the lightning-fast Dragon Slayer Ornstein. Please put your hands together for the Super Londa Bros! Ooh, that's not good. Dragon Slayer Ornstein and Executioner Smo, however the hell you want to say it. The original wall, the ender of many deathless runs, and the most famous boss encounter in all of Dark Souls. This fight is great. Its music theme is amazing, and the dynamic of Smo's slow but devastating attacks mixed with Ornstein's speed works better than you'd expect. Trying to keep Smo in line of sight while dancing around Ornstein's attacks can be tricky, and if you try to break away and get some distance, Ornstein just zoops on over at the speed of fuck you and keeps you nailed down. Of course, with Solaire at your side, you can keep one of them distracted, but
oh my god, it's so good.
I'm quite familiar with soloing these guys over the years, and let me tell you, the fight's different depending on who you choose to prioritize too. The second phase is reached when one of them is defeated and the still living one takes the other's power and fights you solo. As an aside, I love the detail of how Ornstein is respectful and honorable and how he takes Smaug's power, whereas Biggie Smalls over here just flattens Ornstein's sorry ass like the greedy, malicious fucker he is. Did I mention this guy ate people? No? Well, there you go. All in all, there's a reason this fight is the most remembered one. It was a summit back in the day, and while I can definitely say, even solo, it's not as hard as I remember it being, it's no less awesome. The mood is great, the music is great, the whole encounter is a lot of fun. It's just a really good boss fight, and is the pinnacle of the entire Dark Souls experience. But the funny thing about pinnacles is, after you reach them, there's only one way left to go. But before that, boobies! Yeah, I know, it's an old joke, but it's tradition at this point. Guinevere, daughter of Gwyn.
Are you a Moan?
Guinevere, daughter of Gwyn and princess of Sunlight. Oh god, I want to die now. Guinevere, daughter of Gwyn and princess of Sunlight.
Oh, you're such a
Let me tell you,
jackass.
someone was very, very, very happy when designing her. I'd show you the internet's overall reaction to her, but I don't think I need to. I really, really don't. Funny story, in an interview, Miyazaki said that when creating Guinevere, her height was his idea, but her size was not. The artist on his team who came up with the final design, however, just seemed so pleased with it that Miyazaki didn't have the heart to refuse it, and here we are. Lady Hawkers congratulates us on making it all the way here and rewards us with the sought-after Lord Vessel. And with it, we have officially unlocked
hoping it's more
fast
legendaries,
travel.
man.
Specifically,
I'm normally
when
like
resting
so
in a
legend out,
bonfire,
it's
you
not
can
even
now
funny.
warp to a few specific bonfires, which is definitely handy, especially at this point in the game. Also, she's not real.
No, she's not.
I'm sorry to break your hearts.
Why you gotta
Now,
be mean?
This is when the illusion that
Why you gotta kill
Gwendolyn
my
had
big
been
titty
casting
baby?
over Anor Londo
Why?
would be broken, and the entire city descends into night, making his boss fight available.
Oh,
However,
that's cool.
I did it a bit differently.
I'm not ready yet.
Back in the catacombs, I came across this here ring, which when
Okay.
worn, removes the illusory statue of Gwyn guarding Gwendolyn's boss door, and opens up the ability to join his Dark Moon Covenant. But I didn't, and instead proceeded to rack up my regicide count. I would have devoted a whole segment to talking about Gwendolyn's boss fight like I've done with the others, but to be honest, I really don't like it that much. It's an endless hallway battle as he keeps flinging spells at you from a distance and teleporting away from you when you get too close. The cluster spell attack can be blocked by pillars, the big soul arrow goes through them and needs to be dodged, he'll also fire a rapid shot bow at you, and that's about it. Really, the most interesting thing to talk about with him is his lore, but I'm not going over the lore in this video, so go watch someone else if you're really interested. I'll just say that the poor guy's got some serious daddy issues. Not like their dad was exactly a saint, but that's a whole other story. Me, I'm just here for one particular goodie directly after his boss fight. The last miracle to complete my collection. Oh, yes. And with the power of the sunlight metals I gained from doing a bunch of co-op runs off screen, most of which I'll talk about in the behind the scenes and extras video after this one, which will pop up right here when it's done.
Oh, I don't like that at all.
We return to the sunlight
I don't
altar,
like that at all.
Solaire at our side, and with our deepened pledge to the cause of sunlight and righteousness,
I don't
we
like that at
gain
all.
the greater lightning
Because I can't
spear.
activate it.
Oh, yeah. It's all coming together.
And just in time, too. Hope you've enjoyed the ride so far, kids, because now's when things start getting bumpy.
Yeah.
Oh, and I was going to talk about the completely optional area, the painted world of
Ariamis.
But like, I couldn't think of a good place to put it in this script, and this video has taken long enough already, so when I make that extras video, I'll talk about it there, so just check that out when it's done. Anyway, back in Firelink Shrine, we find our boy Siegmeyer chilling by the bonfire. We let him know that it was us that opened the gate to Sen's fortress, and as a show of thanks, he gives us another miracle, Emit Force, which I'm not a huge fan.
I don't like this at all. No. Why? Why does it... Ugh, I mean, it's cool to have infinite, but... It's attacked marked enemies? Is that right? So that means I can have 4 seconds of unlimited energy on a boss. Is that what that's saying?
Fan of, but I can't say no to that
trying
face.
it. It's...
I'll be heading
I like the
down below
combos because I can choose when to blow it.
above. No worries. Venturing is my life.
I'll explain
I'm
on the way.
prepared for the worst.
Look, you gotta admire the optimism. Down below, we use the Firekeeper's soul to revive her, and she speaks.
I heard some rogue killed the war boss in 1 minute with. I don't know. I mean, you could definitely like.
And now I'm depressed again. Oh well, at least she's alive.
I don't know.
Hey, where'd that really sullen
crazy.
dude go? And hey, Logan made his way back here, much to Griggs' delight. Logan becomes a vendor for more high-level sorceries, much like how Rhea got us more powerful miracles.
I'm not ready yet.
that you are unable to learn.
Or he would if my
energy.
intelligence was high enough. Unfortunately, I've been pumping all my souls into my Jesus muscles and
See
my
what?
muscle
If I
muscles,
kill
so my
that guy,
brain is
it's
as
gonna give
smooth
me
as
unlimited
silk.
energy.
Not to
I don't
worry,
want
we'll get a
unlimited
chance to
energy right now.
advance his quest later.
It's like-
For
it's
now,
because
we
I
can
can't
attend to
activate it myself. I
Laurentius
think
and,
that's
of
the reason I
course,
don't like it.
later, Siegmeyer. First off, in order to advance Laurentius' quest,
But it's one of those things where it's like, if I'm fighting a boss, it probably isn't going to be that bad. So it's probably one of those things where you want to turn on for boss fights. I can see that, yeah. I can see that. It slowly drains as well. Okay. Alright. I mean, you could just change it, so it doesn't, not like it matters.
quest line, we need to get his Pyromancer Flame up to +10. Then, make our way back to Blighttown. Down there, behind one of the pillars in the middle of the swamp, we meet a brand new NPC, Quaylana.
Let's hurry.
Very well. You shall be my pupil. But to
Sure.
pursue my pyromancy, you must give something up.
I wonder how they did it. That's crazy.
Well, that's
1
not
minute?
ominous
The
at
world
all.
boss?
Either
That's
way, she
crazy.
becomes a vendor for pyromancies, and we need to pick up one of the ones unique to her. With that,
Like, that
done,
has
we
insane
scoot our way
amount
over
of
to the Great Hollow and find who else but our dear Onion Boy in a spot of trouble once again. How unexpected.
Hey, Onion Bro!
I'm on the right trail.
Onion Bro. Onion Bro.
This guy is a dork and I love him.
Yeah,
this
right?
part's simple. He just
So
needs
good.
some purple moss to get through the poison. And with our friend once again rescued, his quest is
We're not gonna
advanced,
get to
and we
look at
make our
prep,
way
so.
back into the big-ass tree. Why? Well, both to make getting to a later step in Siegmeyer's quest easier, and also because we need to start gathering upgrade materials to finish our weapon, and unfortunately, this place has a few that we need. I say unfortunately, because this tree is a fucking dick.
Sucks to be you, bro.
Welcome to the Great Hollow, or as I like to call it, Help! The entire level is a downward progression through winding routes, many of which are rounded, which leads to shit like this happening. If you couldn't tell, I don't like this place very much.
Yeah, it's
Dark
not-
Souls was
it's
not meant to be a platformer, and this whole level is a great example as to why it wasn't. And even ignoring that, falling onto or jumping between platforms with rounded edges is always an exercise in frustration no matter what game you're playing. It's hard to not feel a bit annoyed when you're barely off center by half a pixel and end up becoming another statistic for the floor. In the world of gaming,
To be fair, he hit the
gravity
root
has
that was hanging
highest
off the
kill
bottom of the
count.
tree, that's why that
And
happened.
if that wasn't enough, more of those buggy-eyed basilisks are in here, and with such limited real estate to work with, it's very fortunate I had big bolts of lightning to solve these problems with. Even then, I still ended up getting cursed and losing a huge chunk of souls in the process. I didn't have a good time while I was down here. There were more than a few butt-clenching moments with these near-blind leaps of faith.
For it was my
Look at that, dude.
Oh, perfect. That's
The
exactly what I
explosion
wanted
just
for Christmas.
After a
evaporated.
painstakingly slow journey, we descend to the bottom, fight our way through the Mushroom Kingdom apparently, and into one of the coolest areas in the whole game.
In the entire game, yeah. That's good stuff. Ash Lake, buddy. That
The Great Hollow
so
leads out
look- it
into a
looks so cool,
shoreline
dude.
of ashen white,
And
looking out
ethereal.
over
I
an
love it.
endless ocean
What did
of
we get?
dark
We got a ring?
waters. Off in the distance, other
Poison Trap no longer breaks stealth, triggers no cooldown or arm time. While you are in stealth, all poison traps activate when you exit stealth, and poison's cooldown will be 7.5. Okay, that sounds great. What's the stats? Crit chance, crit damage, cold damage. I mean, it's pretty good. It's good. I like it. I'm not gonna wear it though.
massive trees
Well
loom
done, game.
into
Well
the
done.
skies and pierce the surface, as if holding the world above them steady, all backed by that ominous but beautiful music.
Shut up, jackass.
I saw shattered images of the end of Sanctuary.
This is so great. Watch this. This area is probably one of my favorites in the game. When I first came up on it, I had no idea what I was in for. None. And it just blew me away, dude. Blew me away. Listen to that music, man.
After the frustration of the hollow itself, finding this directly after it was kind of mind-blowing to a younger me.
Yeah.
And to think, this whole part of the game is hidden behind a fake wall, hidden behind another fake wall.
Another fake
I have to
wall.
wonder how many people...
The first time I played this game, I found this. I actually found it the first time I played it. It was... Because when I figured out there were fake walls everywhere, I decided to like really go ham and try to find everything. And of course I missed a few, like that bonfire before Pinwheel. I think I missed that the first time I played through. But like, bro, dude, it was so good. And this place is such a good thing to find after going through the Hollow, because it's such a crappy place.
People miss this place their first time around, or for that matter, if there's anyone out there watching this who still wasn't aware this place existed. I mean, most likely not, but it's fun to think about. Down here, there's a massive Hydra blocking our path, and while I failed to get footage of it, it can leap over the shoreline if you try to run away from it, which is more than a bit pants-shittingly terrifying the first time you see it happen. Far, far, far at the other end of this place, traveling along the winding shores, you finally reach a broken hollow, and within, you find an ancient dragon, likely the last one remaining following the uprising of the gods.
Yep.
Surprisingly, it seems entirely unbothered by your presence, just existing. Even if you go all the way around it and cut its friggin' tail off, it's still completely passive, or just uncaring. It's kinda creepy, to be honest. Lore-wise, looks-wise, and music-wise, Ash Lake is amazing. Hands down one of my favorite areas in the whole game, even if nothing much of note happens down here. Well, not yet anyway. We did come here to checkpoint it, so we'll be back later. For now, we bring ourselves back up to Firelink and talk to Laurentius. He's impressed by the pyromancy we got from Quaylana and asks if we'd share where we got it. If we say yes, he'll depart for Blighttown to go search himself. And with all that done,
don't cut the dragon. That's mean. Are you kidding? But how are you going to get the dragon tail, bro? You gotta get the dragon tail. You can't not get the dragon sword. Come on.
Forgive me. I really should calm down. I assume that you are ready.
Oh, that is hilarious. I did not even know that. Look at that.
Wait, be still for whoa. God, no!
I love that he does the sound effects. Thanks, bro. I needed that. Also like the fact that when you dodge on the rogue, you do all kinds of cool acrobatic shit. I don't think anybody else does that.
I'd like to remind you all that it wasn't that long ago when we fed this guy all of our unwanted junk, including literal, actual shit. Can you imagine how bad it must smell in there?
Ones that couldn't understand the nature of such a thing. I knew Anarius would be driven to interfere.
Yep, okay, sure, fine. Just gonna repress that memory deep into my subconscious. How was I carrying that thing all the way here? It's fucking massive. It's bigger than me. Jesus Christ, my guy must have a spine made of titanium. And with the Lord Vessel in place, the endgame areas are all unlocked. Ooh. Next, we're tasked with finding the 4 Lord Souls left by Gwyn in order to satiate the Lord Vessel and open the chamber door. The souls in question belong to Gravelord Nito, the 4 Kings of New Londo, Chaos Witch Izalith, and Seath the Scaleless.
Are you ready? Then we shall return.
Then we shall return.
Oh God, please no, not a girl!
Oh, it's so funny.
No amount of therapy will ever fix that.
No.
Anyway, now that I'm sufficiently mentally scarred, it's time to hunt down the Lord Souls, and our first stop just happens to be the closest. Welcome to the latter half of Dark Souls, kid. Oh. Sullen dude. Is that him? Yeah, so turns out following the appearance of Frampt, Sullen guy at some point went hollow. And, well, when an undead goes hollow, there's no going back, so... yeah,
Death to the Xenos scum!
Anyway, moving on. Welcome to the latter half of Dark Souls, kids. From here, progression opens up, and while we're going after the 4 Kings first, we can acquire any of the Lord Souls in any order we want. But we're doing a very specific order for a good reason. You'll see. I did mention that this is when the ride starts getting bumpy. Thankfully, though, New Londo is actually a pretty good area.
And it's
not my
cool
favorite by any stretch, but the atmosphere here is solid. This is an entire city that was flooded to contain the spread of the abyss, and boy does it feel like it. Not just because of the water, obviously, but the overall color and darkness of the area really sells that whole drowned aesthetic really well. Another fitting touch is that there are absolutely no bonfires in this entire level. None. Why would there be? There's no fire here. No light, no life, nothing. It's all flooded and empty, save for the vengeful spirits still haunting the water-eroded structures.
I love those guys.
They can't be harmed by any means, even by magic, without being cursed, or using these things called transient curses. It's kind of a weak gimmick, honestly, since it's solved by using one item, and the ghosts all have chances to drop them. And if you somehow run out, the moss vendor from earlier sells them. Not that the ghosts themselves aren't spooky, but at least in my experience, they're not very threatening without that invulnerability. They're very slow, and their attacks aren't hard to avoid.
Yeah,
I mean, unless they're...
But the thing about it is, right, is it's not that they're good because of all of those things. They're good because the first time you see them, they're absolutely terrifyingly maddening.
Coming out of the goddamn walls, then they're a bit tricky to deal with. Ow, dick. Especially when an entire posse just phases through everything to gank you. Still, having only one enemy type for most of the area is kinda weak. I mean, there's a second kind of ghost, but I think there's only like 2 of them in total. We do get a bit more variety after we unflood the city and open up the second half, though. To do so,
Especially
we need to get a
those
key
dragons
from
on
this
bottom.
guy who tells us a bit more about what we're going up against. The Abyss, where the four kings now reside, isn't traversable by mortal folk. However, we could gain the ability to do so by finding a certain Knight Artorias. Artorias, long ago, traversed the Abyss to battle against it, so that's our best bet to kicking in the front door of the Four Kings' home and wrecking shop. So while we can't get the Lord's Soul just yet, we do have a few things to get from here. In the lower half of New Londo, we see the bodies of all the previous inhabitants, piled up and rotting away. It's legitimately disturbing and more than explains why these ghosts are here. They're the spirits of the citizens who were unwillingly sacrificed to try and stop the Abyss, trapped in their homes as the waters destroyed them and everything they had. We also finally get a new enemy type, the Dark Wraiths, these edgelord Skeletor-looking fuckers who flourish their blades about with a kind of control and grace we haven't seen in many enemies up to now. It does seem like they're trying very hard to look cool, admittedly. We've also got this giant blobby thing. I'm still not entirely sure what it is, but it looks like some grotesque amalgamation of bodies, souls, and pure abyssal energy congealed into one being. Ugh. So yeah, New Londo is still a pretty solid level in my eyes, though really it's carried by its atmosphere and the story behind it. The whole gimmick of the ghosts is pretty weak and easily solved, and while I can appreciate the lack of bonfires, I can also imagine that frustrated more than a few people. I didn't mind it personally, but I can understand others hating it. Pushing forward past some more Dark Wraiths, we come across the main thing we're after down here,
Limited energy, and I keep
Big
forgetting.
Boy Ember. I should also mention that by this point, I had already gone back to the Northern Undead Asylum by climbing the tower in Firelink and doing this. Killed the stray demon at the asylum, and nabbed the Titanite slab that drops from it, which we need to upgrade our weapon to the max level. I would have talked about this earlier since I actually went there when I was still at Sen's Fortress, but it kind of messed with the pacing of the video. On that note, not enough games do the return to where it began and now there's bigger, badder enemies there thing, and more should do that because it's always cool. We also, sadly, put down the now fully hollowed Oscar. Rest in peace, buddy. And with the Thick Boy Ember, the Titanite slab, and all the Titanite chunks we've attained, we return to Andre and ascend our weapon to plus 15, the absolute strongest it can be. We also get one last tidbit from him.
Oh
The
my
Dark Root
God,
Garden
look at that
houses the
infinite
grave of Sir
energy,
Artorias,
dude.
and he just so happens to sell an item that gets us to it. So, 120k soul splurge later, we unlock a previously sealed door. Yes, I know you
Holy
can get around that
shit.
sealed door by going to Darkroot Basin and going around it the long way, but I forgot to mention it during scripting, so shush. I think the sight of this forest alone just triggered a few people's fight or flight responses. We take out some of the guardians here while this guy proceeds to lose an argument with a tree,
Oh,
and now we're
dude,
talking to a
that
cat
hurt.
with a really long mouth.
I
This
shouldn't
is
have stayed there on
Alvina,
that one.
and she seems intent on us not disturbing the grave of Artorias. She's also the leader of the Forest Hunter Covenant, which was the de facto main PvP covenant back in the
Boom!
day. Used to be you couldn't walk into this forest without getting invaded by about 2 player phantoms ganging up on your happy ass, but seems to be much less active these days.
Okay, I should have paused the video because I was not watching it.
That sealed door by going to Darkroot Base. We
Yeah,
also
let's,
happens to tidbits. All the time. More should do that because it turns interest into the max demon at the asylum in doing this. I mentioned that by across the mainly, but I can also imagine that frustrated more than a few people. I didn't mind it personally, but I can understand others hating it. Pushing forward past some more Dark Wraiths, we come across the main thing we're after down
basic
here.
skills
The
gain
Big Boy Ember.
58% attack
I should
speed.
also mention that by
What?
this point, I had already gone back to the Northern Undead Asylum by climbing the tower in Firelink and doing this. Killed the stray demon at the asylum, and
All right, we are totally gonna strip that and put it on something else. All right, now let me ask you a question. Which is better? Flurry doing 16% damage or basic attack skills doing 58% damage? Which has better stats? So this thing has core skill damage, crowd control, lucky hit, basic, and vulnerable. This has basic, slowed, close, basic. Oh, it has distant enemies on it too. So we lose 9 core skill damage. We gain 13 to slow. Get, Get damage to close, but because it has damage to distant, I actually think it's worse. And we don't care about the DPS because we don't use range stuff. So I'm going to steal that. All right, Vigo, what's up, buddy?
You didn't need that armor to prove your worth.
2% with someone to subterfuge and total armor. That sucks because it's a good one, but ours is better. It's got a socket in it. Jesus Christ, dude. Vigo, you madman. You absolute madman. What are you doing? What are you doing? Okay, let's go. I guess we're done. Yeah. Right? Pursue Lilith. Oh, yeah, that's right. We actually need to go down here and do this. All right, let's...
Nab the Titanite slab that drops from it, which we need to upgrade our weapon to the max level.
That's
I would
right,
have talked about this earlier since
This is
I
why I wanted
actually
to go back
went
and
there
watch
when
it. I
I
should
was
have
still at
paused
Sen's
it.
Fortress, but it kind of messed with the pacing of the video. On that note, not enough games do the return to where it began and now there's bigger, badder enemies there thing, and more should do that because it's always cool.
Oh,
We
thank you.
also, sadly, put down the now
Appreciate
fully
you.
hollowed Oscar. Rest in peace, buddy. And with the thick boy Ember, the Titanite slab, and all the Titanite chunks we've attained, we return to Andre and ascend our weapon to plus 15, the absolute strongest it can be. We also get one last tidbit from him. The Darkroot Garden houses the grave of Sir Artorias, and he just so happens to sell an item that gets us to it. So, 120k soul splurge later, we unlock a previously sealed door. Yes, I know you can get around that sealed door by going to Darkroot Basin and going around it the long way, but I forgot to mention it during scripting, so shush. I think the sight of this forest alone just triggered a few people's fight or flight responses. We take...
I hated this place. I hated it so much. Oh, I hated it so much. I actually joined the Covenant so I could do the thing that people had been doing to me.
We got some of the Guardians here while this guy proceeds to lose an argument with a tree, and now we're talking to a cat with a really long mouth. This is Alvina, and she seems intent on us not disturbing the grave of Artorias. She's also the leader of the Forest Hunter Covenant, which was the de facto main PvP covenant back in the day. Used to be you couldn't walk into this forest without getting invaded by about 2 player phantoms ganging up on your happy ass, but seems to be much less active these days, and I am certainly not complaining. I'm just here to commit some casual grave robbing.
Something for the cold and dark.
I should have kept that flame sword is what I should have done. Wait, did I? Is it up in my things? Yes.
Yeah. Sif. Everyone knows Sif. This is the other most famous boss encounter in all of Dark Souls. Another one of those fights that just has a mood to it, between its arena, its music, and of course the story behind this big pupper. The old companion of Knight Artorias now standing guard over his grave to ward off would-be intruders like us. It's incredibly unfortunate I was so overpowered for this point in the game with my plus 15 weapon and soft-capped strength, because this fight was over so much faster than I wanted it to be.
I know,
You can
dude.
initiate this boss fight much earlier if you happen to drop that 20,000 souls on that crest from Artorias, and in fact, I did that in my first playthrough.
Same here.
As for the fight itself, I don't have much to say about it. It's a good fight, and Sif can pile on the damage, especially if you're lower level than I was. But what makes this fight so famous, aside from the music and of course its
Watch this.
backstory, is that when brought to low health,
He
Sif
limps.
starts to limp, holding one paw up and stumbling after you, looking beaten and worn, but still fighting to defend its master and friend's grave. There's no other way to say it, it's heartbreaking. I didn't even know the story when I first fought them. It was just a big wolf with a sword to me, and seeing it suddenly get so much weaker when on its last legs still gave me pause. Its damage gets gutted, it falls over and struggles to get back up during some attacks. It genuinely made me feel sorry for it. In my first playthrough, this was perhaps the first time I felt hollow after killing a boss. I didn't feel like I overcame some great obstacle despite having a lot of trouble with them prior. I just felt sad. Again, in this playthrough,
better
I
than
was
Mother's Knife, too.
far
Holy
too
shit.
powerful to properly show this, and
To be
that's
fair,
entirely
though,
my fault. But the memories of that first encounter
Mother's
are
Knife
still
is
fresh, even after all these years. And with
better
Sif
than
tragically
the Dark
put down, we
Blade,
gain what we came
or
here for,
better than
the
the
Covenant
Foe
of
Guardian.
Artorias. This ring allows us to traverse the abyss where the Four Kings hide and commit some righteous murdering upon them.
Dude, Sif is just like, come on, man. Come on. It's so good. Like, the first time I fought him, I felt so bad. I don't even like dogs. Especially as a kid, I didn't really like them that much. It just, it hurt, dude. It fucking hurt. All right, we're going to snatch that bad boy, and the Dark Blade is going to get It's gonna get. Oh yes, 29% attack speed. Let's go, boys. Let's go. Yep. Does it change how it looks? Oh no, it changed the dark blade thing, dude. That sucks.
Not in town.
That sucks. Our dog's cute death sounds like bruh. Yes, yes it is. It doesn't have the effect anymore. Damn, I wish I could undo that and give it to Mother's knife. That makes me mad, dude. But seriously, that's some what the fluff type bullshit right there. Right there, boys. That's some what are you doing there, boy? What?
So we trek our way back down to the depths of New Londo, bashing some edgy boy faces once again, equip our new ring, and
I can't salvage that.
okay, that fall always makes me nervous.
Right?
I may feel slightly conflicted about New Londo itself, but I don't feel conflicted about this boss. This is another home run as far as I'm concerned. It's impressive just how much a blank, featureless background can add to a fight. Sometimes less really is more. You're dropped into this completely black, endless void, your first taste of the abyss. And before you can even get your bearings, if you can at all, this music starts blaring in your ear as one of the four kings rises up in the distance and charges at you. It's pure panic.
So yeah, I don't like
and
the
just as you're wondering where the other three are, oh,
it's
hello.
okay.
The way this boss
there needs
works
to be
is
more
as you're fighting, the other
telling
things will
me
gradually
that
spawn.
it's doing it, other
Even
than
after
just the
you
fact
kill
that the
one,
target
they'll
thing
just
disappears.
keep regenerating and spawning back in.
It would be nice if I could
Up to
activate
4 kings can be active at any one time, and while 1, even 2 is manageable, all 4 is damn near impossible. This fight is a damage race. Kill the kings quickly before you get overwhelmed. Now, thankfully, with the power of my brand new miracle, I have more than enough damage to get through the fight in relative ease, but I still love it. Yes, I may know the tricks, and yes, I can basically just brute force my way through it at this point, but that doesn't make me like it any less. Extremely solid boss for me. Not my favorite, but it's definitely up there. And with the death of the fallen 4 kings, we gain the Lord Soul Shard bequeathed to them by Gwyn, and get the hell out of there. 1 down, 3 to go. Oh, right, we haven't checked up on Laurentius yet. I wonder how...
Oh.
Laurentius?
What up, bro?
Oh, shit. Yeah, turns out Laurentius also went hollow on his journey into Blighttown. This dude was actually one of the nicer NPCs and genuinely enjoyed teaching you pyromancy, so seeing this happen, yeah, fuck. I mean, we can't do anything about it besides put him down now, but damn.
Pretty
that
much.
One stings. Anyway, we're back in Blighttown for one specific reason, and it's to join the Chaos Covenant with the Fair Lady. I apologize, my fellow Sunbros, but I do this for the greater good. You will soon understand. We need to reach rank 2 in the Covenant, which requires us getting a whole 30 humanity to the Fair Lady, and that's a big chunk of change. So much, in fact, that I had to go farm rats in the Berg for a bit to get what I needed.
Why?
I don't know why the rats drop humanity, but they do. I sacrifice literally all of it to the Covenant and get my required
hungry, man.
rank.
I'm gonna have to go get some
now,
food here in a little bit.
We need to make a small
When
detour.
my son gets up, I'll probably go
Well,
do
a fairly substantial detour,
But till
really.
then, we're gonna go kill some shit. And I'm gonna have some fun doing this.
Okay, folks, I would give my thoughts on the Demon Ruins right now, but it's too soon. We're coming back here at a later point, and I'll have plenty more to say then. Just bear with me.
Okay.
For now, we're going to leap forward a bit.
I'm really mad that I legended
With our
this.
rank in the
I'm
Chaos
really mad
Covenant, we
because
gain the ability
it
to open
had a
this
really
here
cool
door,
effect.
which leads us into a
And it
hallway with
changed
a
it when
bunch
I
of
legended
sunlight
it. I didn't
maggots.
realize it would.
And then we murder them all in righteous fury! I'm pretty sure we only need to kill this specific one right here, but I am not taking any chances. This hallway is also a shortcut between the Demon Ruins and one of the endgame areas we'll be going to later.
Wait, why is he killing them? I forget. Let's go back.
We're going to leap forward a bit. With our rank in the Chaos Covenant, we gain the ability to open this here door, which leads us into a hallway with a bunch of sunlight maggots. And then we murder them all in righteous fury! I'm pretty sure we only need to kill this specific one right here, but I am not taking any chances.
It's because
this hallway is...
It's because if you don't, Sunbro dies.
It's also a shortcut between the Demon Ruins and one of the endgame areas we'll be going to later.
Pretty sure that's why.
But we're not using it. For now, we're just here to kill these bugs. Then we yoink ourselves back out. A later quest step has been assured, and we can continue on our way. And now, it is time to return to Skeleton. Spooky, scary skeleton, and we're back.
It's good shit.
Okay,
Yeah.
so New Londo was nice. A little weak in terms of enemy variety, but overall a rich, creepy atmosphere and a genuinely really solid boss. Hope you got your fill of that view from the top though, folks, because it's all downhill from here. The Tomb of the Giants gimmick is this. You're looking at it. The reduced sight radius and reliance on other sources of light to navigate would be annoying enough, but of course, they hide massive fuck-off skeletons in the shadows as well. At least you can see their eyes, so it's not like you're completely blind, but you know what isn't fun? Inching your way forward in the dark and trusting leaps of faith because you can barely see 3 feet in front of you.
I mean,
why did
when you
so
first
many
do it,
games do this back in the day?
Scary as
I
shit.
still see it pop up every so often. Literally the only genre of game I like this sort of thing in is survival horror, and yet it was all over action and platformer games for the longest time. Why? All it does is force you to slow down. It's padding of the most blatant kind. And it's obvious why, because if you remove the darkness, the Tomb of the Giants is barely a level. It's just a bunch of caves with skeletons in it.
I mean, to be fair though, bro, the reason that is the case is because if they made it a real level, it would be insanely bad because of the darkness. So they had to make it relatively simplistic because of that. Like, come on, don't be that way. Don't be that guy. Don't be that guy.
I'm low on energy.
There we go. Oh. Oh my god, dude, the attack speed. Especially with the combo points, man. Look at that. That's insane. I wish I could imbue more often. That'd be great. Look at that, dude. Insane levels of cope on that one. Holy shit, son. We've got some good damage there. Attack speed. I mean, it just doesn't compare with the crit chance, man. Yeah, dude, I have been blown away by the by the frickin' rogue. Dude.
There's a nice
Absolute
view of Lost
insanity.
Islet and Ash Lake down
So
here,
good.
but the area itself is just so bland. The featurelessness of the Abyss worked because, you know, it's the Abyss. It's an absolute void of nothing. And even then, you could still very clearly see the enemies you were supposed to be fighting. You didn't have 90% of your vision taken away, and only see the kings when they were right up on your ass about to pancake you. Friends. God damn, that is a huge fucking arrow. I'm fine. I'm completely fine.
I am so done
I'm
with
sure
these guys.
people will defend this, saying it adds tension and creepiness, and sure, it
Yes, it
can in
does.
the right setting. But, you know, New Londo had a pretty
Again, the
creepy,
first
intense
time,
atmosphere, and it
it's
didn't
really,
need to make
really
it near
good.
completely
Every other time,
blind to
it's
do
not.
that. At least the game gives you a lantern at the bottom of a...
Yeah, like I said, the first time you do it, it's really, really good. The second time, every other time, it's not really, because the first time it's so scary. You're in it. You know what I mean? Every other time after that, when you know what's going on and you kind of got a feel for it, and you know what to expect. It just kind of sucks, man. It just kind of sucks, which is really bad, really, really bad.
pit at almost the halfway point, and to use the lantern you need to give up one of your hands to keep it lit, which isn't the worst thing, but it's just one more layer of annoyance
it's
on
pretty
top
bad.
of everything else. Despite all of this though, the Tomb of the Giants is not my least favorite level. It's irritating, but it's mercifully short, and it did give us that one really funny gift.
Oof.
After you pass a certain point, the game just kinda drops the whole darkness thing with about as much fanfare as it deserves, and I get invaded by an NPC for my trouble. Why are there a ton of mini pinwheels down here surrounding Gravelord Nito's domain and baby skeletons that come out of the floor? I'm sure it's all in the lore somewhere. I do especially love how when entering this fight you have to take near half your health and falling damage. That's fun. Fun fact, when I first played this, I always had trouble with Nito, but everyone I knew said he was easy. Then at the same time, everyone I knew said Seath was really hard, and I beat Seath on my first try with no difficulty. I'm not really sure what that says, but there you go. While I'll definitely say Nito's music theme is fantastic, it certainly sounds incredibly spooky and undead-like. Makes sense as he presides over the realm of the dead and all that. His design is fucking awesome, and he definitely has significant intimidation value. But apart from that, well, these days I now see why everyone said he was easy. Aside from a few skeletons that require a divine weapon to completely kill, Nito only has, like, I think 3 attacks. He swings his sword, he explodes.
My problem, the reason I thought he was so hard is because I didn't have the divine weapon thing. That's really what it boils down
to. I need more time.
Yeah. That's kind of what it boils down to. Still wearing the druid one too, man. The magic bubble, yeah. I still have yet to find a better one. That's the crazy thing. Did you see that, dude? All those guys came up on me, and he got annihilated. That's what you get, bitch. All right.
In a shadowy burst, and he does this thing, which is actually bullshit and really hard to avoid. You just gotta dodge roll at the right time, but man, is it precise. Still, now I never have trouble with him. And as long as you don't move into the back of the arena and just let him come to you at the start, the giant skeletons back there don't do anything. The only thing.
Thank you for the raid, buddy. How you doing, my friends? Good to see you. Love your face, man. What are you doing at this ungodly hour in the morning? How are you, friend? How are you? Oh, yeah, we got to do this. We got to do this. Ah, I missed. There we go. That's good. Ow. My son is stirring, so it's probably not going to be long for I'm going to be out of here. Chillin', killing, man. Good to see you, buddy. Hope you're enjoying your time. I have been absolutely loving some Diablo, man. I'll tell you what. I am very pleasantly surprised that this game is as good as it is, and I'm absolutely adoring the rogue, which I had no interest in playing at all at the beginning. And now I'm kind of mad that I didn't, because I basically denied myself this class, and I should have looked into it more.
I killed for my.
And you know what I'm saying? It's just one of those things where it's just like it's blown me away, dude. It is the barb that I wanted. You know what I'm saying? I waited till the fat boy charged me so that I could have it. And I'm using literally throwing knives as my main attack just because it's so cool, dude. That way I don't. That was lag. Channeling Shrine, lovely. We can just infinitely channel this.
I need more time.
Just spam it. Okay. Okay, do we have enough? We do not. Why not? Did I not kill enough in the dungeon? But yeah, it's one of those things, man. I'm just like, it really sucks. because, you know, the game's almost over. It's going to be going offline in the morning at noon my time, noonish my time. So yeah, I'm not super happy with that. But it is what it is, you know what I'm saying? And I was really happy to get, you know, check out the druid, and the druid was kind of ass, not gonna lie. Because even most of the classes that you play in this game are not, even without really cool legendaries, they're really not that bad. But man, dude, even with the legendaries, dude, the druid didn't feel that great. I mean, to be fair, once I got the overpower build working, it was okay. But to depend on overpower, you literally have to spend 10 seconds without taking massive amounts of damage to get the overpower to proc properly. And yeah, it's just, it's okay. And I can definitely see it working out. They just I think they need to tweak it a little bit. Because, like, I wanted to be a spellcaster druid, and no. It's kind of sucks. They either need to fix the, they either need to fix the damn tornado pathing, or they need to, like, buff the other spells. Boom.
I need more time.
Druid needs legendary to have damage, but he's kind of tanky with Stone Shield. I mean, yeah, but it's a 4-second thing that has a 20-second cooldown. That's and there's no like innate cooldown reduction like you have on the sorcerer. So it doesn't feel good to play. And everything, I think one of the biggest things about the druid that makes it bad is that it feels shitty to play. That's the problem. The other classes feel pretty good, but dude, the druid just feels like absolute shit compared to the other classes. Like the sorcerer and the necro feel spot on, dude. Spot on. Oh yeah, there is, but still, it's still like a 20-second cooldown. So it's just like if you're depending on that, it's just like the bear stomp with the overpower. It's the bear stomp by itself is pretty good. Like on trash, it's not that great on bosses or elites. With the overpower, it's great, but you have to maintain above 80% HP for 10 seconds. So you can definitely see how on harder difficulties that's going to be a little bit hard to maintain. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's going to be rather difficult to maintain. So. And as you can see, I basically destroy trash. Look at this. Is that the thing? It is. Where are you going? Back, get your ass back here. Yes. Oh. Is there another elite over here? No. Do get another point, and I think we're gonna throw it in damage. Imbued skills get 15% chance to crit. Yeah, my son is moving. He'd probably get up in there a little while, but we might have a little bit longer. I seriously doubt I'm gonna get to level 25 though, so that sucks. Do we go boss fight? Yeah, we go boss fight. I love that you can switch between the two. Like, that is really, really good.
I need more time.
Yeah, 4 seconds of that is crazy. Trying to get my stun off. Ooh, that's not good. We almost died there. Come on, come on. That sucks, dude. He eats the shit out of you, man.
I need more time.
No, dude, come on. Oh, I forgot I can jump out of it. I can become unstoppable. Ah, shit, I threw that the wrong way. Boom. When Dark Shroud would be removed, you trigger an explosion around yourself. That is this ability. It only does 77 damage, though. That's not, or 66 damage. That's not very much. And you only get 5. So, I mean, it's okay. And if you were going like that build, that'd probably be pretty good, actually. It'd probably be pretty good. So yeah, that was fun. Let's see. So yeah, that's crazy. When the boss does that, I can use my thing to pop out of it. That's actually really good, man. That's actually really good. We can't go there. We can actually. I'm thinking about doing it. I'm having a lot of fun, but we're reaching I think we're reaching the end of the stream, man. Unfortunately. How long have we been going? 10 hours, man. Almost 11. Yeah, we'll see what's about running one more. Could be fun. Could be. Mucho fun.
I can't do that here.
Oh, I can't do that. Oh. It's like, shut your mouth, girl. I don't want to hear your bullshit. I am kind of mad that I wasn't able to find another legendary weapon. Which kind of sucks. So, but yeah. I don't believe that the game is going to... I don't believe the game is going to keep your progress. So, the next time we play on 6/6... later this year, we will probably start out fresh, and I'm probably going to start out with either a sorcerer or a rogue. The necro was fun. I really like the necro, but the rogue is just, dude, I'm feeling it, man. Like, I'm so oh my god, it's so good, and I can't wait to see what this thing down here is. That's going to be cool. The sorcerer, I am super stoked to get to level 30 to add another thing to the enhancement bar. Like my ice sorcerer is so good, man. I know other people have other builds that do a lot more damage or go a lot faster or any of that other dumb shit, dude. I don't care, man. I do not give a damn. I love my tanky source build. Like, it is ridiculously good. Ridiculously good. Iron Golem, though, man, you keep making... see, you make arguments like that, dude, it's like, it's going to be hard to resist, dude. It's going to be hard to resist. Yeah, but who knows what Iron Golem actually does, right? That's the thing. Who knows what Iron Golem actually does? Whether or not it's going to be, like, as good as the Sorcerer is going to be. So... because the Sorcerer's just super tanky. The Necro's got lots of damage, but the problem is that if you don't if you don't have that, like, they're gonna nerf the shit out of that legendary I had that allows you to do the, like, invulnerability build with, like, infinite cooldowns and shit. There's no way they're gonna keep that in the game. They're gonna be insane if they do that, because it's gonna, like, you're gonna top the DPS chart.
We got separated.
Period. There's like no, there's hands down. That's just the way it's gonna be.
I won't last on my own.
The amount of damage you could do is just insane, man. You know what I mean?
Is there no end? I can't take any more.
I'm not ready yet.
And yeah, so that with the class fantasy of being able to have an entire army of undead with you and all that other stuff is just going to be on top of having.
I'm not ready yet.
Thank you, Wanderer. Without you,
on top
I'd be dead.
Of having all that crazy freaking
here.
corpse damage, dude.
Take this.
Does anybody know what the Iron Golem did in the first one, or in the Diablo 2? Yeah. I'm not sure. Yeah, they did have it in Diablo 3. I forgot they added it in the DLC class. I hated that. I never played it because of that. I wasn't gonna pay $15 for another class, dude. Especially not when I wasn't really having that much fun with the game by that point. The seasons had pretty much worn on me. I'd gotten the Crusader, and I was like, I didn't really like the Crusader, and I was very disappointed in the Crusader. It was okay. It just wasn't my thing. So because of that, it kind of ruined it for me. Oh, dude, do you see that over there? Do you see that over there? Oh, wait for it. Wait for it. Are you ready? Oh. Oh, no. There it is. I love the fact that I can lock down elites with stun and shit. It's so good. And the fact that I have so much crit, it's not even funny. Look at that, dude. He didn't do shit. Boom. I didn't even need the damn artillery shrine. Look at that. Oh my god, dude. Becoming injured, crowd control. Okay, no, that's imbuement skills. That's cool. That was ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, so didn't Iron Golem have like extra special thorns and shit or something? Or I know the Flesh Golem had something special with it. I just don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember. God, that is so insane, the attack speed. Yeah, dude, the rogue is quickly becoming my favorite class. The more I play and the more situations I find myself in, the more I want to play this bitch more and more and more. Automatic shotgun? Yeah, it feels that way.
Help! I beg you!
And daze him again.
I need more time.
How many elites is that? 3? Is that 3 elites? I think that was 3 elites. And all their minions. They're all dead. Yep. That's how you do it, boys. That's how it's done. That attack speed, man. Yeah, stand in your own bullshit, asshole. And having 2 dodges also makes it really good, too. I mean, imagine I had the one that made the dodge on cooldown. It would be almost like I had 2 dodges. Because it would be up so quickly, dude. Regular attacks, I did like my main attacks attack so fast. And it feels like the other auto attacks just wouldn't be nearly as good. Because the ranged and the auto vulnerable and all the other bullshit. You know what I mean?
I'm not ready yet.
He dodged it. Little bitch, dodge that. What the hell is that? Nazar? What the hell is Nazar? I don't know. Doesn't matter. So I guess we go over here. Yeah, it's like I am absolutely astonished at how good this shit is.
I need more time.
Ugh. There we go. Just to get attack speed. Let's go. Correct. Okay, it's not a boss fight because there would be a thing in front of it, right? So we got more dumb shit to kill. Does it kill all enemies? Oh, destroy the ice barrier. And how do we do that? Alright, we're maxed on that. Okay, I was actually expecting to actually kill them with that. There, something that made this cool down even more would be insane, dude. I would, oh my god. Dodging that bullshit. Boom. How did it not hit him? That's weird. Lethal Shrine. Okay, let's go. Uh-oh, I think my daughter might be up.
I need more time.
Wow, dude, look at the crits. Markovo, what's up, buddy? The attack speed, man. Three hits, and then the combo. Blues. Blues. Frickin' blues, man. I need to check on my daughter here real quick. Give me a second. I think I heard her in her room, and... Hazel, are you awake? For some reason, her camera's offline again. I don't know why. Shit's pissing me off. We bought it so we could monitor. All right. So my son's still asleep for the moment, so we're gonna keep going. I am very, very, very disappointed in that. Very disappointed. Like, what are you doing, game? Why you do this to me? Why you do this to me? Yeah. So we obliterated that shit. Absolutely obliterated it. And what happened? Nothing. I mean, we did pick up one, so... Actually, you know what, boys? I think we're just going to call it there. Yeah, I'm getting kind of bored. I would love to continue to level up, but I'm constantly worried about my son and my daughter waking up. And it's just one of those things where it's like, I gotta go be a super dad. And it's already it's damn near 4 o'clock in the morning, so... I love your faces. Thank you guys for being here. Archmage, Scorpion, Wolf, freaking Markovo. Thank you, sir. Thank you all. I very much love your faces, and I will see you guys next time. We'll probably be back. I don't think I'm going to stream later today on Monday, because I'm probably going to stay up and go to my mom's and start my bike and shit, and then I'm going to come home and sleep, because I got a lot of extra sleep. So I'll probably next stream will be Tuesday. Might do some Dark Tide, I think. And then maybe some Valheim on the next day. I think we're done with Elden Ring for a little while. I finally beat the damn thing. So, yay. It's good to see you, boys. And, yeah, the next time we see Diablo, it will be in July. July the 6th, in fact. Or wait, there's going to be July the 2nd. I don't actually know. Because the official release date's 6/6. But I bought the really I'm Rich edition. So I'm going to get 4-day early access. So that's on the 2nd, I think. I'm not sure. So, Flaming KM, buddy, pal, love your face. And enjoy the rest of your day. My dudes, my bros, my homies. It's been a pleasure. It's been an honor. I'll see you guys next time. Peace out. How hilarious is that? My son just woke up. Love your faces, and I'll see you next time.